want to get off that darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. When you want to get off that darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down.
Hello everyone, welcome. You are watching, of course, the Surge Europe qualifiers for the Mid-Season Cup. It's also called the EMC, if you've not heard of that. Make sure you go check it out. And before I even introduce myself, I'm going to tell you guys, you got to subscribe, follow, hit that notification bell icon so you get notified when we're going live indeed, because here we are, bringing you a long day of epic Mobile Legends action. And for this one, alongside me, Kronos, is going to be the one and only Warren 1X. How are you doing, Warren?
Hello, thanks for a lovely intro. And well, I'm excited about today. I am excited about how many teams decided to show up today. It's going to be a hell of a ride. We are going to have a lot of rounds. Exactly, we should be having 6 rounds if I'm counting correctly. So that's going to be a blast, most definitely. Of course, first, some of the first rounds will be based on BO1s. And then as we progress later into the tournament, we will be going into those BO3s. So bloody BF it will be in the first rounds, because BO1s pretty tough. You have spoken about yourself as a coach for a team even, so I can definitely know that you would be scared too if your players would be going into those BO1s. What would you give them as a tip?
I mean, if you ask me, man, you're right. BO1s are absolutely nasty. You have no room for error. You have no room to think. You don't, any mistake, a single small mistake can just cost everything for the entire tournament, right? So I think the advice to teams would be, don't overthink it. Don't try and, go big brain with the draft. Don't try and counter opponents. Play to your strengths. Play what you know. You will come out on top because you have confidence in yourself and it's your play style.
I mean, it's definitely about this confidence. It's definitely about showing up to that match and immediately popping off, doing some stuff, making something happen, and not letting your opponents get ready, be prepared for you. And usually when we see those teams storm away with the entry into the match, they usually take the cake, as Zach loves to say. Well, we will be taking the cake in this first matchup. We have Ake against Demi Esports. Demi Esports new faces for me, but Ake, well, to both of us should be very well established already.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, Ake is definitely a team that's, you know, that's on the top. And if I'm not wrong, they won one of the qualifiers as well. We know these team, we know these players. They've done it before. Can they do it again? So hey, they are their first stream match of the day, and we would like to remind you there's parallelly about 32 matches happen at the same time. So this is the first one that we'll be bringing you for tonight. The other 31 are gonna happen simultaneously, but we're gonna bring you the most interesting out of the lot. And round number 1, we're bringing you Ake versus Demi Esports. Of course, Ake, you can take a look at the squad. It's Kuru, Maku, Astra, Nandayo, and Toby. While for Demi, we have Early Dino, Yasuki, Samis, is that how you say it? Betty, and Royal Ace.
Well, as you have been saying, they proceeded to ban Arlot, which is pretty interesting to me. We saw some Arlots being played in pro play, but not too much success lately. After he got hit with those nerfs, he hasn't been so significant in the pro scene, but now that he's been banned away, he will not be available for pickup for either of those teams, as well together with Lucas and Kalia. I'm interested about this Kalia ban, because usually Kalia is a very strong first pickup. She can either go roam or she can go XP lane. It's pretty flexible for that first pick, but it's going to be actually a Badang.
Yeah, I think this Badang is definitely going to be one of the stronger picks in the roam positions. Again, Ake like to play this hero in the roam position. Flexible to the EXP, of course, given the new meta. The assassins have been falling off slowly, but still there are some that would sit pretty on the top of the meta, you know? The meta tier list, at least. For those of you who want to check out a tier list, I made a video, guys. Go check it out. It's a collab with Serge on the Instagram. But here, looking at the bans so far, Warren, I think pretty standard, except for the fact that that Arlot all of a sudden lives in the ban section, right?
I mean, except that Arlot, as we have already pinpointed, it's pretty classic. We go for Kimi for the side of Ake. It's been locked in, so very heavy on that magic damage side for the side of Ake. So, of course, if you have those strong tanks like Gato who can utilize a lot of magic resistances, then it will not be so easy to go and finish everyone off on the opposing side. Picked up Granger for the side of Demi Esports. I like this pick. He hasn't been so prominent lately because people started playing other champions. They started playing Moscow, for example. They started playing Iritel, who is now banned. They even went back to Harit. So I'm excited to see how that Granger will hold on. Lapu Lapu, pretty interesting ban, if I have to say so myself.
You know what? It's interesting to you, Warren. That's because I just tested him literally an hour ago. I just tested him literally an hour ago, and that guy has got such a massive buff. He is definitely back in the meta. You get 70% damage reduction when you're in a team fight. 70%. That is insane. You know,
70%. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, before it was 50%, which is 10% of each hero, right? That's present in the team fight. So that's 5 heroes, 50%. But now, along with that, now it's been made to 8% per hero. So that's 40%. But you get a base 30% right off the bat. So that's insane to be strong in the early game, transition to mid to late. So I think Lapu Lapu definitely going to be a staple pick now coming through along with this Arlot as well. And that's why you can see that the CC being picked up at the EXP lane. And another hero that got buffed recently is this Terizla. The Terizla is another hero that's going to be there in the EXP lane quite a lot because he can sustain. He has a lot more damage now on his skill too. And to be honest, I think he's going to be a lane bully, and that's why they take away the lane bully themselves with the CC on the other side. The Claw to dive into the back line. It's looking like it's a good lineup for Ake. Now, Demi need to put the cherry on top with a mid laner.
Well, you have some disruption coming from this hero if you decide to log her in. But that's to be decided. No, actually it has been decided already. Vexana locked in. She will of course have some stopping power for that dashes on the opposing side together with Gato. But except than that, you don't really have that much to stop your enemies with. So this Gato stun will need to be on point. His ultimates will need to be on point as well.
His ultimates definitely need to be on point, given the fact that he has to reach the back line. And you know the Kimi might be running the Purify. You know the Claude might be running the Purify. And I feel like they kind of need to run the Purify. If they don't, it's going to be... Is it like slight bit of a disrespect that comes through from the Chain CC possibility from the side of Demi Esports, right, Warren?
Oh, most definitely, you need that Purify. If you are not taking it, it would be kind of disrespectful to your opponents, but maybe a statement. You were speaking about that confidence, so maybe going into that match without Purify and being like, all right, I don't mind, I have the hands for this, I can dance all day, I dodge all those skill shots, you never hit me, you never get me, I'm always one step ahead of you. Maybe that's a strategy, maybe that's something that will strike fear into the hearts of your opponents, but that's to be decided. I think they will go with Purify, but if they don't go, then they need to take the game away by storm, just as we were speaking about it in the beginning of today's stream. You need to storm away with that opening and try to obtain yourself an advantage and try to finish.
Yeah, I agree. And look at that. They didn't take one single Purify. Understandable that the Badang will go for the Flicker to make those plays. But the Terizla, yes, he needs the Flicker. I was expecting it, since they have a double marksman lineup, you might want to run the Purify. But I feel like here, going for the Flicker, maybe it's just to give them the potential to outplay that Ogi Shadow Kill that coming from Tamis, right?
Ogi Shadow Kill can be devastating to your backline, so maybe that's an idea behind that Flicker. Of course, VFN engage already coming from Zamis, going for those early skirmishes, but Maku in the meantime is able to pick up this.
Yeah,
crap.
I think that was a slight bit of a risk that Demi Esports were taking with Zamis. And Toby, they're at the right place at the right time, able to use that fist break to make sure he catches them off guard. So that means now Samis knows he's not going to have an easy game. Oh, look at that. Toby gets a quad shot on him. Not level 4 yet, Samis. So
Marco already level 4. Going in for the backline, jumping for Ace. Ace happens to survive over the wall, but now Zamis is in trouble and he goes first bloody. Nandeo takes him and tries to go for Eledino. Wu flickers out for safety.
Not looking good, right? Not looking good if you're Demi Esports at this point. First blood in the hands of Ake, and they love to play that snowball competition. They like to
they are playing for Yasuki. Yasuki has to jump under the tower, and he survives, fortunately for him.
Yeah, I think that was a forced dive, trying to bait out a flicker, at least from Yasuki, but making sure that he doesn't give that away. And now turning their attention to the turtle means that top side, it's not going to be soft enough for the blow, but this level 4 fight might be crucial for both these teams, especially Demi Esports.
Terizla already fishing in those bushes, forcing Betty to walk in, and she already needed to walk out, has to jump out now. Royal Ace is the target. He is able to survive, but this just makes enough time and space for the turtle to be slain by Maku.
Yup, and I think this turtle definitely in the hands of Ake again. Now, slowly and steadily, they're building up their momentum, right? They're fixing the tempo in their favor. Tempo is usually a double-edged sword, moves like a pendulum. You want it in your favor.
Royal has already balled up once again. I don't know if he will be alright. Actually, who is caught is Toby, too deep, and now Nandeo saving his flicker for this exact situation, surviving this engage from Zamis.
Yeah, exactly, and this goes back to what we said. We wanted to see a Purify, but the flicker, just to make sure the outplay potential from Samis is possible, and that's what we got to see. This Ogi Shadow Kill, the threat is kind of getting neutralized, and you want this Hayabusa to snowball as much as possible, especially after the nerf that he's been hit with.
Truly indeed, there's less damage on his kit, but doesn't seem to matter to Maku, who is already engaged once more, going for Royal Ace, and now Yasuki under the tower, immobilized, even no flicker for him no more. They will redive him. I am fearful for his life. Oh, they are going for him. Yasuki tries to dance away, tries to trade one kill for another, but doesn't just get that.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's not looking good for Demi Esports. This is the confidence. This is the strategy that we were talking about for teams who are top-tier teams like Ake themselves. Get the confidence in your favor. Play your game, and then you don't have to worry about losing or actually even letting anything go.
Ozama is getting caught up. There's a knock-up going for him. Killing spree for Maku, and Maku chases deeper into enemy jungle. Going for Betty even through that vengeance. She goes down.
Yeah, man, at this point, it's not looking good for them. Oh, another play coming through with a fist break, but you can see AOG to run away, and now there's Seeds at the tier 1 of the mid lane.
Dino is the target, needs to flicker out, but Royal Ace is now being targeted himself, goes down.
He's Royal Ace, but he's not the ace that Demi Esports need. He is going to be the ace that's in the hands of Ake. You can see Samis try to go into the quad shadow. Doesn't have any sort of damage, especially when the rest of Ake are grouped up.
For now, he seems like a little bit of a joker card, not really that useful to Demi Esports. Right now, two deaths, unfortunately for him. Of course, it's a roamer, so not really that important, but it kind of shows how will the T be spilled in the rest of the game.
Man, I feel like at this point, they need to learn to slow the pace down, right? Oh my god!
But they cannot because they are getting dove under mid tower. Early Dino goes down together with Betty, and now Royal Ace only has his eyes for crying because right now he's rethinking his life choices, staring into this wall. No, he's back. He's back. There is still hope in his eyes. I see it. But not really that much hope left for Demi Esports because with that composition, you cannot really fall off, and Zamis is next target to be dove.
Yeah, I think right now Samis is looking. I don't think he's a good target for them to dive upon. He has to use the Yogi Shadow Kill to clear out the wave. Has the Retribution as well at the same time, so it should work out well.
Shadow Kill, can he survive? He jumps out now. No more mobility spells for him, but this is just enough.
No, I think this is not the right play that he was looking to go for. Samis could have actually cleared out the wave, saved the tower on the one side, but here they go for
Mako with a flank angle, going for Betty, needs to use vengeance down, or theirs goes down. Mega kill, unstoppable for Mako, and they go for Zamis. Zamis is unfortunately a very slippery ninja, so he survives this one.
Ninja indeed. The Ogi Shadow Kill is gonna have a big part to play. But
he goes for more, but Dank finds an engage, getting terrified, but still tanking up those damages. Monster kill. Toby goes down, but doesn't matter because the rest of them probably can play it out. I don't know about this one though. Zamis is trying to chase down, but Maku survives. 6-0-3. This Joy is unstoppable right now.
Yeah, at this point, the Joy, yes, it is still good in the meta. 6-0-3 in the right hands. Anything can be meta at this point, folks. And you can see 4-0-3, 0-0-8, 6-0-3, 0-0-5. Those are some fantastic KDAs for a mid to late game lineup. And knowing that now Toby is allowed the space to create the plays for the rest to dive out of the back line. Kuro is the one looking to get that big penalty zone.
Betty getting caught up, but still it's easy. Jumps over the wall, survives this one. Early Dino getting caught up himself, has to flicker out, and now the targets are getting taken on top side. Betty goes down. Zamis, not really. Betty survives, but Zamis dies in her stead as Ake continues to dominate their opponents.
Oh my god, it's not looking good, man, for Demi Esports. In the best of one, Ake are taking this game by storm. As we mentioned earlier, Warren, 25k gold in their side, and Demi Esports is 17.8, closing the 18k mark, but that is a whole 7k difference, right? And that's going to be a massive confidence boost to Ake, especially in a BO1 where they're trying to end the game as early as possible and then look forward to the next opponent.
I mean, there could still be hope if you've noticed on the gold graph. Yasuki is actually not so far behind opposing AD carry. Opposing gold laner. He's sitting on 5,000 gold. Of course, compared to Joy, it's still a little bit lacking. But 5,000 gold for him, 2 items completed. There's still a little bit of hope.
Yeah, there definitely is at this point, but I feel like it needs to come in the form of a play.
They're going for those throw. 3 plays getting caught up under their mid lane tower, almost getting bursted.
Oh my god, if there was one single minion present there, that was clean signal for Kuru to dive in with a penalty zone, and that could have easily been a full 5-man wipeout for Ake, and Demi Esports would not have had any sort of a possible comeback. But understanding that there's a gold shield, a holy shield present in the inhibitor, buying them enough time at this point to make sure they can get something in their favor. But look at the goal lead. We spoke about it being 7k. Now it's to hit the 10k mark. And Ake are dominating this game. The map is blue. The Lord is on their side. They need to find some sort of split. And that's why you see it's taking 4 individuals from Demi Esports to get 1 tower, and that's on the long lane, and that's a tier 1.
Tier 1 traded for Lord, and Kuru, just as he didn't have such a strong start compared compared to the rest of his team into this match. Now he is on 0-0-9 and he is doing the work. He's making those engages. He is filling the gaps for his team and now trying to go for Zamis. Zamis is still a slippery ninja as he was a little time ago, and he still will be until the end of the game probably.
Yeah, and I think this has been such a devastating game for Demi Esports to make any sort of comeback from. They have the range, they have the wave clear on their side, but Royal Ace or Betty need to play the sacrificial lamb in this case, and you can see Samis is doing as the best that he can to try and clear out the wave, actually trying to go for an outplay, won't be able to do so, but on the top side, the entire fight will be circling around Kuru and that big penalty zone as the Lord is marching down the mid lane.
There is still Aura on mid line, so you could use that for some damage on Lord. Aura has been lost on the top side. Now you try to defend it. Betty, half HP. Yasuki trying to poke them out. Lord getting pretty low. I think they can even defend the tower. Betty needs to jump out. Terrified. Maku might be going down now. Maku goes down. Shut down for Zamis, but Betty goes down herself. Yasuki is gone now, so you don't have the damage. I am worried this might be the end for you. There's still 4 members of the opposing team trying to crash down on her base. Zamis needs to play this absolutely perfectly to survive.
No, he doesn't have the OP shadow kill. So this is over. Ake take the first game in this best of 1, and I'll move on to round number 2 in the Surge qualifiers for the EMC. And what a game that was, right, Warren? It was absolute utter domination from start to finish. Clean game. The only time they traded a tower was when they wanted the Lord.
Exactly. Until then, they were absolutely there was no gold, no resources for the opposing team. Demi Esports is so rough. The question to be had is definitely what would happen if this would go into a BO3. What would happen there? What would be the draft approach for the second game for Demi Esports? Maybe we could see them coming out on top in that second game, but well, we will never get that answer because Demi Esports, unfortunately for them, are out of today's tournament already from the first round, and Ake looking pretty strong.
Ake definitely looking strong, and I feel like this is a team that shouldn't be slept on. Of course, this is a team that everyone is looking out for in the entire tournament, and not just Ake, folks. We have some star-studded teams, and let me just read a couple of them to you. Yes, you have Ake. And then you have Special Cases, the winner of the last qualifier, right? And of course, at the same time, you have Flying Eagles, another team that has been consistent throughout the entire Surge Europe tournaments. But also you have Birthright, a Spanish powerhouse that's here to show that Spain can also fight it out with the top dogs. And then you have Memento Mori, another staple name in these tournaments. Of course, we spoke about this off camera as well, Warren. The Hubba Bubba is also a great team here in this current in this match, in this tournament rather. And then you have the 2 giants that everyone's looking out for, right? Teeny Bamboozle, and then you have Miracle Gen. It is 2 opposite ends, the kryptonite of each other, and we'll like to see how that will go down. Hopefully, we get to see them go against each other later as well.
Hoping for that.
Yeah, and I think at this point, if I'm not wrong, we're probably going to go into a short break and be right back for the next match. hey, looks like we came back a little sooner than we expected. We need to tell Serge about production, right? He just sprung up. Oh, we had 30 seconds, and he's like, hey, we're getting in. Like, oh my God, what's going on? But anyways, folks, we're making sure to bring you the game much faster. That's what's going on, at least for this one, because we have a fan favorite. Yes, you heard it. We're talking about Miracle Gen that's going to go against Team Limit in round number 2. And of course, to bring you the action, myself, Kronos, alongside me, Warren. And Warren, we were just looking at the patch updates, right? How you liking it?
Well, man, there is some hot stuff happening now. I completely understand now when I caught up to speed. Now I completely understand the respect ban for Arlott and a lot of stuff happening in that patch as well. I'm excited about how the meta shifts, and of course with new patches, the idea that the meta will be shifting is there. So I'm excited how will the competitive scene change. You have already pinpointed that you believe that the assassin meta should be shifted away and we should be going into more tankier composition, which will be pretty exciting, because I feel like problems with pro play is always if there is too much one shot, because everything happens so quickly. There is no option for counterplay, there is no option to outplay, there is no way to make those crazy highlight plays if everything gets one-shotted immediately. So I am quite liking it. And your Uranus, all right, first ban. Ooh, like it.
I'll tell you what, it's not the fact that we're going to see tanks back a lot more. It's going to be a lot more sustain, right? The sustain meta is going to be so good in the currently, and it's going to make such a difference, because the longer you stay in fights, the longer you're able to dish out damage, and the longer you can prolong. I'm just saying about long things, but you know, it's going to be a good match. Basically, the fights are going to be so extended that you're going to have more opportunities to come back. And that's why you can see one of the heroes that's slightly been buffed in the current meta, this Uranus, has been taken off. And Uranus's patch note just reads the fact that he gets 80% magical damage, right? His basic attacks deals 80% magic damage of the total physical attack that he builds. So that means if you build a golden staff on him, he's going to have 80% into ×3 with the passive golden staff. So he's going to be doing so much damage in the form of a basic attack and right in front of your face too. So Uranus is something that's going to be super annoying in this current meta. And you can see on the other side, they take out a Ballman. I'm not really sure if this is just to kind of stop ZL in his tracks. And also at the same time, Nana taken off and another Johnson. Okay, these guys are trolling.
I mean, I thought, there was just a bug fix. I thought I saw Balmont buff, but it was actually just a bug fix. Well, yeah, it's kind of questionable to approach such a strong opponent with these peculiar bans. Maybe it's because they have a different strategy, they have a different tactic in mind, and that's why they are canceling out those champions that could be probably countering them. But I don't really see how much of a counter pick is Balmont. And even Saber. I don't know what's happening there, Kronos.
Yeah, I think we're trying to get confirmation if it's going to be a restart. Maybe that could have been a bug or so. So just waiting for the communication coming in from the back end. But you know what? I just realized, Warren. Yes, you heard of Miracle Gen, right? Yes, you heard of Miracle Gen. But have you heard of Limit?
Well, now you speak about them, I did.
Team Limit. These guys, again, infamous for changing names. These are some of the top players in Europe. Not now, from a long, long time. And I'm talking about, I know these guys. Kingsta is such a versatile player. They're the winners of the MESL that took place a few months ago, right? MESL was one of the top tournaments before tournaments brought in by Surge, organized by their current partners, that is Mobile Legends European Esports. And this is the team that won the whole thing. Kingsta, Mio, I'm not sure about Burger, but Mr. Death and Q. Bro, this is a stack lineup. Like, this is champion-worthy lineup. This is a lineup that could go toe-to-toe against special cases. So I'm not even sure if we're going to see Miracle Gen move on to the next round, because they are going up against a wall right now. And Kingsta with Mr. Death. Mr. Death, my personal nickname to Mr. Death is the Grim Reaper. And I want to see the Grim Reaper show up today.
All right, so you are basically saying that Team Limit will not even need to limit test because they will just prevail, they will crush their opponents, and Miracle Generation will actually need to stand up to their name and provide a miracle for themselves to proceed to the rest of the tournament. This is basically what you are saying. All right, Kronos. All right, Kronos. That completely changed my expectations.
I got goosebumps.
That completely changed my expectations of this game, because I was going into that and being like, all right, Miracle Generation, we know them, we know the repertoire, we know what's gonna happen. They will crush their opponents. But then I've seen Kingston, then you are speaking about them, and I'm like, oh wait, hold on a second. Yeah, this name rings a bell. This is going to be a tough battle. But with those bans, I was kind of confused. But now that we have a restart, that's making a lot of sense. So pretty soon we should be going into a fresh draft. So we will probably not be seeing Balmont, Johnson, and Saber. Of course, maybe since they are so high IQ players, maybe they know something that both of us don't know, Kronos. Maybe Johnson, Balmont, and Saber is actually the new meta. And maybe we are both sleeping completely.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you what, we were sleeping. I was a little sleepy until I saw who Miracle Gen were going against. And yes, it's on the bottom side of the bracket, this match in round number 2. And I'll be honest, I want to see Teeny Bamboozle versus Miracle Gen. I want to see Nikki and Donzo versus ZL, right? I want to see Miracle Gen go against them. That's the story that's been building up, at least with all the drama that's been happening around Europe for a while. But for Miracle Gen to go against Team Limit, I didn't expect, I'll be honest, I didn't expect them to come to meet them this early. Especially in this qualifier. They did tell me that they're going to register. I know Mr. Det personally a little bit. I know Kingsta as well. I know Q not so much, but these are players that are staple names in the European scene for quite some time. They're not someone who's come in recently. They've been playing tournaments for years. And these guys are some of the top players, especially Kingsta. I cannot stress upon how good Kingsta is. Like, Kingsta is one of the most versatile player. And looking at that, seems like they were only switching up the sides that they're going against. And right now, Team Limit against Miracle Gen. Man, this is a showcase of the Immortals. This is going to be an absolute interesting game.
All right, now we have Ladmon ban. Against that is being put up an Arnold ban. Now with the new patch notes, this is making complete sense. So now I'm thinking about the second one. Will Kalia prevail and be picked up by either of the teams, or did the teams decide to move on already from Kalia because she is old stuff? She is over the expiration date. Now we have new hot things with the new patch.
New hot things with this new patch, and with the fact that I want to see Limit. I haven't seen Limit play in a long time, and I hope this is not one of those games that, you know, that they're coming in without any warm up, because on their day they can beat an MDL MPL level team. That's how good these guys are. I'm telling you, like, you can't sleep. Mr. Det better show up with some better show up with some of those gameplays that we know him to give. Kingsta is absolutely great on the Cho in the roam position, and I think that's what they're going to go for. Get a Cho, get themselves something that cooks in this current meta, and you're going to have an absolute treat of a game in our hands.
Well, Mr. Dev shouldn't definitely forget his Reaper for today, because that would suck. He would be weaponless. But so far it looks like things will be shaken up by this first pick, because we didn't see his lovely face for a quite long time. What do you think about it?
These guys are trolling, man. I'm telling you. Team Limit's trolling right now. They go for the first pick, Eason shit. I'm not really sure why would they do that. But on the other side, you can see Miracle Gen are not phased. They know what they want to do. They know what heroes are good in the meta. Yes, there's a slight buff, slight nerf going on in and around the Land of Dawn. But with the Phoveus being a staple pick, he's always good. The Harriet, yes, he's got a slight bit of a nerf to the Starlium Sight item, but that doesn't mean he's not going to do great. And look at that. Q in the goal lane. We spoke about the Bruno with a slight buff that he's received. 2.5% crit chance. And not just the crit chance, the reduction in the mana usage is going to make him more stable in the lane. Going to help him be longer in these lanes after you get the Haas's Claws against the Harriet. I really like this Bruno pick. So far, this Bruno is cooking, but on the other side, with the Phoveus and Harriet, there might be something else, and they get themselves a Lapu Lapu. Limit or over the limit at this point?
Lapu Lapu, love to see his face here today. Since he was already banned in the first round, I was expecting that he might slip in maybe sometime later, and he did. So we will be seeing him. I don't know how he matches up into Phoebus. He should be quite alright. Depends, of course, on the player how they will both play it out. Minotaur to cancel out this playmaking potential for the opposing side. Well, you were hyping up Bruno. You were saying, alright, he got buffed. He should be pretty strong. I don't know about his lane matchup into Harit, since Harit tries to scale up into those late game teamfights, and he should be much more mobile than Bruno. So I'm a little bit worried for his blonde face.
Still waters run deep.
I'm worried about his blonde face is one thing for sure, but I think this Minotaur is the Minotaur, more than diving, right? The Minotaur is kind of going to prevent this Lapu Lapu from diving along with his Eastern Shin. So I feel like the Minotaur is good, but then again, it's kind of very passive in the early game. You need an early game jungler. You need an early game mid laner to try and cement the position or cement the mid game that the Minotaur can provide with his Minoan Furies. And they need to be looking at a Lu Yi right now. If they get their hands on a Lu Yi in the mid lane, the Lu Yi Minotaur combo definitely helps out quite a lot. But again, they need something in the jungle that can provide them the space, that can be straight dominating from the get-go. And I think they need to find those answers. Lu Yi is something I'm looking for Miracle Gen, unless Limit are looking to ban it out. The Farsa taken off the table to make sure there's no high ground present on the side of Team Limit. The Ling, of course, being taken away just because they respect the fact that ZL's Ling is absolutely good, and given the fact that in the current meta, he's got a slight bit of a buff as well. The Lancelot, another here that got slight bit of a buff. I think ZL is really good on the Lancelot, but here, they gotta pick up the Lu Yi. If they don't pick up the Lu Yi, it's gonna go in the hands of Limit.
I don't know what I think about it, Farsa being banned out, because since Zeus and the rest of his squad are first picking before their opponents, I feel like Farsa would make a strong addition into their composition, since she would clear out a lot of space and not let them approach the rest of her team. So now, when you cut yourself in lag, you have to think about something else. I definitely guess they have something else in mind, because why else would they be doing that? And in 9 seconds, we should get to that. And it's going to be Kagura, which you already spoke about with me before, right behind, some minutes ago, behind the curtains. And we were spoken about how she is not really that strong, if I remember right.
Yeah, I think the Kagura is not the fact that she's super strong. It's just the fact that there is more potential to outplay and sustain. You got an extra bit of shield that comes through, and you got to play Kagura like an assassin. Is an absolutely monstrous hero in the right hands. Kagura is always going to be in the meta, never going to be taken off just because of the fact that you have an inbuilt Purify skill with that same umbrella. But right now, I was expecting more of a Lu Yi, because if you look at the Minotaur and the Kagura in the mid lane together, you're really inviting a lot of pressure from the side of Team Limit. And knowing an Eastern Shin, he's the one that kind of needs pressure on his side to make sure he's not able to get the snowball rolling for his team. But now if you're inviting the same on the opposition, you're giving a lot more space. And Lapu Lapu, if he gets a cut on the lane early on, if he's able to proxy the wave compared to Zeus, it will be a difficult time for Miracle Gen. So hopefully they have some jungler that has a lot of early game presence, because they have a lot of magic damage right now. So Joy, although I wouldn't suggest it, it's not bad, right? Because you're going against the bouncing ball, you're going against a lot of kiting with the Chang'e. So Hayabusa's left open. I'm not sure if Hayabusa is a great pick, especially after the nerf, but it definitely is a pick that Miracle Gen could go for at this point.
I mean, depends on the mid lane priority. You were saying that Kagura and Minotaur will have a little bit of trouble, but I'm thinking Alpha would be pretty decent. He can catch Bruno off guard. Oh, it's actually Cho. Much more mobile, but much more in trouble from the Kufra side, because Kufra will be much more deadly to him.
Man, I'm not sure what's going on. That's a Cho that's being picked up. There's a Minotaur. I feel like there is no retribution here. So I'm not sure what's going on. I feel like...
Don't we have another remake, or what's going on?
I feel like this has got to be a remake, right? In my opinion, I feel like this got to be a remake because they need retribution on their side. But I did see that ZL picked up the retribution in the hands of the Cho. So this is something different. We're not used to seeing ZL on the Cho quite a lot. And I feel like this... You need the flicker for the Cho to make plays. But again, you're preventing the dive. I'm not sure, man. This is a game that's completely up in the air for me now.
And there's definitely been cooking with that last pick from the side of Zedel and the rest of his squad. And well, it's up to debate. It's up to debate for now. It's up to them to show us how strong of a pick this is. Of course, Cho paired up with that flicker is super strong combination. You always need to look out for that. Now cutting out this flicker from his kit. I don't know how well this is going to work. Of course, Zedel with Retribution can slow down his opponents, his targets, so he can set up that kick as well still through that slow.
Oh my god, folks, I was gonna say this is definitely something that's going on with their draft, because at this point feels like Miracle Gen are having some troubles with in-game bugs, most likely, and I feel like that's definitely going to be another remake for these teams. But until we find out more information, I feel like we're just waiting to see what's going to happen, because at this point it's absolutely insane given the fact that we're going to see one of the top games. And Warren, I'm not overhyping, man. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to say too much, but I feel like this is a game that is finals worthy. These are some players that are there in the scene for quite some time, and it's a highlight game, my guy. Because I'll tell you what, when I saw Team Limit play last, they had a different name back then, right? I think they were called Extremely Slay, and watching this team play just brings in a lot of emotions. Their plays, their decision making, and the fact that they went against some big powerhouses, MPL level teams, and beat them in a tournament, which is not even on their, by starting out in the qualifiers, not being a pre-seeded team. They went through the open qualifiers. That was the team that played the most games in the entire tournament, and they still made it on top. And everyone disregarded them, discounted them in the start of the entire tournament. And I feel like that is something that they need to watch out for, especially now they're going against Miracle. Hopefully they have the same hunger as they did before. Otherwise, we're probably going to see a slight bit of a different game. But now, looking at the fact that they're going up against Miracle Gen, hey man, I want to see the best of the best clash it out.
Wait, I don't think Saber was banned. Was he though?
I
think they are just trying to go through the draft as fast as they can, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, this game looks like it's cursed, honestly. Chronos, this game looks cursed. First remake, through the bans, wrong side, now wrong last pick. Well, let's talk about that last pick. What do you think will it be? Because we already know it's not going to be Cho, so what will it be? Will it be that alpha? What do you think?
It definitely can't be an alpha, if you ask me. Alpha right now against the Bruno, against the Chang'e, you're looking for suicide, especially against what Easunchin and the Kufra. That's absolute suicide, if you ask me. Although in the jungle here, I would like to see a Joy. Zedel's good on the Joy, right? He needs to be confident on the Joy, and I feel like he needs to bring that confidence for his team, because he's the one that makes the clock tick on their side. And with that, it's gonna be something that's good. Oh, so wait, I see.
They banned Jisun Shin, so but they had him in their roster. What's going on? Wait, now I'm confused.
I don't know, man.
Was that the wrong? Wait. So Cho was actually the lock-in for the side of Miracle Generation, but for the side of Limit, Jisun Shin wasn't. Is that it? Is that it? Because Kufra is now being picked up as a first pick. I think that's it. That could be it, Kronos.
Is it? Is it not? I'm not really sure.
Or
at this
did
point,
they?
right?
Or did they fumble the bag once again, and we have a third remake? Oh my!
I'm telling you, man, this game looks like it's gonna be going on and on for days at this point, just because of the fact that it's so many remakes. And I don't even know our camera was right in front of our faces because I'm trying to get some confirmation on what's going on the other side. I feel like this is something that needs to be probably needs to be looked at. So maybe, Warren, do you think we go for a short break before we come back?
I mean, it should be fixed pretty soon. So I think we should be all right, Kronos. But of course, if you want to slip in for a quick break and we fix it behind the curtains, we can still go for that. So we would be giving time for our viewers to set up their tents, set up their sleeping bags, because today is going to be a long day. And as Kronos have been saying, these two teams, oh baby, they are something. And well, now based on the drafts, it looks like they are not really that skilled, right? If we look at the facts, because they fumbled 3 times to connect together the right composition. So it looks like we are kind of yapping right now. But promise to all of you viewers, these teams should be it. This should be pretty bloody nice. BO1, very strong teams on both sides. And we promise you, this time, or we both eat our flippers, they will actually finish the draft correctly and we go for that game.
That's not me, guys. That's what Warren said. Don't he just clubbing up with me. I don't think I don't want to say that part. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't say I'm gonna eat clippers and all that stuff. But hey, on the bright side, okay, look at that. They lock in the Yi Sun-shin. Mr. Death is a Yi Sun-shin staple. That's one of his best picks one of his best picks overall since he's been playing the game, from what I've heard. But at this point, I feel like on the other side, Miracle Gen really need to pull up. I want to see what's in that jungle, because that's going to be such a big difference, man. That jungle pick is going to make such a big difference just because of the fact that it's going to make or break the game for Miracle Gen at this point. And you can see they're going for it still with the last pick. Already Limit has locked in their lineup. Now, Miracle Gen need to pull up. At this point, what are they gonna pull out in the jungle? No!
What?
This guy is insane at this point. Given the fact that there's a Cooper on the other side, he still wants to go for this Alucard in the jungle, folks.
What? I lost my words. I lost my voice. What is happening? Now we have Alucard last pick. That Cho would make so much more sense, but no, it's Alucard. Did I miss something in the latest patch? Did he get overbuffed? Kronos, what do you think about this?
Man, I'm telling you, I was just streaming before I started this, right? And I was playing with Zerel himself. He was playing the Alucard. I thought he was trolling. Bro was actually practicing in secret to make sure he can kind of pull it up in the European qualifiers for the EMC at this point. Hey, if you guys want to check it out, you can go check it out always. But right now, Miracle Gen going against Team Limit. It's a great pocket pick, right? Alucard's such a great pocket pick, has so much sustain, has a lot of damage as well. And I feel like I've been a fan of Alucard for quite a long time. I've helped teams that I coach say that, hey, Alucard's a good pick. You got to put him in the right draft. In this game particularly, he's not the best pick given the fact that there's a Kufra on the other side, but he does have everything that it takes. He has the sustain, he has the damage, he has the chase, and oh my god, can he dish out a lot of bursts. So it's gonna look good for both these teams. It all comes down to who's able to take
already going for the play for Mio. Mio Val HP and needs to revitalize to survive a little bit longer on this lane. And you were speaking, Para on his Minotaur cannot do anything in early game. Well, look at him, Kronos. He already making plays.
He is making plays. It's just because of the fact that you can see Neferi is just poking Mio in the back line. And now you can see again.
More. He goes for Mio. Mio needs to speed away on her. What is that? Is that part of the moon? Is it her head? What is she flying on actually?
It's a moon. She's actually flying on a crescent moon at this point. You know, trying to dish out some damage, just sitting pretty and making
Did
sure.
Neferia steal it? Neferia stole this crap so nonchalantly, like she doesn't even care. She stole it right from the hands of Mr.
Flame
Death.
shot. It's that flame shot, bro. But here, Mr. Death.
Mr. Death looked like he could be dead himself. Alucard with an invade already. Victor now in 1v2. I don't think he quite likes that.
Yeah, and I think at this point you can see, oh, look at on the top side, ZL. He's getting some backup as well from his team. Kingston might be going down and out. No, they don't bite the dust.
Zedel already level 4. I feel like he's a little bit ahead in front of Mr. Death. I don't know what is the camp count right now, but I feel like he should be. Oh, there's a fight happening. Para needs to flicker out. Survives for a little bit longer. Goes right back in. First blooded. I don't think that was the correct play. Para should have probably jumped out from this.
And there it is, folks. That's first blood drawn like a signature on the side of Team Limit at this point. And Miracle Gen need to find a way to bounce back in the turtle fight.
Or distort it. Now Zeus tries to steal it. Cannot quite connect. And Retribution takes it in the hands of Limit. And now Zeus trying to play it out against 3 members. I don't think he wants that smoke. He needs to return to the safety of his jungle.
I think the smoke is something that they don't need, but you can see Mr. Death is farming up really good and really fast. That turtle only boosts his chances to try and get ahead in terms of the damage item power spike that he's looking for. Yes, the EXP lane is going to be kind of, you know, just bruisers fighting out against each other.
Wait a second,
Zuta's
Super could be dying, could be going down by the hands of the, well, not really police. Phoebus strikes me more as a vigilante kind of type, but he almost got back to jail for his Lapu Lapu gameplay, unfortunately.
Yeah, but at this point, Mr. Death has been farming, man. The Grim Reaper is going to be online soon, folks.
Oh, Para once again getting caught, doesn't have Flicker this time, so he goes down again.
Hey, man, Limit have got first blood. They got the next kill as well. That's blood in the water, folks. And now Sharks are circling. And that's coming in from Team Limit. Momentum now is in their hands. Miracle Gen need to find a way to get ZL the items, and he needs to snowball fast.
They tried to go for Mio. Mio flickered out to survive. Victor was now the target. Needed to purify actually to survive engage from Kingsta. And Victor not looking so hot in that landing phase. We were speaking about that matchup, how it will probably go. And Q is making it look like it's super good for Bruno.
I agree. I've always been a fan of Bruno going against the Herod. Oh my god, ZL gets taken down on the bot side.
And now Zeus could be the next target. He's trying to play it out with Phoebus. He is trying to show like he can punch back, and he could definitely punch back. But now, if he lurks around a little bit too long, he might be the next target.
Yeah, and I feel like this is going to be important. But here, Mio getting targeted down.
Nefira not really having that much mana left for herself, and Kingstar is right in her face, not letting her play this out.
Yeah, at this point with the turtle being up, but I feel like Miracle Gen definitely need that in their favor. But you can see the wave clear coming in from Mio with that meteor shower is quite a lot. ZL just reaching that level 7 right now while Mr. Death's already ahead. And as the Eason Shin, he gets another kill on the bot side.
Oh, he does indeed. Unfortunately, we didn't quite catch that, but we should be catching this fight on top side. There we have Turtle already started by Kingsta. Q is here, Mr. Death moving, and Lapu Lapu is moving here as well. You don't have Zeus, you should be dropping it if you are Miracle Generation.
Yeah, at this point, it feels like Miracle Gen need to find answers, but it's not coming through because you can see it's a macro masterclass that's coming over from Team Limit, knowing how to play the Eason Shin to the utmost.
He's already started it, trying to go for Para. Para, fortunately for him, finds an angle to survive.
Yeah, and I was saying, they know how to play the Eason Shin lineup. They know how to play this Eason Shin composition to utmost perfection. It's going to be super difficult for a Miracle Gen to find any sort of way, but here...
They go for Para. Para is getting obliterated. He goes down. Killing spree. Couldn't even flicker out, and now they turn their eyes to Victor, and Victor tries to play it out, but it's 1v3. Double kill goes for Mr. Death, and he is already 4-0-2. And now Kagura is only thinking to herself, can I defend this tower? Looks like she can, but now here Zedel and Zeus could make a cross map happen.
Hey folks, I've said it before. He is Mr. Death. Wherever he walks, there's death that follows. The Grim Reaper, folks, is online right now and is looking for more.
And they go for Zeus. Zeus cannot really survive this one. He tries to though, but unfortunately goes down. Lapu Lapu picks up this kill. And they, as they proceed into opposing jungle, they try to go for that camp, and they try to go for more, actually. Kingsta, fortunately for the rest of Miracle Generation, misses this combo, but Substancer and the rest of the gang are able to finish up camps and leave unscathed.
Not just the fact that they're leaving unscathed. Look at the kill score, look at the towers, and look at the gold lead. Team Limit are leading on all fronts. Miracle Gen, they need to pull a rabbit out of the hat at this point because Kingsta is just focusing down on Para, and you can see the Minoan Rage coming along with Fury.
Kingsta. Kingsta overstepped. Now he could be in trouble. He's trying to stun them down, slow them down in their advance.
Yeah, definitely slowing them down, but you can see now the top side is going to be the target, but the Meteor Shower going to help them clear the wave, and this is the power of the Chang'e. While in the mid lane, Mr. Death just took away tier 1.
Oh, he did, and he is already level, going for more, going for Zeus. Not really this time, actually. They are waiting for Turtle, looks like.
They have to wait for the turtle at this point because there's not much to do in and around the map, but I feel like Team Limit are gonna get that once again caught up in the bag because at this point, ZL and Miracle Gen, they need to find answers, otherwise they'll be putting the fries in the bag, little bro.
It's 4v4 now. Turtle almost getting taken, and Mr. Dev will finish it with Retribution. Now Zeus is the target, and he gets obliterated. Zeus without Vengeance is of course not as tanky as that other Phoebus setup could be, so he goes down once more. 0-3 for him. And in Miracle Generation, they don't really have teeth right now.
Oh my god, Victor just gets obliterated on the top side with a volley shot. You can see Mr. Death on the bot side taking away a tier 1 tower. All tier 1s are down and out. King still looking for a play.
Oh, they are going for that play, going for Para, killing spree for Lapu Lapu, and they go for ZL. And I don't think even Alucard can survive with his lifesteal, because this damage was just too much.
Yeah, at this point you can see Kingsta looking for more. Nefaria able to use the same A umbrella to get out of harm's way, and right now they're zoning out Zeus, not letting him clear the wave while there's siege at the tier 2.
Zeus goes for a play, goes for Kingsta, but still it's a roamer. I don't think that's the correct target. Victor goes together with Kingsta with Zeus. Victor tries to go for Mio. Mio needs to flicker out actually, and now Miracle Generation showing that they still have some teeth indeed.
Telling you guys are underestimating Team Limit. Yes, Miracle Gen's a fan favorite. I'm a big fan of Miracle Gen at the same time. I like these players, the play style, but at this point feels like they're punching a little above their weight. Team Limit, these players have been there in the pro scene for Europe for a long time, especially some familiar names with Q, with Kingsta, with Mr. Death, and Mio at the same time. I'm not sure who the Substance Seller gang is, but at this point, they're definitely pulling up, and these gangsters are looking like they want to dominate the land of Dawn.
Lapu with a face could be going down. He tries to survive. There's this protection from his Greatsword Sense. Survives with a flicker, jumps over the wall, but now the target is Kingsta. Zeus goes for him deeper into the enemy lines. Now he goes down for his action, and Mr. Def trying to play it out, gets CC'd by Para, and he gets stopped in his tracks. Kingsta charging something up. Could be looking for more, but he decides not to.
And this is what I spoke about in the draft as well earlier, right, Warren? We're talking about the Minotaur. Yes, he's okay when it comes to mid-game team fights, but he needed someone in the early game to add that pressure. And Kagura is not one of those mages that adds on pressure in the early game. Lu Yi would have fit the bill so perfectly, but opting to go for an assassin mid to late game style mage with this Kagura means that the early game is left wide open, and Team Limit just abused that entire early game. And yes, ZL's playing on an Alucard, but he's again a mid to late game hero.
Speaking about ZL and getting abused, right now we can see he's getting absolutely abused by Kingsta on the bottom side.
Yeah, and I feel like this is because of the fact that there's no space being created for ZL to dish out any sort of damage. There's no peel coming in from the team, and every time Para goes in, he gets choked upon. He gets jumped by their entire side of Team Limit. As you can see, Kingsta's looking for a jump right now.
Oh, he is, and he finds Para, goes for him, engages under the tower. Now Chunk with ultimate trying to make some space. Para playing it out. Now Substancer getting chunked up as well, but it's still Lapu Lapu super tanking unstoppable. Mr. Def finishes him off, and now it's only 4 members of the opposing team still alive. Kingsta trying to find another engage, not really connecting though. Lord goes down.
Folks, the Grim Reaper is back. Officially, we're taking a look at one of Europe's top junglers in this current meta, with picking up this Eastern Shin, going against another top jungler in ZL with a pocket pick in this Alucard. Yes, they have a lot to offer singularly.
Once again, they go for Victor. Victor tries to jump out. Harit is, of course, still pretty mobile, trying to kite away. Now Para is here. They try to play it out, but Victor maybe overstepped a bit. He survives. Now Zedel tries to play it out. There's a sustain, there's lifesteal, but not enough. Mr. Def is level 15, and he kills once more.
The Grim Reaper is back online indeed. The two top junglers going against each other. Yes, they're brilliant in individual skill, but the team is what makes these factors, right? It's a 5v5, not a 1v1. And in this 5v5, Team Limit are pushing Miracle Gen to the limit.
They are indeed. And as we approach 12-minute mark pretty soon, now we look at the goal difference is 10,000 to the side of Team Limit. 3 turtles, 1 lord, slain 8 towers. We can even say it's complete domination from the side of Team Limit. Of course, you had 3 deaths for 3 kills picked up for the side of Miracle Gen, but it's only 3 compared to 14 and 10,000 gold difference. Mr. Def level 15. Once again, I remind you, compared to level 12 on ZL.
Hey man, I'm telling you, why do you think I call him the Grim Reaper? Wherever he walks, death follows, and that's why he's Mr. Death. And with Kingsta setting up the place for him so beautifully, all he's got to do is come and finish them up. Because at this point, you can look at the KDA 607, and now the Lapu.
They are going for Zeus. Zeus cannot really survive. Tries to flicker out. He survives for a bit, but now they try to push even more into
oh my god,
Zedel trying to play it out. Substancera is in trouble, needs to jump out. Victor trying to play it out, but his ult is now down. Para getting absolutely destroyed by Chang'e, and now they have to retreat back into their base as Team Limit go for Lord.
Nefiria got an absolutely brilliant play, right? With that yin-yang overturn, and now without the items being present for Nefiria, there is no damage coming out from this Kagura. Yes, the Kagura got a slight bit of a buff, but you still need those items to do something in the Land of Dawn, and not having those is actually proving to be a bane of the existence of Miracle Gen's lineup currently.
And this Lord that just been taken, it was so fast. I blink, I think I missed the taking of the Lord just by blinking. It was so immediate. Just as the Team Limit are dominating their opponents, they as well dominate the map together with Lord. Takes, it seems like 23,000 on this Lord, so he will not be going so fast as the Lords before. 13-minute mark as he marches into enemy base.
It's a 10k gold lead on the side of Team Limit. The Lord is being fast-tracked in the mid lane, already used the Meteor Shower, and now Kingsta is going to be looking for the jump of a lifetime, and Para better watch out and get that Fury on point.
They try to play it out, they go for it, they try to survive the Lord, going for Lord half HP, Zedel try to play it out, he has super much lifesteal, Mr. Def goes down, now Substancera is down as well, Victor tries to defend the base, and Lord is dead, now Para tries to play it out, Nefiria goes in together with Victor, but this might be too deep, you still need that base to defend, Q getting very low, now Zeus needs to run away, he doesn't have his flicker, Victor tries to play it out, he doesn't have his ult available, base is super low, Victor needs to play a play of his life, and he tries to do so. Mio almost dead, but Victor cannot really defend. 1v3 unfortunately goes down in the end.
Oof. Folks, it is true. The Grim Reaper is back up in the Land of Dawn in Europe, dominating once again with that Sun Shin. And I've told you this before, Warren, that was one of the games that you could like to see go down to a best of 7. Unfortunately, we get to see only a best of 1. Yes, Miracle Gen are a favorite. Yes, they are a Miracle generation of their own coming in from France. But at this point, I felt like it's just it caught them by surprise. This is what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. And Team Limit, by God, did they show up on point.
I mean, they are right to be called generation. And what comes after that generation? A new generation. And it looks like Team Limit is part of that new generation because they absolutely dominated their opponents.
Man, they dominated their opponents indeed, and at this point, my goodness, it just came down to the composition that Miracle Gen had for themselves, right? They played what they could in the best of their abilities, but 60 to 70% of the game, man, is in the draft. And we spoke about this during the draft itself. Yes, the Minotaur is okay against a dive composition, but you need an early game mage to pair it up. And I'm not saying that Nefir played a bad game. Nefir played absolutely well, but the Kagura in this particular composition, it would have fit anywhere else, but in this particular composition, you need the mid lane that has a lot of early game presence. You need to dominate the river and peel for the team. Unfortunately, the damage didn't come through from the mid lane, and Kingston was just dominating the entire river by himself. And that just never gave the opportunity, never let the space open for ZL to dish out any form of damage on the Alucard. The Alucard looks surprising as a pocket pick, but if you're not able to dish out the damage, if your team is not poking down the opposition, and you mentioned about the Farsa as well, the Farsa would have been a great addition to their team. If they had someone who could poke them a little bit for ZL to come and clean up shop, it could have been a different story. But unfortunately, this is the way the cookie crumbles, and Team Limit had a better draft moving on in this game, so they came out with the victory.
They baked better. They definitely baked this game better. So their cookie crumbled a little bit better for their side. It's all I can say. And well, we should be moving on to next round pretty soon. And we are hoping you won't be needing your tents and sleeping bags. Of course, if you got those, that's perfect. That's great. And hope you are drinking enough water. You should. It's pretty hot.
Drink enough water. It's pretty hot wherever you are in the world. It's summer, folks. It's super hot indeed. But apart from that, make sure you go and look at the chat. Of course, we have giveaways that's going on, and I'm trying to take part of the giveaway. I want that epic skin, bro. I want those diamonds, and that's why I'm kind of getting distracted. But hey, before we come back to you with the next game, we'll be back after a short break indeed. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
When you want to get off that darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. Fill me out with your smile, while the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out where I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and sound.
Welcome back, folks. You're watching the qualifiers for the EMC Indeed, brought to you by Surge Europe. The casters for tonight, my name Kronos alongside Warren 1X, and you know I'm going a little faster because I'm super excited, super hyped because of what game happened previously. And by God, it was Team Limit versus Miracle Gen. Unfortunate that we don't get to see Miracle Gen move on to the further phases of this tournament, but we do see the Grim Reaper back up along with Kingsta and crew, of course, by Q and then the rest of the crew, of course. But those three have been dominating Europe for a long time, and I heard through the grapevine before this tournament started that they were going to take part. I thought they were trolling. I thought they dispersed. I thought they, you know, disbanded, whatever you want to call it. But looking them back together, I got a smile and a little bit of tear in my eyes. But before we move further in that one, we're going to go into the next game, of course, which is going to be Ake versus the Rift. So let's see how it goes about, Warren.
Well, it's going to be Ake against the Rift, as you have said. I don't know if I can make these jokes. We are streaming MLBB, but like, are they fighting the map? Is it called the Rift? Oh, alright, sorry. I will stop yapping about. We have a hurried ban. We have a hurried ban for the side of Ake. It's pretty classic, actually throwing us a little bit back some patches ago when on the competitive scene, especially MPL, we were seeing Harid, Granger being either picked up or banned. So a little bit of a throwback actually. Honestly, what that Harid was doing in that last game for the side of Miracle Generation looked like to be a miracle at the end. Unfortunately wasn't. Unfortunately, Team Limit played to their limits. Actually, it didn't even look like they are playing to their limits. They just were the stronger team. But now moving towards this this new duel, we already saw Ake. They looked decent. They looked very formidable. And well, what's to be said about the Rift? I didn't see them yet on the competitive scene, so it's a blank screen for me. They can only surprise.
This land is our homeland.
Well, at this point, we've seen what the meta is going about. I feel like the Lapu Lapu is definitely a pick that's going to be taken off. It's got to be respected. The Arlot's got to come to the Uranus. It's the sustain meta, man. If you take a look at this point, Warren, it's all about the fact that, you know, it's a lot of sustain in this current meta, given the fact that you can regen, you can have spell vamp. The longer you stay in the fight is the more you win it. And we saw a display of the Lapu Lapu just in the previous game. And I feel like this game, knowing how it's going to be, it might just go, no way, man. Why do they do this to me? You know what, Warren?
Right.
I'm looking at the players, and then look on the right side. And then we know Ake is a strong team. And then all of a sudden, I look at familiar names with Orange Bob, and I see another Sensei the Creator, and I see Pagu, right? Is one of the biggest names currently in European Mobile Legends. And then you look at that guy. And then you look at that top name on the right side, and it's Mr. Wicked. Wicked, the goal lane god. And all of a sudden, this is why I don't like when you guys change your team names, because every time you change your team names, it catches us by surprise.
You are right indeed. Wasn't Pagu actually called Pagu? Just like Pagu short?
Yep, it's Pagu.
Yeah. Yeah, that caught me off guard as well, but of course you were able to decipher it truly like a detective. Kronos, don't you have a side hustle as like a noir detective or something? Well, anyways, let's get back to Uranus getting banned together with Baksha, and now they are thinking about the last ban. And I didn't see a lot of Kalia bans. It looks like they completely forgot about Kalia, and it doesn't look like they've Chivalry played that much anymore. Bedang is getting outed as a higher priority over Kalia or anything else. Now for the side of Ake, what will be the opening pick? What do you think about... Yeah, I give the honors to you. I don't really know what they could open with.
I think over here they should possibly go for... To be honest, the meta is so open at this point. With the Arlot's a great shout as a first pick currently, with the fact that in the EXP lane he's going to be one of the most dominant factors. The Arlot's great, the Terizla is good, the CC is always a safe pick, the Hylos, the Gatotkachas, these can still pop up. But let's not forget the jungle picks are still left open, and I'd still like to see a Fredrin pop up as well. So plethora of options to choose from. At this point, the Kalea is something that just slipped my mind, and guess what happens? She's picked up quite instantly.
I mean, as I was speaking about her, I was just saying, yeah, Kalia, it looks like she is not so hot anymore. It looks like new ladies, new guys are in town. But as we are speaking, or as I am speaking about it, right, as Toby logs her in and is like, well, Kalia is pretty decent, don't you think? I will log her in. Let's see how it goes. She also has a decent matchup into Phoebus, so you have two options still available to you.
Yeah, the Phoveus is still good. Already locked in, actually, quite early. But here, the goal, I feel like they could prioritize a gold laner. The Moskov's great, the Granger's great. They go for the Jushin. It's good against the Kalea because you automatically want to go for a Purify. Purify is a great spell on the Jushin. There's also a Flicker, but by no problem is the fact that there's a Purify being run, making sure Jushin can play defensive or offensive at this point. So I like the draft coming out from the right side already, if I'm not wrong, the Rift. Let's see if Ake can actually follow up after picking up this Kalea, because yes, the Arlot was open. I spoke about it. They pick it up indeed. The Yve brought out of the fray. I'm not really sure if Yve is a great pick, but definitely you can see they want to dominate neutral objectives.
Well, locking in Yve this early seems a little bit risky for me. Of course, you have Zuxin, who isn't really mobile herself, and well, you don't know that, but you are expecting she will be running Purify to stay away, to stay safe from Kalia's engage. Of course, together with that Arlot possibility. But I don't know. If you don't see so much from the opposing side, they could still be locking out those mobile carries. And I've is the best in compositions where no one is really that much moving around. So a little bit of a risky move, if you ask me.
I agree. Mobility is going to be a crucial factor, but here the Lucas being locked in, the Fanny being banned out. If we're looking at a brawl, aren't we, Warren? We're looking at more team fight oriented. It's looking like it's going to be more brawly at this point.
It looks a lot brawly. Of course, if you put that Kalia on Roamer, it's gonna be a lot brawly. For the side of Rift, you definitely need a strong brawler if that is an option for enemy, if they go with that Kalia, and it's still an option. So you need to think about that. Zuxin will be dominating mid lane. She will have that mid lane priority, but you need to pair her up with something. And as we were speaking right in that last game, where there was Kagura picked up with Minotaur and it wasn't really working together very well. It was super weak early game, no mid lane priority, nothing could be happening from their side. They needed to wait. Now with Juxin, you want that pressure, you want that roamer who can really do something in the early game. Maybe Tigreal, something like that.
I'm not really sure if the Tiger will be a great pick at this point, just because of the fact that you're going against the Jushin, but with the Jushin, the pairing up won't be good. You want something of an early game hero. I feel like a Hylos would be great for their side. A Hylos paired up with the Jushin will do a lot more. You have a lot more presence in the early game, especially when you're going against the Kalea. So over here, I feel like Granger would be a ban that they're looking for on the other side for Ake, but a Hylos paired up with the Jushin, that mid duo will be so strong. Oh, they ban out the Chip instead.
Chip being taken out, he could make a lot of stuff happen on the map. He could move everyone around together with that almost constant mid lane priority. It would be a strong advantage to be had for the for enemies. Now Wicked locking in his, I would say, profound Granger, very well known Granger pick. And now opposing team has to respond with a lot of carries banned out and a lot of carries banned out from their side.
Yeah, I think at this point, the Granger being picked up. Oh my god, did they lock in the Hellcurt? Did they lock in the Hellcurt?
They did.
The Hellcurt got a slight bit of a buff, right? This recent patch. And I feel like it's a great pocket pick, just because of the fact that there's an extra bit of damage growth. They've reduced the damage attack growth, but I think they've increased the physical attack, if I'm not wrong. So the Hellcurt here is gonna be looking to take down this Jushin and of course a Wicked on the Granger, while also putting more pressure by picking up this Irithel. So Wicked's gonna have a lot of pressure from him right off the bat without being able to play on a flicker. Means it's gonna be crucial.
I love it. I love what just happened. I love that Pagu locked in Khalid. I was just thinking about Khalid. I was thinking about that. Roamer who has the priority in early game, who can roam around, do a lot of stuff, make a lot of stuff happen, and Khalid was just slipping through my mind as Pagu locked him in.
Khalid is going to be putting a lot of pressure on towards the Hellcurt in the early game. And I feel like this early game is what they need in their favor, because they need the space. Because if you look at it, there's no flicker in the hands of Wicked. He's running a Purify just to make sure he doesn't get caught by the Kalea. But because he's running on a Purify, he's not going to be able to escape that RWM. He's not going to be able to make a lot more aggressive plays. And Wicked is a goalie that loves to play as aggressive as he can. So now being on the passive side, will he be able to pull up? That's the biggest question I have, especially against an Irithel, where he's not going to have a good time in the laning phase as well. So it's definitely going to come down to the goal laners this one. But then again, Pagu, we know how good Pagu is in the roam, man. And I think this Khalid is just going to add that extra bit of oomph factor to his early game dominance and early game pressure.
I think even their opponents didn't expect Pagu lock in Khalid. It's pretty rare for Khalid to be picked up as a roamer, or even rarer as an XP laner. But roamer, he found quite a lot of success being that kind of little bit off meta. Oh, already jumping into the game, and Nandayo half HP, starting revitalized to survive through that mid lane, and Pagu already dominating his opponents.
No flicker as well. You can see the Desert Tornado doing quite a lot of damage. And this is what you want to see from a Khalid, right? And I think Pagu, of course, with the experience that he has, he's doing an absolutely brilliant job. The only problem now is, will Toby able to retaliate on this Kalea?
They go for Toby. Now Toby has to run with his life. I don't know if he can. He needs to flicker out. And Maku is getting slowed down so much on this first buff.
Yeah, I feel like now with Maku not being able to get to the level for power spike,
Pagu could be the target. Actually, he survives through blocking a lot of damage, but Terrifies gets him away right into the base. And Sensei now needs to play this one out alone.
And I think that's the definition of biting off more than you can chew, right? Because that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to provide so much pressure onto Maku, and I think it just got a little too aggressive. Unfortunate that he had to be the first blood, but of course that is good news for Ake, and seems like Ake are looking to go for another one.
Oh, terrified Orange Bob now needs to flicker out under tower, survives for a bit for now, but Nandao and Toby are already in position, and they try to go for him, jump from Kalia, and they will finish this one off. Toby maybe gets raided, not really. Pagu tries to run for him, and I think he will just find him in the bush.
He just found him indeed. He didn't even want to use his basic attack. He just walked up. He's like, yep, I know you're here. I'm going to spin around.
Macaron is the target. Nandao doesn't have flicker no more, so he gets slain by Macaron. And Pagu surviving. Now Macaron with ultimate ability. Lucas gets double kill. Maku goes down, and this Hellcurt, who needs to provide a strong early game for himself and try to snowball, is getting shut down.
He needs to snowball. He got the first kill. He got a good assist. But on the bot side, you can see Macaron, who made his way. Pagu, who was able to outplay two of them right under his own turret. Flickering out with the quicksand guard, making sure he gets his HP back up. Caught them off guard. And then, hey, Macaron, he said, I don't want the turtle. I want that Hellcurt. I want that cockroach. He went straight for him. Got that kill. And now you can see Pagu, again, being a complete menace on the side of Ake.
And usually you see Kalia doing this stuff, but now when you have Khalid on the opposing side, he is just doing exactly that, but better, but sooner, but faster, but more annoying.
Yeah, and I feel like the annoyance that's coming through from their side is just way too much for them to handle. And I think Toby's not able to play his natural game just because of the fact that they have Khalid. It's not just any Khalid, right? It's Pagu on the Khalid, and he's been super annoying. He's doing so great at the same time.
Toby tries to find a play in mid lane, tries to go for Pagu, but Creator puts him away. Now Wicked getting caught in Ive ultimate. Maku goes down, but it looks completely horrible for the side of Ake. They got destroyed even though they chose this fight.
They got destroyed indeed, even though they chose that fight, because they don't have any sort of advantage. They don't have the map pressure, and they definitely don't have a big enough goal lead to do any sort of damage. And at this point, Ake are being backed into a corner, but not directly. It's a slow approach. It's choking them out slowly. It's taking away their oxygen, not allowing them to breathe. And the Rift are doing that so slowly that Ake are not even realizing it until it's too late.
Pagu gets caught up by Toby, who had enough of his ruckus caused by Khalid and just used ultimate on him, probably out of frustration. Now Maku getting pushed out from his jungle, and Wicked is already here, camping in the bush, looking for a play.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point, Maku's not allowed to do anything in the jungle, and the surprise element or the surprise factor that a Hellcurt can bring in is just completely gone off the table, because you want him to be invisible throughout the map, but he's being tracked like he has a GPS on him, and the Rift know where he is every single time, and it's just not looking good for Ake, because the surprise element is what makes Hellcurt a big threat.
And now you're thinking to yourself, why Ake had no response? Why they did not do anything on the top side? Well, it was because Rift were able to do a beautiful cut on the top side wave, so Ake couldn't do anything in response. Now they are trying to look for Wicked, but it looks like Wicked has been able to read that, punishing Astra for his actions.
Yeah, they're punishing, all right. And at this point, Kuru is the one who has to make a play. The final slash come through at any
They're
point.
going for Kuru. He tries to survive, but he cannot. Mega kill goes for Macaron, and he goes for more, trying to go for Maku. Maku tries to jump away, but double kill for Macaron. He goes for more. Nandao is getting caught up, tries to ult up, but it's too late. Macaron with a triple kill, and maybe it could have been more, but unfortunately there was Orange Bob who wanted some action happen to him as well, so he had a little bit of that cake.
Astra just using the sprint to get out of harm's way at that point, and I feel like the Rift are slowly, and again, it's such a slow choke that Ake are not able to realize, and now they're already behind by 5k. Final slash misses, and Ake at this point don't have a playmaker who can dish out any sort of damage, because if you take a look at it, he has only the Fury Hammer and the Dreadnought Armor. They're looking to make a play in their own jungle to try and get some sort of gold, but unfortunate that they can't do anything.
They cannot, and Pagu goes for their AD carry, and he gets pushed away. He cannot play no more. Now Kuro is the next target. They go for him. Kuro tries to survive through plays. Oh, he's surviving for a little bit longer, but goes down in the end. Wicked almost getting caught, but Nandao is now the target, and Sensei is forcing him under the tower. Wicked tries to go back into this fight, pushing Nandao to the brink of death. Sensei pushing them away even more, and now just as the turtle is spawned in the bot side.
And it's all thanks to the pressure that Pagu put in the early game, right? Pagu was able to put up so much pressure that Ake was not able to do anything. Yes, we're looking at the fact that Macaron has 6 kills on the board. Wicked's doing well. Sensei has 6 assists. Orange Bob is making the plays, but it's all thanks to Pagu. You better put some respect on his name, because he is a roamer that's taken part in the M series, folks. He's been at the M6, he's been at the M5, he's been at the MSC. And I think this is a player that has to be respected. And unfortunate that Ake just did not giving him the flexibility of an Khalid roam pick that just applies so much pressure. He knows how to check the boxes.
Toby trying to play it out, trying to jump into this bush, but I don't think this is a fight you want to take. Toby gets pushed around, left to right, and now gets destroyed. Needs to flicker out. Pagu goes for the next target. Kuro is the target. Himself goes down as Macaron has a 1v1 on top side against Hellcurt.
Yup, it is a 1v1 on the top side. Jungler versus jungler. Level 12 versus level 9. A 9-tailed fox versus a cockroach. And you know who's going to come out on top. It's usually the cockroach, right? They live to see, they live through whatever radioactiveness that goes on.
But it looks like Macaron is using too much radioactive power, because Pagu was just able to finish this annoying cockroach for the time being. Maku goes down for the 4th time.
And this is why, yes, you want to be pulling up with the surprise factor, but again, it goes back to what we spoke about earlier, right, Warren? The comfortability of playing your best
for Pagu, but Pagu is quite tanky, gets pushed away by Kalia, but Pagu is still alive. He is still holding on. Wicked goes for killing spree, goes for Toby. Now Kuru is the target. Arrow jumping in the backline, not really the wisest choice right now, given the situation of the game. Triple kill for Wicked, and he goes for, gets shut down by Astra. And this could be the turning point. Astra tries to go for more. She's sprinting right back into the fight, but Sensei is able to finish Maku. Astra trying to shoot his way out of this one, but I don't think she can.
Yeah, it's a full 5-man wipeout, folks. That was Wicked at the most wicked display that we've seen before. Again, pulling up with a triple when you least expect it. He has the damage to be online. And again here, Sensei is going to be the target.
Sensei could be caught. He's CC immune for a bit, but can he survive? Arrow goes for him, tries to chase him down, stun, get him connected, but Sensei is still alive. Now there's Macaron level 14 going for Toby. Toby pushes him away for a bit, but godlike Macaron as he starts up the Lord.
Yeah, and at this point, feels like the Rift are just pulling away with the game. They have 3 turtles. They have 6 towers in their favor. Only the inhibitors left standing for Ake, and they have a 9k gold lead in their favor at the same time. So I feel like right now the Rift are slowly pulling apart Ake one piece at a time. It's looking like Ake is food currently for the Rift, because it was a slow-cooked brisket, man. I'm telling you, you like some slow-cooked food? That's what they did. It was a whole night, 24-hour barbecue. They marinated them, they seared them, they popped them in the oven, they smoked them, and right now they're trying to finish them off, then put them on a plate and serve it up for the 5 individuals from the Rift. Pagu, Macaron, Orange Bob, Sensei, and Wicked looking to end this game with this one Lord 10 minutes in, unless Ake have something to say about it.
Well, Astra could be the one saying something to that push that's happening in the mid lane. There is still the aura getting procced right now. Lord getting taken by this, quite a lot of damage going his way. Macaron playing it out, level 15. He goes for more. Kalia actually forces him into base. He is getting destroyed by the base damage for a bit, but Orange Bob is now the target. Goes down by Nandao. They survive. They hold the base, but for how long?
At this point, they're looking to take down the inhibitor on the bot side as well. Cruz is going to be the target. He has the final slash.
Raise it from Arlo. Go for 3 of them. Macaron, no ultimate available, but he just doesn't care. He goes for more, but this Valve may be too deep. Astra might be able to finish him off, but there is not enough damage for Astra. Triple kill for Wicked, and I believe this is the end of this BO1.
Hey, man, I'm telling you, the Rift, after we took a look at the names of the players, we could see why we were favoring them, because they have a star-studded lineup indeed. They're one of the best roamers in Europe currently. They're one of the best goal laners, if not the goal lane god himself, Wicked, just dishing out the damage when the team needs him. And unfortunate for Arcade, they just went against such a powerhouse early in the stages of these qualifiers. And mind you, this is one of the only qualifiers that kind of cements their place if they want to take part in the EMC, folks. That's going to be happening later on in mid-July. So at this point, it feels like Arcade just couldn't hack it against some of the best in Europe, which is the Rift.
This was truly a reality check for the side of Ake. And I mean, the biggest reality check there was on the side of Rome. Pagu was just everywhere at all times. He was completely sprinting through the whole map, making so much happen. If you look at the kills, he wasn't only at 4 kills out of 24. Crazy performance. And just as the Khalid was locked in, I knew there was a great game ahead of us, or at least a great game for Khalid, because I knew if you lock in Khalid Rome, you cook something up. You know what you are doing, and Pagu definitely did.
Yeah, and at this point, it's just gone to the fact that Ake have bowed out of the competition in this best of 1. Unfortunate for them, but what the fortunate news is, some of the powerhouses of Europe, some of the top players that we've known to see throughout the past few years are back again in action. And I feel like they've formed up teams just to make sure they're going to be in the grand finals at some point. And I know Warren, I said Special Cases is one of the teams that's going to be in the finals, but now I saw what the Rift has to offer, and I feel like it's just changing my mind every single time I take a look at it. And for the next match, folks, it is going to be as I predicted. We're going to see some of the 2 giants going head-to-head against each other. It's going to be the Spanish giant Birthright against Team Limit. But we're going to be bringing you that after a short break to make sure the teams are ready and ready to rumble as well. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break.
time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Grip fire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Connect the dots straight to the start of intoxicating wines. Lingering touch, these soft words whispered in the dark. Set my heart on fire.
Welcome back, folks. You're watching the Surge Europe online qualifiers for the EMC. Indeed, it is the 21st of June, the one that we've been waiting to tell you all to watch, because we've got about 10,000 diamonds to give away in the chat. So make sure you go and take part in that. Share it amongst your friends. Don't be greedy. Don't keep it to yourself. There's enough and plenty for everyone to get diamonds, all right? So don't do that to yourself. And, of course, to bring you the action for this today is myself, Kronos, alongside me, Warren. And you know what? We've had banger matches today right off the start, right, Warren? A lot of upsets, a lot of teams that kind of we're not used to seeing, and it just turns up and completely flips the script, unless you have 2,000 gigabytes per second to try and read the future before the games even happen. Ain't that right, Warren?
Ain't that true, Kronos? You withholding that juicy information always from me. Well, anyway, we will be getting right into our next match, which should be happening pretty soon. And, well, as we see, we have Team Limit once again on our screens against Birthright, if I'm correct. So, yeah, that's what we will be having. How you see the chances of Birthright?
I literally invented one.
Man, Birthright versus Team Limit. This is the team that is known to push teams to the limit, but Birthright, again, they have familiar names. They are a powerhouse, and that tag Birthright comes with a little bit of, you know, stature, comes with a little bit of weight that they got to carry around, knowing that that name's been there on the top, always in the top 4 for Europe. In any tournament that you see, Birthright, if they're taking part, they're always there. If not top 4, top 8 for sure. And at this point, going against Team Limit to get into that top 8 slot, we might see that could be their toughest challenge just yet. As you can see, again, we're having some issues with the draft. It's a lot of, bugs going on in the game, a lot of technical difficulties, of course, just because of the fact that there's a new patch update that's coming through. So, hey, guys, bear with us. It's not like we control all of that stuff. We're just trying to bring you the best of the action that's possible.
I mean, Team Limit is really pushing the limit of remaking how many games they can remake. I think there was a bet behind our backs that happened, like how many times can I make a remake happen during the live stream. I think there was something like $100 for each remake, so I think Team Limit will be sitting on a pretty decent bag of money anyway. Doesn't matter how they will end up, because those remakes are well. Anyway, Birthright, Team Limit, you were speaking highly about both of those teams, and now we have them on the right side. That's what I expected. I hope they will be able to lock in their correct champions this time, and we will not have a second remake. That will be lovely. But, well, Arlott first ban, interesting choice. Of course, our Lord, we have seen him do a lot. We also seen him not
said
do
there
so
are no
much.
shortcuts
So
in life?
really depends
I
what
literally
kind of player
invented
you
one.
are if you get your hands on him. Chip getting outed. So this from Cromer. I don't know about Chip first ban. It seems like it's something that you think about later into the draft phase. Of course, it could be something that Substancer is confident on. Or sorry, not Substancer, but his roamer, who is of course Q, if I am not... No, Kingsta, of course. Kingsta is confident on the chip. So maybe that's something that you are trying to get rid of. Baxia, basically permaban, if I'm not wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kronos. But I feel like Baxia was all the time getting banned.
Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be something that they need to watch out for. This Baxia
fight to our
has
heart's
been a pick that
content.
has been stable just because of the fact that he has an inbuilt, you know, an inbuilt whatchamacallit?
Anti-heal?
Anti-heal, yeah. An inbuilt anti-heal. He has a fast rotation. 1.5 second stun with that shield unity. Can be flexed in the jungle, EXP lane, in the roam position. So I feel like this is a hero that definitely needs to be respected in the current meta, where flexibility is at the utmost top. And that's why the box is being taken off. As you can see, another lane bully, which is the CC that's been taken off the table as well. So that means Team Limit might want to go for the Terizla again in the hands of Substance Stellar Gang, or maybe even the Lapu Lapu.
Lapu Lapu could be a strong contestant for that ban. Of course, you can be opening with him, since we already saw that he paired up against one of the strongest XP laners until the newest patch, who was Phoebus, only getting outplayed by CC, and even that wasn't 100% confirmed every time. He could be a contestant for that first pick, of course. And it looks like he could be that contestant for the first pick, because he is still open. And Kalia now getting banned. Oh no, it's Uranus. All of us forgot about him. He was almost perma-banned for most of the tournament, and now he is getting picked up. And as you were speaking about that gold stuff, can you describe us a little bit more about that build, which we should be expecting?
Telling you, this is a build that's, I thought it was a troll build at first, but people are taking it all over, taking over the internet by storm with that one. They go for the golden staff. So it's not something we're used to seeing. Of course, the brute force breastplate got a nice bit of a buff as well. The brute force, along with the enchanted talisman, that was what you need on the Uranus. But then going for a golden staff just completely turns things on its head. Some people still opt to go for a feather of heaven, but that's something that only we'll get to see in some time. So let's see how it goes out, because this Uranus is definitely going to make a big difference in the Land of Dawn. But you can see, just to reply to that, they take away a Kimi for Pancrat, and of course Kawa with that Fredrin in the jungle.
We have Fredrin in the jungle, and I must correct you, because I believe the name of the of our player who has locked in that Fredrin should be Sasha. I think that should be the name, because I believe it's written in Azbuka. So I believe that's how you should read it. So he should be Sasha. So just to make him happy, I hope so, for the live stream, when he will be rewatching, hopefully, a glorious... I think we are in the BO3 territory. Are we in BO3 territory? Not just yet, right? It's just BO1. Oh, it's just BO1, is it? I think it is.
Yeah, it's a BO1 if I'm not wrong. It's still a BO1.
Oh, it is still BO1, so pretty bloody deadly. Oof, that's gonna be rough. And Yuzong locked in for the side of Birthright.
Yu Zhong is another hero that just got buffed, my friend. He's going to be sustaining quite a lot in the lane. The Shard residue is going to be coming up much faster. He has... so, hear me out, Warren. I know you like numbers and stats as well. Before, his ultimate used to give him an 800 to 1,000 HP increase when he uses his ultimate. And now, it's gone from 1,000 to 2,000. So that's double the HP.
I see it.
Double.
Oh, I see it. I just surge it up, and oh my god, that's lovely amount of health.
A lot indeed, a lot of health, and then that's going to be a big difference maker when it comes to these team fights.
It will be indeed. He will be able to rush in for Juxin. He will be able to rush in for Bruno. Of course, Bruno will be a little bit tougher of a target, even though he is not running Flicker. He needs to care about Fredrin engaging on him. He is running that Purify, but He is still Bruno, he has his dashes, he's able to reset his dashes by auto-attacking. So not really that easy of a target for the side of Yuzong.
The Bruno, yes, but also at the same time, don't forget he has a sliding tackle, right? Along with the sliding tackle, he also has a purify, so it could be a slight bit of a good thing for him. But of course, it'll all come down to who goes and who are the players. Of course, Q is one of the top goal laners, along with Wicked that we know of. Maybe slight bit of a difference maker, but here Fushi locks in the Badang for the roam position. So now we know that they need another gold laner, or rather, we're actually still flexing this Kimmy until the very end. They need to respond, Team Limit, with something on their side. Don't tell me Mr. Death's going to pull up with a Lancelot. This guy's going to be trolling here.
Oh, he is hammering. Well, Lancelot has been banned against him, so it could be something he might be opting for. We will see, we will see. In the meantime, we can look at what has been presented to us, and I don't know if I quite like Badang. He can, of course, lock out Zuxin, and he can a little bit sort of lock out Uranus, but Bruno, he will probably never be caught by that wall. He can always jump out. And now when there is Joy, when there is Kufra, oh, this Badang is gonna have a tough life.
Yeah, this Badang's going to definitely have a tough life with the Kufra and the Joy as well. But if timed right, it will be a slight bit of a big difference maker. It all comes down to who's going to be either in the jungle, or rather either in the gold lane or this mid laner. Because looking at the fact that Birthright have a stack lineup at this point, and Team Limit also at the same time, they don't have a lot of CC, relying heavily on the Jushin to provide a lot of slows against this Fredrin. And I was going to say, you want to go for a Moskov or an Iritel, not the Granger, because you have the Joy and they lock in that Moskov. And I feel like we have a game on our hands right now.
Oh, we should be having a game on our hands, exactly, to be specific, in 22 seconds. Sasha locking in that Fredrin for himself, so it's going to be Fredrin in the jungle. Mark will be running Badang on roam, a little bit of a classic. We didn't see so much of Fredrin jungle, I believe so, in Europe. I think it was more so a specialty in Asia, in Asia's tournaments. We saw it perform super well into Joy, specifically when King Kong was running that Fredrin. He was pretty deadly against Joy. So we will see how this Fredrin can handle Joy. Because looking at it right now through my binoculars, it seems like this Joy a little bit counterpicked herself, and that she is going to have it rough against Fredrin.
Yes, I agree. The Joy is definitely going to have a rough time against the Fredrin, just because of the fact that Fredrin can just go, has the taunt, right? Every time she's trying to dash, you can just get the taunt onto them, and then you're really disrupting the flow of Joy completely, not letting her unleash the rhythm, not letting her unlock the electrifying beats, and not able to dish out a lot of damage. And against a Fredrin, who is quite a bit of a tanky guy, you want to absorb all the damage. But then again, this is not just any Joy we're talking about. We're talking about the Joy in the hands of Mr. Death. But going against a team like Birthright, they know they have no easy feat on their hands. So
first blood,
let's get it.
Bobber already killing enemy Uranus, who was trying to cut his wave, even using Vengeance, but goes down anyway.
Oh man, I was gonna say we're gonna see them go through, but then all of a sudden, Substance Seller gang, he was trying to go into enemy territory, and guess what? He got taken down.
He got taken into police custody because he was trespassing on bad property, on bad territory. And yeah, he paid with his life, unfortunately, for the side of Team Limit. Who got the kill, actually? It was Bobber. Well, Bobber should utilize that kill quite alright. Of course, if it would go for Fushi, it would be even better. But still, it didn't go for Mark. Oh, Mark! Just speaking about him, he perfectly was off Kingsta together with Mio. But Mio able to do some damage to Fushi in retaliation.
Yeah, and I think, yes, it would have been great in the hands of Fushi, but then again, Bobber can use that one kill to snowball, right? And Yu Zhang in a snowball is going to be so dominating, especially when it comes to these neutral objectives. And the turtle is going to be up soon in about 15 seconds, and that's going to be a big difference maker, knowing that the Black Dragon form can deal a lot of damage to the back line.
10 seconds for the first turtle to spawn. in this game. Team Limit against Birthright. BO1, so pretty deadly. Sasha already with engage, unfortunately missing that taunt, so Mio will be able to run away with her life for now.
Yeah, at this point they have to run away, but you can see, oh, the Lantern Flame doing quite a lot of damage. Fushi able to get her harms away. The Turtle is started, and Mark, the rest of Birthright, is zoning out Team Limit, and they might get that one.
Bobber is playing it out, going for Substance Cell. Sasha finishing Turtle just in time now. Substance Cell getting saved by Kingstar. Bobber now in his dragon form. Substance Cell cannot really Volk up, already using his Vengeance once again. And we were just talking about how this kill will impact the game and the lane. And Bobber is just sprinting with that kill away.
Yeah, and they have to look at Kingstar right now.
Kingstar getting blocked by Mark because he was just in perfect space at the perfect time, saving his mid laner.
Yeah, and right now you can see Mark actually getting caught in the midst of his own wall.
And now Mr. Death tries to play it out, but there is Bobber with the rest of the team. Mark flickers out to survive, and he is still healthy and alright. 2 kills for the side of Birthright.
I think that at this point, it just goes to show that these are two teams that know how to play. They love to play the macro game, but their micro is on point as well. But on the top side,
Bobber goes for Substancer. He forces it under the tower. Mr. Death tries to go for Bobber, but I don't think he has enough damage for Yuzong. Yuzong is too tanky. Mr. Death, you have no business here.
yeah, I think right now Mr. Death
Ufra engaging in, but Mio is the target actually. Fushi goes for her. Mio gets sniped by Pankrat. Gorgeous snipe through the wall map. Now getting thought it is Mr. Death himself. And this is the Fredrin. We have been talking about it. We have been saying, or I was saying it the most. It's a scary matchup. It's a counter pick. And now you see why.
Yeah, you're right, and we all know this to be as well, just because of the fact that the taunt being present from Sasha is going to be a big difference maker, disrupting the flow of the joy. We both said that before, and I think you pointed out really well that these are the moments that Birthright are looking for, but Team Limit at this point, you know, they've kind of shot themselves in the foot by picking up that joy. Yes, it's Mr. Death on it, but again, you're not going against a no-name team. This is Birthright we're talking about. And with the Turtle being up, they're looking to dominate the river. And look at the kill score along with the gold as well, completely in their favor.
And they are giving it away because look at position of Joy. She's going for the top side. I think she's trying to steal away camps from Sasha. And she will be doing exactly that. Depends what will Birthright do in answer, do in response. Can they make a play happen on both sides?
Yeah, I feel like
he's not engaging on 4 members under his tower, but I don't think he can survive this onslaught. He gets targeted, and now it's Yuzong, Black Dragon form, trying to push everyone away. Gold plates have been taken for the side of Birthright, and first tower destroyed.
Yeah, and I feel like this is gonna be a slight bit of a difference maker for Team Limit, because Birthright.
They go for more Petrify. Now he gets immobilized. I don't think he can move at all. Substance Server goes down.
Yeah, and this is the opening that they were looking for. They got a tier 1 on the bot side. They got a tier 1 in the mid lane right now. And Sasha
getting caught, getting pushed under the tower. Now he gets destroyed. First kill going for side of Team Limit, and they were able to play this to their limit. Mr. Death tries to go for more. He gets pushed away. I don't think he can quite connect. Pankrat maybe too deep. He gets chunked up himself. He doesn't have Petrify yet. Purify. He doesn't need it. He kills Kingstar anyway.
Yeah, he does kill him anyway, but at this point, I feel like Birthright, they've given only 1 kill away, yes, but they've taken a lot more in return. They've taken away 4k gold lead, 2 towers, the one on the top side being traded by Mr. Death. That's good for the side of Team Limit because there is a trade that still comes through. However, Birthright at this point have made the map a little more red than the liking of Team Limit, and Mark is the one that's opening up the space and creating the plays, because take a look at the items. Even Pankrat is going to build up to the Trinity soon enough, but on the top side,
Pankrat is super ahead, and he will show that power to Kingstar, who gets caught to wall and now gets taken for killing spree and goes for even more, tries to go for Q, and this kill goes for Pankrat as well. 2 more kills for Pankrat. In retaliation, Team Limit were able to take tower on bottom side.
they're looking to take the towers one by one. All the towers are taken away, even the Holy Shield on the top side. So Team Limit are not looking good at this point. With the Holy Shield proc within less than 7 minutes, Birthright can actually rush a Lord as soon as possible and then just completely catch them off guard from the top side just because there's no Holy Shield present.
It's so rough for the side of Team Limit. Birthright are running away with this game. They are running away with their opponent's money. They are 6,000 ahead. Mr. Def only one death, but Kingsta 0-4, Substancer 0-2, Q even Dime himself, Mio, everyone has tasted death on the side of Team Limit, and unfortunately Mr. Def looks like he's bringing death this time towards his own team. No, really joking here, I don't think it's Mr. Def's fault specifically. It's more so Birthright are playing just so well and not letting Team Limit do anything in answer.
Yeah. And I feel like at this point there's no possible way for them to get anything open up for them unless and until Mr. Death is looking to go and try and get a split push on the other side, just because of the fact that every time he's in a team fight, Sasha is just going to be a complete thorn. And even picking up the Radiant armor at this point, Mr. Death's not going to be doing a lot of damage, and that's why you can see he understands, he knows what he has to do, he knows he has no impact on these team fights. But again, the presence of Pancrat to use the SOD to travel halfway across the map and just single out Mr. Death on his own. This is why I was saying that yes, Granger would have been an okay pick, but the Moskov is the best one because he can make such a difference when it comes to these macro positions that Birthright really need. And even having Bo Barushik on this Yu Zhang, man, these guys are looking like a completely different beast at this point. Knowing that they have the map control, knowing that they have more than a 5k goal lead. Now again, Mr. Death
going for this. Fredrin tries to engage on their front line, but Yuzong is obliterating backline. Mr. Def able to finish Sasha off though. Pancrat unstoppable. I don't know who can go for him. Mr. Def is still alive, running away with his life. Kingsta jumps away, but 2 for 1. Which actually, given the situation which the game is in right now, I think this was a decent play from Team Limit.
It was a decent play indeed, and at this point they are able to take any trade, right? Any trade for them is a good trade because that's gold in their pocket. They need to find a way to make it work for them, but here Fushi, man, he's got a lot of damage coming through, especially knowing that it's a Kimi, it's a marksman in the mid lane with a double marksman composition. Birthright are definitely cooking.
Birthright have super strong late game composition for themselves. Of course, this double marksman composition is super deadly. Given this scenario where you have this draft for the side of Team Limit, of course, Joy could be obliterating that backline, but you have Fredrin, you have Mark on Bedank. It's so tough to get in. It's so tough to get on those carries. Fushi with a Flicker, Pancrat with Purify. It's so hard.
It is super hard because there's no way that he can actually go into the back line. Every time he has to go through, he's going to get stopped by Mark, he's going to get stopped by Sasha, and then Bober. The best part about having Bober on this Yu Zhang is he can just ignore every single person and straight go for the back line. And that leaves Mr. Death isolated in the back line of Birthright with Sasha just taunting them. And again, he wants to go in. Look at that. He's just taunting and doing so much against Substance, who needs to be singling out the rest of Birthright by himself.
But this was too deep. This was an overstep from the side of Substance, who needed to use his vengeance just to survive right before Lord will start pushing in.
Yeah, the Lord is going to start pushing it on top side, but you see Mr. Death's already taking care of it slowly. They've cleared out the tier 2 in the mid lane, and this is a slight bit of mistake coming out from Birthright. They're getting overzealous and not playing the patient macro game that we know them to do, and this might just be a problem to them because this could have been ended in one fell swoop. But now Team Limit have found a way to defend and even saving the Holy Shield in the mid lane so far.
This was great macro from the side of Team Limit, but it might be even greater fight, but I don't know. It doesn't look like a monster kill goes towards Pancrat. Pancrat goes for more, destroy this tower. Boborusik trying to survive in backline, survives just enough, heals up and leaves away with his head on his neck.
Man, this was a brutal fight, right? It looked really difficult, but here they might go for a re-engage. But look at Pancrat. He has the damage, and they need to respect that. And knowing that they went for a dive early, Kingsta did get the right target.
They might be able to catch Sasha. Sasha needs to jump away. Mark's still able to survive, but Sasha not so much. They go down. Mr. Dev with a double kill, and this is something that cannot be happening for the side of Birthright. Of course, no Lord on the map right now, but Team Limit hopping back, trying to hop back into the game.
Trying to hop back into the game at this point, slowly and surely, crawling tooth and nail, trying to fight their way back. And I feel like now having the items that he needs, Mr. Dead with that Wishing Lantern can dish out a lot of damage. But look at Pancrat. He's 11.3k. That's a Moskov. That's a late game Moskov that's already full build. Bro's going to sell the boots at any point. He's just got to go socks all in with an immortality even.
Oh, there's some more fights happening in mid side. Mega kill goes for Fushi. And now Kingsta disappearing right before a spawn of Lord. Kingsta will be offset 8 seconds. He will be spawning 8 seconds before this Lord spawn. Substance Star has to run for his life. He has still his Vengeance available, but Birthright going right into their opponent jungle. Taking everything by force.
Yeah, they need to find a way and take everything by force indeed. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for them to make any sort of a comeback. Because at this point, look at Team Limit. They're forcing they're trying to force something, but Birthright having the damage just don't really care. They can just go force themselves onto Team Limit, and they might just...
Oh, this crazy damage coming from Pancrat towards Mio. This was disgusting.
Yeah, it is, because he's a full build Moskov at this point, and they've turned their attention to the Lord. But look at this, Team Limit understand the Mark's not there. This could be a 5v4.
Lord is getting started. Team Limit has their joy. Can he retribute it? Shut down. Pancrat goes down. Mega kill for Mr. Dev. He's still jumping around. Sasha goes down. I don't think you can still continue this fight in the favor of Birthright because you are going down left and right. Killing spree for Bob Rusik, but he goes down as well. Shut down. Mark tries to play it out. Kills Kingsta, but now it's only Fushi against Mr. Dev, Q, Mio, and Oncoming Lord.
This is why we call him the Grim Reaper. Wherever he goes, death follows. 5-1-2 on a Joy. When you're going against a Badang and a Fredrin and a Moskov nonetheless, a full out pretty much a counter team for the Joy, knowing who he's going up against. Phil picks it up, just having the confidence to dish out the damage, buying enough time, knowing the timers, and knowing when to go in and out of a team fight. Making the mistake was what Birthright needn't do, but Team Limit were patient enough. Now almost full build, looking to go for a Winter Crown, 12k goal lead, and now Pancrat is 12.3. They've caught up, and now Team Limit just need one opening with the Lord that's marching on the bot side, and they could take it all, because look at the goal lead again. 3k in the favor of Birthright. 3k is definitely not enough when you have a playmaker like Kingsta looking to give a big Tyrant's Rage right now.
Mark already engaged in this fight, getting chunked up himself. Pancrat tries to survive. He is able to survive for now. He tries to kite away, but there is Mr. Dev. He needs to run away with his life. Killing spree goes for Mark. Sasha still alive, chunking a lot of damage towards him, but now goes down. Monster kill. Team Limit didn't lose a single member, and now they are coming towards enemy base.
They are coming towards the enemy base. All right, 2 down from the side of Birthright. It's going to be a 5v3, but here he misses.
Play it out. There's another fight happening. Substance Star is trying to push onwards. Base is still alive. They try to defend it. 3v5. Can they do it though? Pancrat is super strong. He is full built already. And now Lord pushing onwards on the bottom side. Can Pancrat do it? Can Mr. Dev get him? What will be the answer? Mr. Dev trying to go in. They try to go for base. Pancrat is still alive, but not anymore. He goes down. And now it's a win for Team Limit. How did this happen, Kronos? Did
I told you, man.
With your super fast internet.
Where he goes, death follows. That's why we call him the Grim Reaper, Mr. Death. Every single time he picks up, that's how he is. He starts slow, and then he gets the ball rolling in their favor, and that's what Team Limit like to do. And that, again, is credit where it's due for Kingsta and Q, along with Mio, to step up to the plate at the same time. Kingsta providing the space, providing the sets, scouting around the map, and Q knowing what he's got to do, just farming and making sure he has the gold, and Mio creating the space and peeling for the team. And look at that, he got the MVP being countered on the other side, not by any no-name team. This is Birthright out of all teams, and we're talking about Sasha in the jungle with a Fredrin. You got a Moskov in the hand of Pancrat, and then you have Mark on a Badang. Knowing all of this, even a Petrify in the hands of Boba Rusik, right? He is still showing up 8-1-2. The patience that he has, knowing how he has to dish out the damage, knowing when to go in. That is the power of Team Limit. And we're seeing that come to fruition one step at a time. And Mr. Death, my goodness, he is leading the charge, folks.
He played those fights absolutely perfect until some moment into the game. He didn't play it correctly at all. He got taunted, he got caught, it wasn't going his favor. But then he started playing it so smart. I guess you already know this, but he was playing it so smart. He let his team fight it out. He was like pretending, I'm not really here. I'm just minding my own business. And then he jumped right around the corner, going for the backline, right as Fredon used his taunt, right as Fredon used his spells that could offset Joy, that could cancel her teamfight capabilities. Right then and there, he was right in the middle of the fight, going for that carries. And no one could do anything about it.
Well, they couldn't, because they, man, I'm telling you, you thought I was hyping this team up for no reason. I've seen this team before. They've done it before, and they're doing it again. They've done it the MESL. They came down from the play-ins. Nonetheless, not a pre-seeded team. Nobody expected them to get through. They had the toughest road to get to the finals, and they went through it. They even won the upper brackets. When it came to the grand finals, they went all the way to a game number 7. And they pulled up, because the deeper they get into the competition, the more better they get. The confidence build. They understand the meta. They get warmed up. It's like an engine. The more, I mean, you don't want to get it burst, but of course, slowly warm it up, and then you get to the right point. And then they just so good at that in the game. They just understand the mechanics. They understand the rotations. They know their teammates inside out. And to be honest, I want to see more of their games, and they've moved on to the semifinals. And it's going to be absolutely insane to see who they go up against. But before we tell you all that extra information, folks, that's Warren and Kronos. We're going to be back after a short break. Don't go anywhere, because we are giving away some diamonds in the chat. 10,000 of them nonetheless. So we'll be back soon.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, the gravity pulls you straight down. darkest ground. But gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, gravity pulls you straight down. Clear
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Break that beat.
Welcome back, folks. You're watching the Surge Europe online qualifiers, of course. This is the 6th qualifier round that we're going to bring to you, and it is for the European Mid-Season Cup. Yes, you heard it right. Not just the MSC, we have an EMC going on as well. It's going to come to you on June, and this is the final qualifiers to get to that stage for a big 4,000 euros cash prize tournament. And I think that's going to be absolutely insane, and you do not want to miss that. So make sure you like, subscribe, hit that notification bell icon, Discord, Instagram, you know the drill. But you know what you don't know is the cash for today. My name is Kronos, alongside me, Warren. We've been bringing you the action ever since the beginning. If you just joined us, make sure to stick around because we got a exciting bunch of matches coming your way. And I think the first BO3 of the night as well, right, Warren?
I think so. I think we should be having that, and I think we should be having the Rift against special cases in this BO3. And well, you have already let yourself be heard about the Rift, that they are decent, that they are pretty stacked. But you also let yourself be heard about special cases, that they are decent, that they are strong. And well, now they are clashing against each other. And the question is, who will come out on top when those two giants meet? And of course, we have BO3 to show for that. So I'm hoping for a full BO3. I don't even mind who will win.
Yeah, and I think at this point, I really don't mind who takes this game, because these are some top tier players, top tier teams, and they have respect for each other as well. That's the best part. And knowing that what's gonna happen between these two teams, I don't mind who comes out on top. I just want to see some epic Mobile Legends actions from both these teams. So
well,
at this
and
point,
I'm expecting we should be seeing that pretty soon. Of course, it's the first BO3 of today, so that means that for the first time during today's competition, the teams have a chance to kind of adapt to their opponents, kind of feel it out. The first game doesn't necessarily need to go in their favor. You can still reverse sweep, even though in BO3s usually it's not that dramatic. You don't usually call it a reverse sweep. Usually that's being left out for BO5s and BO7s and this kind of stuff. But well, I'm excited. I hope we will go into the full BO3, as I like to say. So either of those teams winning 2-1 would be lovely. And pretty soon we should be going into draft. And I am hoping for no remakes, Chronos. That's what I'm hoping for.
yeah, man, I'm telling you that the remakes today have been kind of, it is so that the teams get a fair chance, but unfortunate for us because we want to see the best of the rest go against each other. But at this point, hopefully we don't have one that's true, but you can see these are some star-studded stack names that you're looking at the screen right now, folks.
I mean, Chronos, you cannot hold them accountable because, alright, they cannot draft properly. They kind of fumbled it like 2 times, 3 times back to back, but then they delivered. The performance was great. So you cannot really hold them accountable, and this is what we are truly here for, not for perfect draft executions. Of course, you want to draft yourself a decent composition, but mistakes can happen. Someone's internet can go haba baba, and yeah, well, then you cannot really lock in the right champion. And for a bit, we thought that Alucard for Zedel wasn't really the right champion. Unfortunately for him, in the end, it wasn't. But now let's not speak about Zedel, let's speak about our heroes right here in front of our eyes. We have Pagu, Macaron, Wicked, Orange Bob 16. I don't know if that's his age or number of victories he has in row or something. Sensei the Creator, Lighto, Noel, Tisokite, Enzo, and Zin.
Yeah, indeed. At this point, I feel like these two teams, man, you've said all the names of these players, and I'm telling you, it's got goosebumps going through my skin the entire time, because if you ask me, these teams are taking their times, and you can see the draft. This is higher level than what we've been seeing so far throughout the entire day. The Fanny, the Boxia, the Uranus, the Rafaela, they know what the other team can pull off. Respect across the board, and I feel like right now they're looking to take away the Arlot, possibly even the Fredrin.
It's definitely on board. We were speaking about Rafaela, how she was hit or really much more buffed in that latest patch, how she got her passive reworked, how she got her numbers tweaked. And well, it looks like she is a decent player now. She is a decent hero. That's why she has been locked out behind the ban, and Juxin will be joining her, together with a last ban going for the side of Rift, which no, sorry, not the Rift. Of course, that's the side of special cases, but they are making it so much harder for us since their tagline is AT. What does it stand for? ET? Is it ET? Like they are so good that they are alien, or like what do you think it is?
My tail's been itching for a real
If you ask me, man, the ET definitely feels like extraterrestrial at this point. These guys are special cases. That's why they're extraterrestrial. Get it? I feel like that's the idea behind the name.
All right. Now when you mention it, yeah. And now as you mention it, the loveliest of loveliest champs locked in, at least for me, Phoebus. I love him. I love him. So this game will be a banger.
Yeah, you like that guy. I've noticed you actually like that hero quite a lot. Just likes to dive in every single point. And this guy just likes to play fighters. And when you play a game, which heroes do you like to play, Warren?
Well, except Phoebus, I was actually abusing that Roger back to my advantage until I got banned. No, kidding. I unfortunately didn't know about that Roger back. Well, I think we forgot to mention that, but Roger cannot be picked up by none of teams. I think we should have said that sooner, but no one fortunately picked them up. Because it was in the rules, it was announced. Don't worry, players knew it. We just a little bit forgot to mention it to our viewers. But nevertheless, there was a bug on Roger, which is being currently fixed. Hopefully it will be fixed soon, so we can see Roger on the map. But I don't think that Roger is really that decent pick into meta, into competitive meta. So for me personally, I don't think it matters how fast they fix him, because I don't know. I think I never saw a Roger on the map in competitive scene.
Roger has been really good before, right? And then he just got hit with a massive nerf that just took him off the face of the Landodon completely. And if you ask me, the Roger is definitely back in the meta in the gold lane. But for now, it feels like Roger, since he's not allowed in this tournament, we're not going to see him. Otherwise, we would have been seeing some crazy Lycan pounces that's just going through, destroying and tearing through teams one at a time. Claw with that werewolf. But hey, we're not going to see Roger, but we're going to see the old reliable, the Granger in the hands of Wicked. And by God, we've seen this guy play so much. Granger, he just turns the tide around by himself. And now knowing that it's picked up with the Matilda nonetheless, a lot of mobility on the table, a lot of playmaking ability, heal, the kiting. I feel like this is going to be really good and crucial for the side of the Rift. But on the other side, you can see instantly picking up a Joy at the same time, so he can dive in and just create ruckus in the Land of Dawn.
Oh, and ruckus will be created together with Gato. Kimi bursting, or not really bursting, but pushing onwards through that front line, trying to dish out as most damage as she can. Well, if you would hide out the bans and you would look just at the left side composition, it looks like a composition that would be played like 2-3 patches ago. So I find this quite amusing, really interesting that this composition was locked in for the side of Rift. But we will see how it will work for them. Now that you have a strong opposing hero in the form of Joy, who can really make a lot of trouble, as you were saying, make a lot of ruckus in your composition, you need to lock in something to deal with her. But now, further off the board, what else is there to deal with that annoying Joy?
Yeah, and I mean, what else can stop this Joy though? That's true. I mean, they have the Hayabusa, that's good, but again, it's been it's kind of like a hero that's just looking to burn. It's been a hit with the nerf hammer, so I'm not really sure if Hayabusa would be the play to make. But then you're relying on a heavy snowball. Already looking at a snowball composition coming in from the side of from the Rift. It could be slight bit of a problem. They take away the Farsa as well at the same time. So, and Irithil's got to go with the Lapu Lapu, which has been too annoying. And Irithil will be great here for special cases. But then again, that will be the last pick is what I'd like to see.
Ooh, Airtel could be spicy, could be working very well into that Granger, could be working very well in that laning phase, of course, as we have established, should be a last pick. Farsa getting banned out makes a lot of sense, because if she zones out Joy, then she has to dash through a lot. She needs to cut a lot of distance to just get into the fight when she gets zoned by Farsa, so this still making a lot of sense for the side of special cases. But, well, the question is, what will they take away? Because they can still take something away for themselves. Will it be carry, or will they leave it? Oh, it's a carry. It's Irritel, so it looks like they are leaving that last pick flexible for themselves to counteract the composition of their opponents.
Yep, flexible indeed. They didn't want to, and I told you this Irritel's got to come through. It'd be really good because you want to put Ricket under pressure, and Tiso's a really good goal laner himself. So knowing that they have a double marksman composition again, it could be a big problem. Here they go for the Lucas and the Valentina. I'm not sure about the Valentina. I like the Lucas. I'm not sure if the Valentina is the right pick to go with here. Although they do have a lot of magic damage, and hey, that's the one that they want to go for. Understanding that it could be a great pick in their hands. So pick up the Valentina, and we might have a game on our hands looking at how special cases want to round up the draft, because they need a frontliner here, and they need one that can just bring out a big, massive set, or at least have a follow-up from the Gatotkacha's AOG. And I'm looking at a little bit of a Tigreal, possibly even a Cho, just to be a problem. Maybe they go a complete U-turn and just put the Gatotkacha in the roam position and just rock in a CC, because the CC just destroys the Phoveus in the lane.
Oh, she does. Oh, she should. The thing is, she should destroy him. The question is, will she destroy him? Because I was adamant that CC is just the complete destroyer for the side of Phoveus. She always just does anything she wants with him. She destroys his laning phase. She then destroys and hunts him down in team fights, and that she has much more value for the team. But since I saw some competitive matches where Phoveus was actually picked into CC and was able to perform and even overperform, overshadow CC, I mean, anything can go, anything can still go, and the question is, how will the players play it out? Because now with the compositions locked in, of course, you can lock in your guesses in the chat and show who are you rooting for. This is, of course, our first BO3 of today. It's the semi-finals. Who wins goes into the finals. Who loses, unfortunately, cannot go to those finals, but can still battle it out for the third place. The question is, who will be winning this first map, Kronos? Which draft do you like the most?
I'll be honest, looking at the draft, I might say that it is going to come down to... I like the draft of special cases a lot more. I don't like the Valentina on the other side. I don't see what the Valentina can bring to the table, just because of the fact that there are better picks on that side. Maybe the Valentina to survive the Joy to a certain extent. I feel like that's why the Valentina was picked up. But apart from that, man, I'm telling you, like, I don't see why the Valentina could have been picked up. Maybe that will be the slight bit of a difference maker. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know. It could be that as well. But special cases against the Rift, all eyes on the goal lane, especially if you're the Rift. Wicked's going to have all eyes on him. And there's a lot of pressure down on him already with that Joy, with that Kimi, with the Gatotkacha, with the Irithel. That's a lot of pressure coming through, of course. So that's going to be difficult and tough for them. And at the same time, it is a slot, of course, for a team to get to the European Mid-Season Cup. Again, we get top 1 from each European qualifiers. We have 6 in total, top 2 from each of the 2 V4 seasonal finals, 4 in total. So next week there'll be the last V4 semifinals. Seasonal
there'll be action happening already in mid lane. Sensei getting pushed away. Half his HP getting turned off, but Revitalize will keep him alive. And it looks like Lito will be destroying the... Oh wait, I remember. It was Lito on Phoveus destroying CC. I just got that. That's it. That's how it happened.
But then again, here CC is just so good because it's not any random CC. We're talking about a Lito in CC, not the Phoveus. So I feel like
trying to play it out, but again, Taunted Sensei has to jump away, but is able to through Matilda's utility.
Yeah, with the guiding wind, of course. But then again, I was saying that, hey, there's 5 more slots from the European leaderboard, 1 from the community vote coming up in the few days. So, of course, those are the slots for the EMC. I'll repeat that again once later.
1v1 on top side. Irritel is super low. Ooh, Wicked. Playing Wicked, good lane.
It is indeed, man. I'm telling you, Wicked, he's freezing the lane in his favor at the same time, making sure Tiso doesn't get the gold. And he has to overcome it if he has to go through. So knowing that Pagu not being present and not having any sort of vision on Macaron will be a slight bit of a difference maker. But you can see both the junglers looking to gank on towards Laito or Orange Bob. And that might be slight bit of an advantage that they're looking for.
But Macaron doesn't have his bar full just yet. His ultimate is not yet available. He cannot really use it. He will need to wait just a little bit longer until this bar charges up. He knows that, so he goes for that jungle camp just to charge it up, maybe get a little bit more gold. But the turtle is already started by the side of special cases. But the rest of Rift is here. Xin is trying to play down Macaron in ultimate form, trying to chase them down, forcing Enzo away. And now Xin will be the first target, probably going down. But Macaron almost going down himself. First blooded though. Laito gets a kill in retaliation. And now the fight continues. Laito gets destroyed almost by Orange Bob, but Orange Bob now has to run for his life because there is Enzo and Noel, and they are not letting anyone slide through. Turtle is super low, retribution ready for the side of Noel. He gets it. So it's 1-1.
Yeah, and it is 1-1 right now. One traded, one apiece, but of course at the same time, special cases get their hands on the turtle, and that's crucial for them because they get a slight bit of an advantage. And knowing that Irrital already beats Granger in the lane is good advantage. But you can see on the bot side,
Xin going for Pagushek, forcing him away, and this is completely different Pagu than we saw before. Before on his Khalid, he was gliding all over the map. He was dominating the Rift. He was dominating the map. He was the father of his opponents, but right now he isn't performing as well.
Yeah, he's definitely not performing as much as we like. When you see AOG,
Gato engage, stolen away by Valentina. Oh, not by wait a second. Oh, that is Valentina, right? Xin now getting charged up by Macaron. Macaron tries to hit, doesn't hit though. Xin gets pushed away, but there's no who will try to chase them down. Macaron tries to run away with his life, but I don't think his life is his own no more. Pagu at least getting Kitiso down.
Yeah, Noel able to dish out a lot of damage. And you know what? If I'm not wrong, I feel like wasn't the same team of special cases who won the MRO last season for Europe?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
I think so as well. But hey, look at that in the mid lane. 1v1. Sensei taken down by Enzo. Meanwhile, on the top side, Wicked has the space created for him. Thanks to the guiding wind, able to get on harm's way. But on the bot side, Laito just being a nuisance completely and just neutralizing the threat of this Phobius.
And there is Joy trying to play it once more, level 8, trying to find this Lucas or maybe Orange Bob. Orange Bob, his tower has a lot of HP gone. Noel already starting to play around, maybe stress his opponent a bit. But now there's a fight happening in the mid line. Macaron already going for Enzo, forcing him away. Tries to chase him down, but he cannot. Unfortunately, Sensei misses his ultimate completely, but Macaron slaps him down. Enzo goes down. There is no throw. Though trying to clean it up, and he will clean it up. Sensei goes down. There is another killing spree going with Pagusek. Pagu goes down, and there is chase happening once more. Wicked goes down as well, and Macaron trying to run away with his life. Orange Bob might be able to save him. Tries to force Laito away. I think Laito is missing all his mana. His mana pool is completely depleted, so maybe this was an overstep from him, but not really. Laito is quite alright. Noel will be taking second turtle for the side of special cases.
Yeah, special cases at this point, man. Oh my god. Macaron just getting obliterated at this point, right? Noel is 4-0-2 on this Joy, just snowballing so hard. And you can see, look at that. He's just taunting Orange Bob as well, knowing Orange Bob can't really do anything. And if you look at it a little more closer, right, Warren? Who's going to stop Noel? There's no lockdown CC. There's no instant CC that's coming through from the side of Rift.
That's the question. That's what I was talking about during the draft. And when you looked at Valentina, when you look Macaron on Lucas, you don't really have that many tools. Of course, Macaron can try to charge him up and stop him in his tracks for a bit, but you don't really have that decent lock-in with Fredrin, with maybe Mincitar. maybe something like that, but you don't really have that. You locked yourself in this cage with a tiger who is called Noel, and he's trying to go for, not really this time. This time his rest of the team were able to catch this kill out. Wicked 0-2.
Wicked is not having a good time, but then we know he can pop up. We know he's really good on the goal lane, and same thing, they know his special cases, so they're applying the pressure.
Macaron already trying to play it out in mid lane, tries to get some kills back. Big blast coming the way of special cases, but not really doing that much. Macaron not that far ahead. I mean, maybe even a little bit behind. Orange Bob is now the target. Noel tries to... Looked like a dive for a bit. Not really happening, actually. And Lito goes down. Wicked gets this kill. This is super important as well for the morale of the side of Rift and as well for the side of Wicked and his gold.
Yeah, at this point, Wicked is doing quite a lot of damage. He needs the gold. He definitely has a Sky Piercer at the same time, so now he needs to start racking up on the stacks. And the more stacks he gets, the more space he gets, the more damage he dishes. And the best part is Wicked, if he gets some confidence going in his favor, man, that's all he needs. And Tiso might have a hard time, even though he's playing the Irithel. But right now, you can see they're looking to siege in towards the turtle pit. Who's going to take it out?
Zin already pushing in. Macaron taking the turtle now. Zin needs to back away because the rest of team could collapse on him. Mid lane still standing, so you have for the side of Rift to retaliate somewhere.
Yeah, I feel like the Rift at this point, they need to find answers, and they have to find them quick. Otherwise, Special Cases might just run away with the game. But they have reduced down the goal lead that Special Cases had. Now about 2k, and they're looking to be the initiators.
Rift looks like they want to initiate something themselves. And now, Sensei just playing with his foot for a time being.
They are indeed, and I feel like at this point, Special Cases needs to find a big set to stop the plans of the Rift. They need to stop the momentum that's moving in the favor of the Rift, because otherwise, knowing the Rift, knowing these players, they love the momentum on their side. Once they get the momentum going, Special Cases might have a hard time to fight back. But here, this could be the opening, as Noel just got themselves the Holy Crystal. Orange Bob, no flicker. And now sieging of the mid-tier 1 could be what they're looking for. But at the same time, look at the top side. It's a 1v1 between the junglers.
Lucas is completely destroying this Joy, and we were speaking about who will deal with this Joy, but Macaron, this is the answer. This big 9 tails fox will be the answer. Who will deal with Noel?
Yeah, this 9-tail fox needs to catch them off guard, right? That's what they did. You could see in the map that he was hiding in the bush, waiting for Noel to show himself, and that's when he pounced upon him and then just destroyed him, taking on a lot of HP. But in the midst of an open team fight, Noel's going to destroy the rest of the Rift. So that is where the Rift need to learn how to pick their fights. And same with Special Cases. That's why you can see a bit of a stalemate happening around the Land of Dawn right now. For the past 2 minutes, nothing has been going about. But they know that given the right time, given the right opportunity, either one of the team or either one of the players can make it or break it. But Wicked on top looks like a target.
Oh, he is target. He is at least target for Noel. He tries to go for him, but there's the rest of the team. Gato engaging in, going for Pagu. And now Lord is for the taking because Rift are missing one guy.
My goodness, did you see the pressure they put on Wicked? As soon as they saw him off guard, they just pounced on him, made him flicker out. He has to use the Rondo and everything, but Pagu could have got out of harm's way. But
Orange Bob tries to play it out with Macaron. They go and they try to go for Zin. Zin goes down. There's Lito, next target. They try to go for him as well. Double kill. Noel tries to play it out. He tries to kill the rest of Rift, but he cannot get shut down by Wicked.
Maniac.
He goes for Maniac. Can he get a Savage? Can he get a Savage? Not this time.
Oh my god, Wicked, man. Just when you think the chips are down, he is there ready to go all in, because that's what he did at this point. It was in the blink of an eye. We didn't even see it coming. Wicked all of a sudden just stacked up on those Sky Piercer stacks and now turned the game completely around. Flip the script, and Wicked is online, ladies and gentlemen. 5-2-3, about 4 to 5 stacks on the Sky Piercer, and by God, they need to apply some pressure on him because Special Cases have a case to make of their own. Otherwise, Wicked's gonna run away with the game himself.
And I think that's a problem that's kind of developing itself right now as we see the game. Because on the side of Rift, you have Wicked with this super strong carry. And The only real threat to him is Noel. No one else can get to him. Tiso cannot shoot through his front line. Enzo cannot get through him, same thing apply. Zin can try to ult and land on top of him with his ultimate, but that's really tough. He doesn't have his flicker, and Wicked will have his flicker soon. There's a fight happening in mid lane. Tiso Kite gets super low, and now they try to finish with the last step towards enemy's throat. Noel is here, but too late. Orange Bob goes down as they push towards mid lane.
My goodness, the Lord came through, and just when special cases were dominating the entirety of this series, the entirety of this game and this best of 3, the first game, you could see just one fight just turn everything around. Who needs to deal with the Joy if you have enough damage? Look at the Hunter Strike, the Sky Piercer, Malefic Roar, even has a Magic Blade to survive. That's what Wicked's bring into the fray. And now knowing that he has the damage, he might be going for light though, and the rest of special cases.
And suddenly Macaron on his Lucas is looking so much more hot than like 2 to 4 minutes ago. Noel is suddenly looking like the one who has the smaller stick and who cannot really do that much, because in those fights he couldn't even join that last one. Oh, they are going for him. They are going super deep. Matilda tries to chase him down, needs to flicker out herself, survives, but this way they are able to take the tower.
My God, did you see Pagu? He was running for his life, and the rest of special cases screaming, "Why are you running? Why are you running?" Because the way he did, he had to flicker out, dash, make sure his teammates got out of there. My goodness, the Rift are making sure they don't let the game slip away from their hands, because now they have the goal lead. They're up by 3.5k. They're the aggressors. They want to pick the fight when they say so. Otherwise, special cases won't have any sort of a comeback opportunity unless Noel pulls off a great 1v5 play, dive onto Wicked in the back line. But Wicked has a flicker. He has the Rondo. He even built up the Rose Gold Meteor. And if he gets the immortality, it'll be really difficult for them to stop him.
Definitely, indeed. Now Zin charging up something, but not really hitting that mark. 20 seconds into Lord. The thing is, the Rift should have, theoretically speaking, the weaker late game composition. But right now, the deeper we go into late game, the Rift just looks stronger and stronger. And I don't know what can be done for the side of special cases. They should be outscaling, but they are not.
Man, they're not able to, because it's not been given. The opportunity just not being provided to them by the Rift, because they have so much damage. They have the range, the poke. Is just too much coming in from Wicked.
Lord already started. Noel is trying to chase it down, tries to go for retribution. Zin goes down, monster kill for Wicked. Noel races to run away now. He has all his spells charged down. Lord's pretty low. Macaron finishes him off, and now they can push onwards.
Yeah, and again, you could see Sin was targeting down Wicked, but Wicked just making sure he is sitting pretty in the back line and destroying whatever comes in his way. 6, 2, and 4 is the KDA of this Granger. We don't just hype him up for no reason, folks, because you can see this guy is dishing out so much amount of damage. 12.4k gold in his pocket. He's twice the gold of his own roamer, and that speaks volumes, knowing that he is ready to destroy in a moment's notice. Special cases need to find a way back, because this game might have just been flipped.
And they need to find it pretty soon, because this might be the opening. Tisokite actually getting bursted. Now Wicked chasing him down through Matilda's utility. Now a Lord pushing almost in mid lane, and as they will try to finish up the top lane tower. Lighto needs to run away. Sin is making some space. They try to go for Lord. Lord is still alive a little bit. He goes down, godlike Wicked, and Wicked tries to clean it up, but Noel is trying that himself. Now Orange Bob trying to chase down, diving in, but I don't think they can finish just now. Wicked flickering in. Can he play it out? He has immortality on himself, so that gives him a lot of time to do something. Orange Bob goes down, but as Wicked goes legendary, as he goes for base, tries to finish off this game.
Oh my God, it was Wicked who flickered forward, and then Orange Bob with a 4-man knockup with the Phoveus, and then all of a sudden he's just sitting there and looking at the base, just shooting it away. They take game number 1 in this best of 3. The Rift making a comeback after being down for more than half the game.
And we just had two completely different stories, two completely different Joys back to back. The game before, we had a Joy who didn't really do much in the early game, didn't really get her snowball going, and then in late game she carried. This story was different. Noel got off to a great early game, but then Wicked came online and he destroyed special cases.
He destroyed, man. I'm telling you, he just destroyed special cases after a while. Look at the damage, 64,000 in the hands of Wicked. Noel was doing good in the early game. He was doing good in the mid game as well, but then he just a slight bit of an opportunity. They stopped applying pressure on Wicked for what, a minute? Right? It was a minute when they stopped applying pressure on Wicked. And that's when he was walking from the top tier 1 to the mid lane. And then he was able to walk down the full river, get that turtle. And that was that 1 minute. All it took for Wicked to reset his mindset, reset himself, get slight bits of, deep breaths in. And he said like, hey, guys, I'm locked in. Let's go.
He sprinted away with that game. He was gone. He was gone. He was nowhere to be seen and there was nothing to be done. He was shooting his way through his enemies. They were trying to stand in his way, but his shots were coming through each one of them and they were just going down one next to the other until the base was destroyed and Crystal was popped. And what a performance. What a performance. And that's why we definitely need special cases to come back in the second game, so we go into third map.
Yeah, I agree. I want to see this go all the way to the best of 3. It is the semifinals, of course, folks. The winner of this will move on to the grand finals for today and get themselves that 300 euros prize pool as well. And knowing these teams, knowing these players, they're not even doing it much for the prize pool, right? They're doing it for bragging rights at this point, knowing that who's the first one, who's going to be the top goal laner for Europe, who's going to be the top team of Europe as well at the same time. So I feel like this is a good way to establish your presence, knowing what it's bringing to the table. And to be honest, the way it's going about, I feel like they could just run away with this. The Rift, I could see 2-0 coming out from their side because they just need a slight bit of momentum, and they've got that momentum in their favor. And they didn't get it quite easily, right? They came back from a deficit, nonetheless, a deficit of gold in the early game, and that must be hurting special cases, knowing that they weren't able to close the game out.
That definitely needs to be hurting their feeling because, well, they had the late game composition. Starting to win in early game. That's a recipe for victory. That's a recipe for victory. That's it. You got it. You won the game. And I believe that's something that they thought in the back of their heads. But then it slightly moved towards the front of their head. And then it overwhelmed them. And they lost the reins. They lost the reins of the horse. That was the game. And they just couldn't do anything anymore. Because Pagu, as I have been speaking about him, like he doesn't have his performance so hot in this one. Just as I said it, he started showing off. He started playing this Matilda to perfection, locking up Noel. And as we were saying, there's no one who can lock out Noel. There's no one who can do anything about him. Just as we were speaking about it, Noel started to be target of the most angry Matilda that I have ever seen, the most annoying Matilda, always going for him, locking him out, knocking him up, and then running away to his team. So Noel couldn't do anything.
Yeah, and it's just Noel just wasn't able to do much in that game, knowing how we've seen a Joy come back against a full counter as well. Right, just previously we saw Mr. Death go against the counter of his entire team and he pulled up. So I feel like Noel and the rest of special cases need to go back to the drawing board, but we'll find out about that, of course, folks, after a short break. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned. We'll be back for game number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the qualifiers for the EMC with me, Kronos, alongside me, Warren. And you know what, guys? We've been bringing you the action for so long. You guys got to go follow us on the YouTube and Twitch, man. He streams quite a lot as well. This way, he streams quite a lot as well. So you want to go and show him some love. We'll put it in, we'll tell you about it later, but only because we have an exciting match brought up for you, which is, of course, Special Cases versus the Rift. The game number 2 is best of 3 semifinals. And a slot for the grand finals to move on to the EMC indeed. And Warren, are you excited for this one? You think it's going to go all the way in a best of 3, or are you going to see a 2-0?
I think it's possible to go into full BO3. I think it is indeed possible. I want it to be possible, and I wish for it to be possible for our viewers. So we have a full BO3 between those stacked teams. I feel it was a little bit unfortunate that the side of Rift couldn't just quite scale up into that late game, because I feel like fast forward like 3-4 minutes into that game, that was cut short by Wicked and his Wicked performance right on the nose there. If that didn't happen, I feel like they would outscale. But the thing is, that didn't happen. You didn't get to that outscale part. So you should change up your draft. Maybe don't focus so much on that late game, because in that last composition you had basically 3 late game carries. Now try to switch it up. Make maybe 1-2 late game carries, but put something in the early game, because the early game wasn't really going in the favor of Special Cases.
Yeah, I feel like Special Cases really need to find... I mean, if you think about it, Special Cases did have slight bit of the early game in the favor, and then all of a sudden the Rift just completely flipped it after, what, about 6 to 8 minutes in a one-team fight, just giving slight bit of space for Wicked. And the idea has been very clear for Special Cases. Just apply the pressure on Wicked and make sure Wicked cracks. But this guy, man, he's been taking the pressure so good ever since the beginning, and he hasn't been cracking at all. So at this point, it feels like they might just find an opportunity to come back. But then again, it all comes down to the draft, because this draft has got to be super important. And you can see they're sticking with the same heroes that they did previously.
It looks like, at least for the time being, Phoebus getting outed though, so no more Phoebus to be seen in our games. Fanny, the classic, Baksha, the classic, Zuxin, a little bit of a classic herself too. The thing is, what will you pair it up with? What will be the final ban? What will be the final ban for the side of Special Cases? And what will be their opening pick? There is still Badang, there is Kalia, Matilda getting outed. You can go for carry, you can go for that Granger, try to maybe take it away from the hands of Wicked, or maybe something completely else, what I am not seeing right now.
I feel like at this point, it's got to be that Uranus or the Arlot.
Uranus is still open. You are absolutely correct. He is still there to be taken.
Yeah, I feel like Uranus or Arlot, something that they need to ban out for sure. To answer your question earlier, I don't really know. But at this point, I feel like they need to take out, because that's what we've been seeing, right, so far. We've been seeing the Uranus, we've been seeing the Arlots getting banned out. Maybe, yeah, there it is. I was going to say maybe the Yu Zhang, but then again, like, Terizla's still up for grabs. Lapu Lapu's been a great stable pick so far. I think these are picks that could just turn this game completely around.
Lapu Lapu still up for the taking. You are absolutely correct. Maybe let's think about that for a bit. Maybe let's think about that. Phoebus is out. You can answer into Lapu Lapu, I guess, with CC, but I don't know how well she performs into him. Uranus is gone. Yeah, Lapu Lapu seems pretty decent. The question is, can they play it? Can Laito play Lapu Lapu? Can he do that?
I mean, of course, man. If you're an EXP laner, you better play Lapu Lapu. He's one of the best heroes currently in the meta. So I would be surprised if they weren't able to play Lapu Lapu, given the fact that he's such a great pick in the current EXP lane. But Kalea being left open means they want to go for a pick-off style composition. But on the other side, I know they're hovering over Lolita, but I don't think that's going to come through, just because of the fact that they need to kind of go for some of the picks that are really open. The Jushin already banned out. Matilda's taken off the table. Granger, something they want in the hands of Wicked. There's the Joy that's up for grabs. The Kimmy, still something that's too hard to let go of. And there's also the Badang.
Kimi is still free for the taking. The question is, how strong is Badang against Kalia? Yeah, Gato seems more like it. I feel like he has more of a value. When Kalia kidnaps someone, you can immediately jump in with that ultimate, try to cancel up this whole setup. Of course, expecting Kalia to be on roam position, so still XP laner free for the taking. So there could be the Lapu Lapu lock-in, which we have been talking about just a minute before. It looks like to be Granger though, a takeaway from Wicked.
Yeah, they're denying the Granger from the hands of Wicked, but I like the Farsa, right? The Farsa and the Granger are a really great combination. If you pair it up with the Kalea, it's even like, it's just adding so much damage along with the lockdown through the Tsunami Slam. So over here, I feel like Special Case is definitely looking to take some of the better picks away from the hands of the Rift. But now they need to prioritize something for Wicked, otherwise they're going to have a hard time. And I'm looking at the Moskov. Although Wicked doesn't have a small hero pool, they could get the Irithel in their hands as well. So Irithel with a Purify still looks good, unless they're looking to put this Kimmy in the gold lane. They want to keep their options open, but I'll be honest, the Joy is still a great pick here.
Oh, but it looks like Moscow will be locked indeed. There's the lock-in, so now you have no more flexibility, no more playing around and pretending, oh, Kimmy might be the carry, Kimmy might be the mid laner, we don't know yet. Well, now it's right in front of everyone. Kimmy will be in the mid lane, Moscow will be representing the gold lane. And now the question to be had is what they will come up for the jungle side. You were speaking about Joy. Joy could be a decent pickup. Of course, then your composition is pretty squishy, and basically anyone except Gato getting picked up by Kalia will get one-tapped. So that's something to consider. Of course, you would have so much damage. Oh, Khalid getting taken away. I don't think that's a great read from the side of Special Cases. I know Gato can be played in XP lane, but I don't think they would go for that. I think Gato is definitely going in the hands of Pagu, but I might be wrong.
Time to drop the beat of the flash.
Yeah, I also agree with the fact that the Khalid's not a great ban here, just because of the fact that Pagu really played it well earlier on. But again, is it the best? I don't know. I think these guys are just thinking a little too, get in their own head maybe a little too much. I do like the prioritization on the Wicked, though, for the Moskov. They take away the two assassins. That could be a problem for the Kimmy rather than Moskov himself. That's a lot of assassin bans on board. The Cho is a great ban. That means it's very clear indication that Special Cases want to play an assassin.
I mean, now thinking about it, maybe the idea behind Special Cases draft was like, alright, we think Gato will be the roamer, but we want to make sure that Gato is the roamer. So now we ban Khalid, we ban Cho, now Pagu needs to play that Gato, he doesn't really have that much other options, so we can be ready for that. And maybe they're cooking something up, which they will answer with right after this pick.
Man, Hylos is still great. Hylos is still a great pick for them to go for in the roam position. Hylos Gato combinations does not disappoint. Very rarely even so. But at this point, who can they go for? They need a front line of the jump. Oh, no. You forget. Pagu is a player that's been all around the world. Folks, I'm saying this again. M6, M5, MSC, EWC. Call it all. Pagu's been there on the biggest of the biggest stages. And who says he can't play the Hilda?
Do you think it's truly Hilda Rome, or do you think that
It's got to be Hilda Rome. I think it's Hilda
you
Rome.
think
Just
so?
because,
You think so? Let's go. All right.
It's just because of the fact that how much pressure Hilda can apply from the Rome position, right? Against the Kalea, nonetheless, you're forcing the Kalea to use a lot of the the CCs, the Tsunami Slams whenever you get the opportunity, and Pagu just wants to drag the attention away. It's just the Khalid, just in a different form. That's the only thing that Hilda is. Hilda's basically does the same job that a Khalid does in a different form. And now, because of this Hilda's picked up, you can see they're forcing this Esmeralda on the other side in the EXP lane to try and fit a counter in. And then they get the Yi Sun Shin in the jungle. So now they need to respond with something that can equally farm up fast and be a problem unless they want to go for an Alucard that we saw Zedel pull up earlier on the stream.
Alucard, I don't think that's really
No,
the
man, I was just
option.
trolling.
Yeah, I think that would be trolling. For the side of special cases, I really like the draft, except they are a little bit on the squishy side. So if there will come a lock-in, something that can dive in and try to make... Oh, yeah, that's something I was thinking about. Yeah, Nolan could be that. It's actually Lucas. I think I might have liked Nolan more just because of his immediate burst that he can dish out. But Lucas, of course, can still work. It looks like we will be seeing, though, Hilda in the hands of Orange Bob. Pagu will be playing Gato, so that's something that I would expect a little bit more. And the matchup between Kalia and Gato, Kalia is a little bit on the stronger side in early games, so that mid lane matchup will probably go in the favor of the side of special cases. The thing is, can they make it count, and can they run away with their money for the second map?
Man, I'm telling you, they probably can. In the second match, they might just be able to take it, looking at the way that it's going about. And I'll be honest, I want to see a game 3. All right, I really want to see a game 3. But again, the Rift are a team that loves momentum so much. You give them an inch, they will take a mile. And special cases really need to tread with caution. Otherwise, it might just be a same story again.
Could be a same story again, but let's recap ourselves what we have on our hands. We have, of course, the Moscow being picked up for Wicked, so he has another hyper carry where he can perform. Of course, a little bit on the late game side, we saw him perform very well on Granger, but Moscow needs a little bit more items. He will probably come online around 3-4 items. Until then, he is not really that much of a threat to the rest of enemy team. So in that meantime, you of course need to use that Kalia to your advantage. You need to apply enough pressure to not let Moscow get into that super strong position too early on, because then you have a lost game in front of you, and that would kick you out, and you could only fight for the scraps in quotes. Because, of course, third place is still a decent place. Still, you compete against all those 53 teams that registered today. But compared to the first place or second, that's fighting for scraps.
Yeah, indeed. But at the moment, hey, you can see Wicked just making sure that Tiso is starved out of some gold. And it is... Oh, wait, it's not. It's Pagu in the wrong position with a Gato Kacha. And I think that Esmeralda was a big factor in that decision.
Could be indeed, but Pagu now getting chunked up on river side of the map. Pagu will go for that warding crab, but he needs to be a little bit careful. Orange Bob with a trade into Lito, but looks a little bit better for... It looked for a bit better for Orange Bob, but Lito and his shields, ooh, that's rough.
Man, it really is rough at this point for Orange Bob as well. At the same time, he's doing a lot of damage. Yes, he can in the early game, but once Lito starts getting a couple of items, Orange Bob's not gonna have a good time.
There is a movement on the map going towards the bottom side. Lito getting stunned up, he purifies, so he survives for now.
He survives indeed, but you can see the clapback coming through as well. They go for the title strike.
But Pagu survives through his taunt, at least for a little bit, but now he gets chained up, CC'd. Lito goes down though, and he's still alive. Zin goes down, and 2 kills for the Rift.
That looked a little bit of a turnaround. I thought the Rift were going to be the ones to give the kills, because Noel came in with a Mountain Shocker at the right time. And I think Pagu just having that revitalized in that team fight, and also the rage that he provides, the extra bit of HP that he gets back, being a big difference maker in that one. And now Noel just couldn't do much. Otherwise, that would have been a big snowball in the hands of special cases.
It could have been indeed, but Revitalize coming in super clutch from Pagu. And I already was trying to describe this, the situation where Pagu is dead, but then I noticed that he is still alive, and the side of special cases are falling down like flies.
They're falling down like flies indeed. You can see the SOD connecting onto Noel, but here Feather Airstrike.
Oh, there is super high damage for the side of Rift, and they need to run away with their life. Purify use on Sensei as he recalls into base.
Yeah, they do find a way, don't they? The Rift. Every time the chips are down, they find a way to make that side of the comeback. Oh, Tiso actually stole that gold crab away. He's just taunting Wicked and Pagu, right? So like, hey, you try to deny me so much. but I still got it in my hands. But you can see both these teams are protecting their gold laners as much as possible, realizing that they're the ones that will be the carry in the mid to late game, and knowing that they need to find the opportunity.
Oh, Pagu getting caught up, stunned up. I don't think he can survive this one. Oh, he re-engages. Let's not mind that. Noel goes down and Kalia tries to jump away with Lucas, but Pagu tanks up all the damage and is able to keep his player alive. Macaron runs away with sliver of his life.
This guy has the revitalize and he's able to survive so much thanks to that. That's the way that they didn't give away first blood. And again, now going under the turret, taking so much damage, able to go for the re-engage as well, and able to survive thanks to the revitalize. This sustained comp in this current meta is showing through. Yes, it was the same way that, you know, Gatot Kacha was played previously, but again,
Kalia trying to catch up Orange Ball, but he is actually the one getting caught. Pagu finishes him off. Unfortunately, the kill goes for the roamer, and now Noel needs to run away. This turtle will be again given to the side of Rift.
Yeah, they definitely will, but right now they go for the turtle. Lito zoning away, but you can see Pagu.
Diesel trying to play it out. Pagu making some space, but Lito trying to destroy everyone in the pit, but Turtle still getting taken, and Lito a little bit deep. I don't think he can run away fast enough. He gets taunted. He goes down.
Yeah, not looking good for them at this point. Feels like special cases. We were looking for the comeback, man, but I'm telling you, if it goes this way, the Rift being a momentum-based team, they already have momentum on their side, and again, Yi Sun-shin is a hero that needs to dominate the early game. And against the Hilda, it's not looking good.
It's not looking good for Noel. And again, now we don't have early game composition for the Rift, so I don't know why I said again. But for the side of special cases, now there is a little bit more early game composition. I have been speaking about it very profoundly. I was saying they need that early game, but even though they have it and Rift have more of a scaling composition, they are still not able to take those fights.
They're definitely not able to, just because of the fact that they don't have the gold, they don't have the items, they don't have the damage currently. They have a late game composition, which is why they need the items, need the gold. And unfortunate that they're not getting any right now, but you can see Lito and Pagu going at it, and I think this is what Lito needs to do. He needs to take all the attention of the Rift away from the rest of his teammates and get it on him.
But this might be too much attention given to him. He needs to purify, run away, but can he do that? Jumps over a wall and survives.
He does survive for now, but will he be able to do the same? Because he needs to repeat this process time and again if they need to have any sort of a chance, because it's 6 minutes
Gato engaging
right
once more, going for Noel. Noel needs to immune himself to survive.
It's 6 minutes in, and I think the Rift are slowly able to pull away in terms of gold lead, already 3k in their favor. And if they pull away anymore, special cases might have a difficult game in their hands.
No, I think they already have a difficult game in their hands because it's 0-5, but it looks like it's 0-10. The Rift are taking whatever they want and they are doing whatever they like. Going for Lito, stunning him up, and he doesn't have Purify no more. He tries to run Pagu, diving under non-existent tower. Zin goes down for his trouble. Killing spree, going for the side of Rift, and this might be too deep. Macaron, he feeling himself might a little bit too much.
Yeah, and I think at this point, feeling himself too much might be, you know, shooting themselves in the foot, because at this point, the Rift slowly taking away the game. But look at Pagu, man. 3-0-3, Orange Bob doing well. They haven't given away a single kill, let alone a single tower.
Pagu and Orange Bob are everywhere. They are roaming through the whole map. For the first time of this match, Orange Bob is not right in the action. Now this action will be happening without him, and Tisokai now needs to run away with his life. Macaron getting bursted by Forza, but it's just not enough because Farsa doesn't have her items just yet and needs to scale a little bit longer.
A little bit longer indeed. Not long enough though. I mean, at this point, if I take a look at the items, I could definitely tell where they're at. But given the fact that special cases are not getting the gold, only having the glowing one at least needs another item. They're already 7 past minutes in. They've got themselves the roam to get that additional.
Well, will be the target.
Gold.
Orange Bob tries to go for it, but Noel, crazy CC immune jump to survive. Pagu tries to disengage, and he does indeed.
Yeah, he is able to get out of harm's way. I think that's what the Rift are good at, right? Taking the attention away.
Macaron
That's what
going in
Lightning
once
do.
more, going for Zin, trying to burst him down in the bush, forcing his taunt on him. Now he will be going down. Kalia is gone, and now Laito is the next target. They go for more. They go for Enzo. Enzo goes down, and now Laito is trying to run away with his life. Can he do that? No, he gets CC'd up, still has Purify immobilized, but Laito will be going down. Mega kill for Orange Bob. Shut down for Tisokai though, as he tries to turn this game around.
He definitely tries to turn the game around indeed, because otherwise it'll be difficult for them to get any sort of comeback possible. Because now Laito gets 1 assist, but again, the Rift are just doing so well at this point that I don't see a way for a comeback for Special Cases. They have 7k goal lead in their favor. They get themselves the roam, the dire hit to make sure nobody's losing out. It's more than 8 minutes in the game. The Lord is coming up. They already have taken away the Holy Shield on the top side. And now, slowly and surely, the Rift are starting to pull away. And again, Special Cases need to find some breathing room. But then again, who's going to provide it? It's got to be Laito. But if he's taking too much attention, we saw what happened last time.
He gets focused down and he goes down. Unfortunately for the side of Special Cases, there is not enough tanky composition. This is what I have been pinpointing out already in draft. Their composition is super squishy, and Pagu goes down, shut it down, actually going for the side of Tisokite, and unfortunately Enzo goes down as well. Now Laito, and now who else will be there to defend? Double kill for Sensei, and Tisokite with no shrivel in fear in their own base.
Yeah, they need to find a way, right? Even though they're going into their own base, they're not able to stay safe just because of the fact that they have the range with the SOD, with the ultimate from the maximum charge. They also have the same with the Shockwave Blast, and now the Lord marching on the bot side. Will they be able to defend?
Will they be able to defend? Maybe for now, Lord will be taken, but unfortunately Aura has been popped in mid lane and bot lane as well. And now immobilized Laito getting pushed away under his tower, and it looks like they try to go for more. Tower has been protected successfully, but Zin goes down.
It has been protected thanks to the Holy Shield present in the mid lane, but you can see another set of waves are coming through on the top side. Is going to be the target.
And now engaged from Gato, going in, forcing Enzo away, and now Noel has to play it down with Laito and Tisokai. Tisokai trying to burst them down, but not hitting any shots. Laito needs to run away with his life if he wants to defend his base.
Mid lane is now going to be the next target. You can see Wicked is going ham at it. They take away the inhibitor, and now the bot side is next on the chopper block as well.
And next on the chopper block is definitely Laito, who goes down, and as well as Orange Bob, who has immortality to survive for a little bit longer. Flickers out, but Wicked going for their own base. Try to finish Special Cases.
They're trying to finish them off. Now every single inhibitor is down and out. One set of waves can end it all, but I think the Rift understanding that they need to be more disciplined, not letting the game slip away from their fingers, biding their time, knowing that they have the advantage. 10k goal lead in their favor. They call the shots now.
Immobilized, Noel goes down. He could be going down, and he does. Killing spree for Sensei, and they try to go for more. Gato has his ultimate cancelled, but unfortunately for that, Zin goes down. He didn't have his flicker available, and now Tiso needs to defend his base with the rest of the squad. Can he do that though? Gato with an engage because his ultimate got cancelled before. Now they try to go for finish. Enzo goes down, and base will soon go down as well.
Look at them. They're actually destroying them in their own base crystal. At this point, man, the Rift are just rubbing it in the faces of Special Cases, the champions of the last qualifiers, that they're here to play, they're here to show off, and they're here to take top place.
This was crazy stuff. I would even speculate that the second game was even more dominant than the first one. The first one looked like there was some little chances, something to be done. But in that second, it's like, if you go into analysis over this game, it will be like, okay, at 3rd minute, we failed to do this thing, and then it was gone. It was out, we were done, we couldn't do anything else. Because it really looked like that, it really felt like that. Their composition, they had a little bit more of an early champions, but they weren't in the flow at all. They weren't sitting next to the wheel even. They weren't sitting next to the driver. They were sitting in the back seat, in the trunk of the car, tangled up but with rope. And that's how the game was going, at least in that second map.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be... It's some, like you said it absolutely right. Like after a 3rd minute, it just felt like Special Cases weren't in it at all. They weren't in it at all. And just goes to show how good the Rift are and knowing what to snowball. This is what Special Cases wanted to do in the previous game, right? They had this slight bit of advantage early on. They wanted to close it out, but they just were unable to. And that's thanks to the good defense skills coming in from the Rift. And now the Rift flipped the script, knowing that they can take the game away by just going through with the snowball. And it's 11 minutes 39 seconds in, and they took away all inhibitors nonetheless. So feels like the Rift are just on a completely different level, and your first team to get into the grand finals of the qualifiers for the mid-season cup for Europe, which is going to be coming around in mid-July. And again, the amount of teams that can take part from it is already been set in stone. It's one team from the top one team from the qualifiers. Of course, there are 6 in total, so there are 5 done. This is the 6th one, and you're going to see the 6th team come out on top. And then you have top 2 teams from 2 of the V4 seasonal finals. Of course, 4 in total, so that's 4 in total teams, so 2 from one of these each. And then next week, there will be the last seasonal finals as well. So we're going to find out the next 2 teams that are going to come up in the next week. And then 5 from the European leaderboard, 1 from the community vote that's coming up in the next few days. So these are the ways to get on the EMC. But if you are a part of Europe, this is your final slot. This is the way you want to make in. And who's it going to be? We're going to find out, right, Warren?
Oh, we will. We will be finding that out, right? Not in these finals, in the next ones as well. But the topic of today is today's finals, which will be discussed in a little bit. But we should give our viewers a time to get some drinks, get some snacks, and get ready.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and sound.
All right, folks. Looks like we're back again really quick with the next semifinals, of course, and we're going to go straight into it. My name is Kronos. Alongside me, Warren 1X. As we saw, the Rift is the first team to move to the grand final. Special case will be fighting out for third place against two We will find out, of course, the two teams going head-to-head. This time, a familiar name, once again, with Team Limit. The Grim Reaper is going to be there alongside, facing against, rather, Nightfall. And again, these guys keep changing their team names. I don't know why they do it, but Nightfall have familiar names again, Warren. I've told you about this. They are Creeb, Fam, Vansky, Alan, Nix, and V. And these are familiar names for those of you who know. So expect some high-level Mobile Legends gameplay again from Europe.
Oh, I'm excited about it. And you just keep coming up with those names. You are just like, oh yeah, Peter 27. Oh yeah. He is actually goated. He played MPL when I was 6 years old, and yeah, he completely destroyed. He is a Phoebus one trick actually, and he's so good. So I love it. I absolutely love it. Today's tournament was a blast. I hope our viewers have a blast as well. And this BO3 will be a banger indeed. Take it from Kronos. Don't take it from me. He is much more experienced in this regard, in this matter, at least for now. And well, I am excited. I am excited. What will we be having? And yeah, Kronos, let's hop right into it as we will be ready, as our players get ready. And what are your predictions? You said Nightfall, strong players, Team Limit, strong players. We have these two Titans as well. The Rift, special cases. We were speaking about special cases. They could make the finals. They didn't actually. They fumbled right before that. Unfortunately for them, in the first BO3 of today, for them, they fumbled the bag 0-2. They got, someone can say, destroyed. What do you think will be the story for Nightfall and Team Limit? 2-0, 2-1, what will it be?
Before we talk about that, right? The Rift and special cases revolved around Wicked and Tiso, right? This one is going to be Kingsta and Vansky. The Roamers are going to decide this game. They are so mechanically gifted. They are so macro gifted. They understand the shots. They understand the shot call. And I feel like usually we highlight Mr. Det Q for Team Limit, Kingsta as well, but this game Kingsta really has a lot to pull up. But hey, looks like Vansky's not going to be playing unless he changes his name again. Like, I don't get this point, but I know for a fact that this is going to come down to the roamers. So depending on which roamer gets a slight bit of a pick off, I think that will have a slight better advantage.
All right, so this will be a roamer-oriented game. Let's see what they will cook up. If we will see Khalid, I would be excited. I love the Roam Khalid, but of course, only playable in specific scenarios. So the question is, will this game be specific enough for Khalid to pull up? Of course, anything else can go. Baksha, almost, I think, practically permabanned. I would like to pull up some stats, but I think it's practically permabanned. So, not seeing this big, chunky guy who can tank so much. He will be not tanking anyone. He will be only tanking this ban in his face, unfortunately for him. Arlott getting outed, so no Arlott dashing around, stunning people up, doing his fancy stuff. And well, there is only one guy left with lovely hair like Arlott, and that's of course Nolan, but I don't know if we get Nolan. The question is though, to be had right now, not if we get Nolan, but the question is, will Kalia be picked up? She didn't seem very strong lately. Like all the teams that picked her up, I think they lost. I think all the teams that went for her lost their game.
I think Kalea every game was picked up was a victory, right? Pretty much.
Was it? I felt like she lost her games. I might be completely off my gourd.
No, it's probably me. Because I feel like Kalea, we've seen Kalea be picked up, but I don't think we've seen Kalea come out. Yeah, I don't think Kalea's come out with a victory quite often the entire stream today, let alone have any sort of a win percentage. So I feel like Kalea has definitely been a big bait in this entire tournament. So it's just it's just a matter of time till teams figure it out. Because at this point, I feel like Kalea is still too good to let go of, man. Has a lot of heal. Definitely has a lot of chain CC potential. You have a pick-off opportunity as well. I just feel like teams haven't really practiced her enough after the nerf that she's been hit with. So maybe the damage calculations could be off.
That could definitely be it. But if you see what I'm seeing, that you must be thinking Phoebus first pick. Because Sissy getting banned, that's so specific. That's too specific to not go for Phoebus first pick.
You think so? You just
I
like Phobius,
believe
don't
so.
you? You're just a fan of Phobius.
I mean, like, Sissy is the strongest counterpick to Phoebus, and Venue also ban a lot, who I believe could work decently well. Oh no! It's Uranus! And I'm completely
Forget,
wrong.
man. You
Forget me,
you
forget my yapping.
No, Uranus is absolutely great just because of the fact that the slight bit of a buff that he received just completely changes his kit, completely changes the way that you can play him at this point. So yes, the Uranus has been taken away this time. Now what's going to be there on the other side? That's going to be the biggest, I feel like that's going to be the biggest factor right here. Phobius can do well against the Uranus though, but then again, it's just some fights going through between both these teams. It's just gonna be random, just random Uranus versus Phobius. I never want to see that. I don't even want to call that fight, to be honest. It's gonna be so annoying. But I like the fact that they prioritized the Fredrin on the other side, just to make sure a Joik doesn't come through.
Pretty smart. Pretty smart thinking from Fredrin, from Alicia locking that Fredrin in. Together with Bruno, he can protect Bruno quite a lot. So now thinking about the Joy. Joy cannot really be picked up. Well, she can be picked up because we saw Mr. Death in this specific exact scenario where he played into Fredrin and he came out victorious. So the question is, can he do that again? Will he shot himself in the leg once more and show us why he is one of the greatest, if not the greatest, jungler in Europe?
Yeah, and I mean, I agree. If he's able to pull up the Joy once again, it'll be absolutely insane. But for that, they need to open up the map, right? You need Uranus to open up the playing field so that you can get Joy to go through and just destroy the back line. That's going to be super crucial at this part, knowing that Uranus has to peel for the rest of the team. And at this point, I feel like the Ixia being picked up in the gold lane is something that we don't often see, but they do have high ground with this Ixia. They do have high ground with this Farsa as well. And now that forces the occasion to bring in a Benedetta in the EXP lane. Otherwise, you're going to have a hard time. You'd have no jungler. Like, you're picking up the Fredrin in the jungle to dive into the, to be a frontliner, and then you have Bruno to play behind him. And then you have Uranus to peel for the rest of the team. But at this point, they needed the Benedetta to dive into the backline, create ruckus onto Farsa, on the Ixia. So this EXP lane battle between the Benedetta and Uranus might just be a little bit of a gentleman's handshake, saying that, hey, proxy the waves and then get straight into the team fight. That's gonna be the entire so-called unofficial handshake between the two of them, which should be, in my opinion. But then again, let's see how the rest of the draft will round up, because we still have the second phase of the draft pending.
Could be. The thing is that I expect that in the case of that XP line, if none of those players really fumble it up, they shouldn't have kill threat for each other. For the side of Benedetta, it's really tough to get through Uranus when he has that vengeance available. So of course, if it's off cooldown, she could be doing something, but it's a tank. He will be building tank, and in that case, for Benedetta, it's pretty hard. She usually wants to look for those squishy targets. She wants to go for Farsa. She wants to be going for that gold laner, which in this case could be a pretty decent target. I don't think this specific gold laner has that much mobility outside of Flicker, so it might be pretty rough to navigate those fights for Q.
I agree. It's definitely going to be rough indeed, especially when you have Benedetta trying to go through Uranus the entire time. So I feel like it's going to be difficult for Q indeed. But then again, if Uranus is able to open up the playing field, then Benedetta might have a much more harder time to try and get onto, to try and go through Uranus to the Ixia. So it just feels like who's going to be able to create the space. That's going to be a big difference maker. But you can see a lot of roam bands coming through. The Kalea, the Kufra, the Gatotkacha, and alongside that, even the Minotaur, just to prevent the dive. Because, again, not a lot of crowd control present on the side of Team Limit. They do have high ground, however, they need someone to peel for the rest of the team. Uranus is definitely not enough to do that, because once you have Benedetta piercing through, it's gonna be super hard for for the Uranus to handle on the side of Team Limit.
Ruby could be the idea, to slow down enemies' onslaught coming in. It's been locked in, so we will be having Ruby indeed on map. Jisun Shin will be locked in, so this pretty strong hero in the hands of Mr. Dev. We saw him already, I believe, once with this specific character, so he will be running that once more. The question is, how will you tie this composition up? Of course, you have Uranus to tank in front and soak up all the damage, but now Kingsta needs to think about that last lock-in. It probably needs to be some roamer that can withstand some punishment, because all this punishment coming from the side of Nightfall, if it will go only for Uranus, then it could be troublesome for him to hold the line.
It is definitely going to be difficult for Nightfall to hold their own if Uranus is able to open up the playing field, and if Benedetta can pierce through, then Q sitting in the back line with this Ixia is just going to get pounded upon from just because of the fact that there is no form of chain CC to stop them, and that's why you have the Grok being picked up by Kingsta as well. So this should be a slight bit of a difference maker. Again, Mr. Det going for the Yi Sun-shin. He's played a clean Yi Sun-shin game, but will he be able to do so again in the face of such an invasive composition from the Fredrin, from the Benedetta, the Ruby even, going to be providing so much CC. And if they pick up the Valentina, they also have themselves the Feather Airstrike. So at this point, Uranus needs to pull up and start opening up the playing field quite more often. Otherwise, it's going to be super hard for his own team to try and take any sort of victory over here.
But of course, we have Grog, this super strong early game powerhouse, which should enable Mr. Dev to just farm up with Jisun Shin and optimize his early game, farm up those jungle camps, get stronger with every minute passing, and that could lead to victory. Of course, that could be the recipe. But the question is, can they pull it off? Can they hold it together with Uranus as the front line?
Yeah.
Sorry. I agree. Lost my gourd a little bit. But the thing is, you have Benedetta, which will be going for that backline, will be going for Ixia, and will be going for the rest of opposing team together with Farsa. So they will be the targets. Of course, Grok and their XP laner need to protect them from this threat. And the question to be had is how they will achieve that, how effectively they will be able to achieve that.
I agree. It all comes down to how they're able to play out the early game, right? How they're able to play out the far lane. If they're going to have the EXP laners go through that gentleman's handshake and be like, all right, Benedetta is going to proxy the wave, Uranus is going to proxy the wave. It all comes down to who will be the first EXP laner to make it to the team fight. But if you ask me, it's definitely going to be Benedetta. As you can see in the roam position already, Nightfall are looking to dominate the river.
Kingsta is getting chunked so hard, and Mio as well needs to run away. Fortunately for him, he gets level 2, so he is able to just do that.
Yeah, they need to find a way to do it indeed. And I feel like at this point, the good thing for Mio is that they didn't expend their flicker.
They didn't. That's quite important. Mio still able to run away with her Hawk form. Oh, Kingsta could be in trouble now in his getting pushed away from that mid line. Not able to make plays happen. Kingsta still level 1. Just now hitting level 2 with that very important Rock Smash ability from Grok. That is now available so they can make more priority. Fredrin already engaging in a little bit of a scrabble himself in opposing jungle. But now 1v4.
Oh my god, on the bot side.
Absolutely deleted. First blood for Mr. Dev, and already looking hot for Team Limit.
Yeah, and it's all thanks to the opening that Uranus has created, right? He's absolutely created a great opening for the rest of Team Limit to follow up with, and Nightfall just not able to do anything about it, and Mio just baiting out the rest of Kareem
Uranus
and Slade.
level 4 is engaging in, could be ulting it. Kreve getting vault over, and now Uranus is going right for him. Kreve tries to jump around, but Uranus is going straight for him, and he gets the kill. Substance Seller gang with another.
Yeah, I think at this point, Substance is just abusing the mechanics of Uranus at this point, just making sure you can get the HP back up as quickly as possible. And then again, I really want to take a look at the build later on for what this Uranus is building towards. Will it be a slight bit of more damage coming through? Is it going to be more sustain? Are you going to go for the Golden Staff? Are you going to go for the traditional build? That's something that I'd like to see. But again, Q not being dove upon by Nightfall means that he's going to farm up much more easier.
And that laning phase will be super important for Ixia, because if she can get through that, get into those late game teamfights, that's where she can shine a lot. Kingsta trying to little bit slow down, clear of Nyx, clear of Fredwin, because Uranus already invaded enemy jungle, trying to get that purple buff. He is there ready with his ultimate available. Vian trying to jump in. Uranus is trying to steal that buff away. Can he do that though? Terrified on mid lane. Kingsta might be going down together with Mio, but there is Mr. Ref level 6 trying to fight everyone and save his own team. Kingsta with a kill, killing Vian, now getting taunted by Slate, and Kingsta goes down. Substancer as well could be the next target. Nyx is trying to chase him down. He should be getting to town soon. Kreve trying to not die by his actions. Mr. Death already run into him, so Substancer will be alive.
Yeah, and I think the whole point of having Uranus sustain so much damage, so much abuse coming in from the side of Nightfall, they just can't take him down. He's going to be standing there ever so menacingly staring into the eyes of the opposition, and the more you let the Uranus get to you, the more of a problem he will be for Nightfall. As you can see right now, it's coming down between Slade and the Kingsta.
Kingsta getting caught, getting pushed, but now CC Immune running away through that wonderful usage of Grog's spells. Substancer could be in trouble because Benedetta, even though she's fighting Uranus, can still dish out just enough damage when you are this low on HP. But of course, Uranus regening it up right back.
Exactly, that's what Uranus does. Then that's just Uranus things. You don't want to deal with it whatsoever. But on the top side, you can see Bruno is the one to dish out so much damage. And they're looking to dive on Q right now. And this is the opening that Nightfall are looking for.
Oh, they are looking, and they are looking for it right now. Q trying to fight it out with ultimate, but he cannot. Gets pulled by Ruby and gets absolutely destroyed. Stunned Krivek could be bursted by Farsa, but now Mio getting damaged in for his actions. Vian now dies on bottom side. Mr. Death with a second kill of this game.
Yeah, Vian again not.
Oh, engaged from Grog, coming from Flicker. Now Kreve going down. Now Taunt coming from Nyx. Slain for this turtle, goes for the side of Nightfall, but Alicia needs to flicker over this wall to survive a little bit longer. Slate, can he defend him though? Alicia super low. Mio will try to finish him off. She cannot really, she has no spells available, but Nyx trying to jungle his own jungle, but he cannot because Uranus is here and not letting him get this buff.
Exactly, he's not going to let him get anything at all. Uranus is going to be a problem. He's going to be a pain after what Team Limit are going to put the Nightfall through at this point, because Nightfall have no possible answers for this Uranus whatsoever, and he's been scaling up pretty well. 201 level 8 at this point. They're even able to unlock Q from his lane, and look at the amount of damage and abuse that Uranus has taken.
I mean, he's super tanky. He's between 4 people and he's still surviving. He is still playing it now getting terrified. Okay, getting actually bursted by Benedetta. The target is now getting very low for the side of Team Limit, and it's Kingsta, but Kingsta tries to retaliate. Double kill goes for Vian though, and Nyx is still alive.
Yeah, Nyx is still alive, still able to take and absorb a lot of punishment that's coming through from Team Limit. But again, the high ground composition coming in from Team Limit with Mio and Q hitting that Feathered Airstrike on the full barrage is just not working out so far. Nightfall are picking them apart one at a time, and it's all starting by taking down Uranus first.
But what needs to be considered definitely is Mr. Death 203 now finishing his next item. I believe he's sitting right now on 2 together with his shoes, and he's looking pretty strong in this game. Alicia trying to push. Oh, Vian might be too deep, needs to run away, getting walled up by Grog, and now Substancer gang pushing away his opponents from this bush, trying to set up Turtle.
Well, they are trying to set up the turtle, and I think Mr. Death right now is leading in terms of economy. Not just that, even level 11, Nyx is level 9.
Going
that's
in,
where you want to be.
trying to play it out, hooking Q right in his hands, but now needs to escape with his life, tries to run away. Ixia bursting Slade down, but he survives. Nyx is getting chunked as well. He's the next target. Oh, this wasn't smart from Kreve. He jumped in right as his player was going down, and Nyx and Kreve are off.
Yeah, Alicia is going to be the next target, but flickering out of harm's way. They don't have a set of minion waves to come in and try and clear, but you can see Vian has the Electro final blow. He wants to go through with it and clear out the waves as well, doing an absolutely brilliant job just to make sure you buy enough time for that tier 1 tower in the mid lane to stand tall, as Nightfall do not want to give it. They understand the importance of that one tower, and if that is going to be the case, then Team Limit definitely have a lot more to do when they work their way around the side lanes. As you can see, on the bot side, Q is getting another tower taken down with the protection of Mio, while Substance is going to be the target once again.
Substance could be the target. He's getting chunked up, CC'd up, hooked in, and Uranus is no more. Now they will go for the top tower. Nightfall trying to jump back into the game.
Yeah, it took 4 members to destroy Uranus from Nightfall. So I feel like definitely job well done, if you ask me, from Substance at this point, because if it's taking 4 members of the opposition to destroy Uranus, then it's just showing that it is working out with the draft. The win conditions are being ticked at this point. But oh, the Kingstar.
Now Vian is the target, now getting chased by Mr. Death, tries to survive, but can she do that? I don't think she can. There is a lot of dashes, but not enough. Shut down Mr. Death on killing spree.
Hey, the Grim Reaper is online, folks. 304 on the KDA. Wherever he walks, that follows. And I feel like at this point, Team Limit, with that goal lead, with everything going in their favor, and able to pick the right fights at the right time, they might just take away with it. And look at that. He's on the top side, clearing the wave to add more map pressure on the side of Nightfall.
I mean, look at Mr. Dev's levels. He's level 13 when some players on the map are just level 9. For example, Uranus is only level 9. And even though he's still able to soak up so much damage and punishment from the side of Nightfall.
Yeah, they need to stop. They need to find a way to stop this onslaught, right? Because it's not there's a massive goal lead. It's just
Uranus is already
going
in once more, trying to chase them away from this Lord, as Mr. Death with the rest of the squad try to fish for that take.
Yeah, they are trying to fish for it. And if you take a look at the goal lead, I was saying there's not much. Nightfall are still there, but the fights are just not in their favor. Oh,
fight already started going down, and Lord now has 9,000 left. Who will get the retribution off? Will it be Nix? He can try, but I don't think he can, because Mr. Death finishes it off as the fight continues. Bio goes down, and the target is now Kingstar. Nix tries to get some kills back, but Kingstar survives with a sliver of his health, and Uranus is still in your backline, destroying everyone, going for Slate. Chases away Nix as Mr. Death gets a double kill, and
Mr. Death
finishes his score off with a triple 7-0-4 right now.
Yeah, at this point, Mr. Death is just absolutely destroying the rest of Nightfall. He is 7-0-4 on the season, Shin. And I feel like at this point, it's just so difficult for Nightfall to make any sort of a comeback. Now the goal lead, it was 2K. Now it's about 4K in the favor of Team Limit. And not just that, if it's taking 4 members from their side just to destroy Uranus, it's going to be so hard for them to make any sort of a comeback. Otherwise, at this point, if I was Team Limit, I'd be looking to take at least 2 inhibitors.
Oh, Grok is trying to push everyone away from the side of Nightfall and securing that mid lane tower. Meanwhile, Mr. Death is going for the top side. Aura still available on all the lanes, but that could change. That could change quite soon.
It definitely could change soon indeed, but at this point, you can see, the Lord is charging down the mid bot side.
Lord half HP gone, now Vian trying to play it out, but can she get alive? Can she get away alive? That's the question. She can, but not for Nix, because he dies to the hands of Mr. Death as he goes legendary.
Conceal play.
Ixia forcing everyone away, now terrified, going in, petrified, Substance Store goes down, Vian able to defend her base together with the rest of Nightfall.
Yeah, I think that's a little biting more than they could chew. Substance was in too deep and definitely had to pay the price there, but a job well done still. They took away 1 inhibitor. I would like to see at least 2 being taken away if Team Limit wanted to secure the game in their favor, but that only makes that Nightfall still have a chance to make it out alive. They need to somehow funnel all the gold into Alicia, because if you take a look at the Bruno, hasn't been taken out a single time, and I wish we could take a look at the items right now as well. Should be having at least 3 to 4 items to hit that power spike. And yes, they do a Haas's Claws, Berserker's Fury, and now building into that Malefic Gun. And once Bruno gets that Malefic Gun, this Uranus is going to start start melting down like butter, to be honest, at this point. But you can see Mr. Death.
Reve could be the target, get obliterated right before the fight starts.
Oh,
Ixia
Vian.
forcing her for Reve. Now Mio trying to play it out, but Reve goes down as well with Nyx, and I don't think there is anyone left to defend their base. Of course, still 3 members up, but I don't think you can do 3v5. Yes, Slate almost goes down by the burst. Mid tower getting taken, and 20 seconds for all. Vian tries to play it out in enemy backline. Survives for now, able to cut the wave.
They indeed do. Vian is trying his best to try and proxy the waves, but you can see even taking away the mid lane inhibitor right now. Team Limit are pushing the rest of Nightfall to the limit.
And they try to go for that final play. Goes for Slade, tries to obliterate the Remake, fires his ultimate, but Q goes down and Bruno is still playing it out. He shuts down Mr. Dev. Triple kill for Bruno, and Alicia is ready to take this game back in their hands.
Yeah, gets 3 kills in their favor right now, and that's going to be Mr. Death, Q, as well as Kingston. That's a big shutdown. That's a lot of gold in their pocket, and now they turn their attention to the Lord. Mio needs to go and take care of the waves on the top side. Substance needs to do this by himself, but knowing that he got melted down, meaning it's not a good time for Team Limit to try and bite the dust. Nightfall get themselves the Lord, and now marching down the top side. It was definitely all up to Slade in that play. Able to use the I am offended with the flicker, catching 4 members and pulling them to the base crystal. It gave the opening for Alessia to get the worldie out and get that ball going ping pong on the side of Team Limit. And now this threat of Uranus has been neutralized while the Lord is still marching the top side. Nightfall are looking for a possible end angle.
I think it's super important to revisit how much gold this Bruno has, because after this last fight, after this shutdown, after this triple kill, he should be looking pretty strong. 9,000. Next item finished, and almost that 5th item going for him. Oh, it's right here. It's right here completed. So much damage coming from Alicia, but of course he will be the target, so he needs to stay on tiptoes and not wander off somewhere to get killed. Flicker available to him in 2 seconds. Grog getting punished, absolutely. He's getting forced up away, but now Substance getting bursted by the taunt and needs to run away with his life. Or it looks more like as an engage. He goes in, tries to play it out, but Alicia getting stunned up in Ixia's ultimate. Q going down though. Vian is trying to play it out. Double kill. They still play. Nightfall tries to chase them down. Triple kill going for Vian. Vian, can she chase more? Can she get more? Can she get Substancer? And she can, together with Creeve. CC immunity. 4 members alive against solo Kingsta defender. Can he do that? I don't think so. I think Nightfall are back in this game and running away with game number 1.
No, I don't think so. They can defend at this point. You can see they're able to do that. There's another set of... No, it was just 1 cannon minion that they tried to get through. And I feel like at this point, Team Limit... It just took 1 slight bit of a mistake from their side, right? If Team Limit made 1 small mistake... And look at what Nightfall did. They just capitalized, waltzed their way through in the base crystal from the mid lane, and just took it away right under their noses. What a game. Well played, Team Nightfall.
It was absolutely great showing from Alicia, and from that Ruby. That usage of ultimate and flicker was absolutely gorgeous. Slate saving that game, gripping it out from Mr. Dev's hands. Team Limit thought that, alright, we take this easy victory, then we run you over in the second map. But no, Nightfall had enough. Alicia scaled up, and Vian, that crazy cleanup in that last fight. Triple kill, almost going maniac. Absolutely gorgeous performance.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're talking about, right? That's the power of the Benedetta. Able to pierce through Uranus and then go to the back line, get the damage onto the Ixia. Just make, it was rock'em sock'em at that point. Once they get to the back line, it was just pounding time for Benedetta. And it just goes to show that a slight bit of a change in a composition is just absolutely insane and can turn the script around completely. Because the way it went through, man, I'm telling you, this Benedetta was the key factor, and I told you about it. It's going to be the roamers that dictate the pace of the game. You could see Kingsta, he tried to have an impact as much as he could, but not being able to do so compared to Slade, who was able to save the game for the entire team while Team Limit were trying to end. With that I'm offended, it is absolutely insane. Just gave them the opportunity to make that epic comeback, and look what happened. Nightfall just took the game by storm. So I think at this point, After that, we'll go and be back after a short break.
As we
So
would be.
don't go anywhere, folks. Stay tuned. Oh, well, hey, we're not going to the break. We're going to the next game indeed. So hopefully we get in straight into the draft because the way that these teams are playing out is just not giving us time to breathe because it's high level IQ, high level plays coming through as well. And Warren, I said it, like it's coming down to the roamers who are making the biggest difference in this game.
Slade had a great performance. He was like a sleeper agent through the whole game, but when you look at the stats in the end of the game, I believe he was at every kill that happened. I think he had something according to lines like 115 of all the 16 kills, so he was at every kill that happened in that game. Of course 16 not as high number as you would know from your rank games, but in competitive scene 16 kills is quite a lot, and he was at all of those kills. Slade, what a performance. I was questioning that Ruby in the draft, but oh my god,
Always
it
on
was
the
great.
way.
Yeah, it was great indeed, and I'm telling you, it's all coming down to the roamers for this game. If I'm not wrong, Slade is he Vansky, or did he just change his name? Or yep, probably is. The way that he's playing looks like him indeed. At this point, Vansky is one of the top roamers indeed. Actually played the recent MPL, if I'm not wrong, in MENA. But at this point, it all came down to the EXP lane, right? You think we're gonna see another Uranus in this game?
I don't know, he seemed super strong, he was going super well in hands of Substancer. So the thing is, can they go for it again? It was before the first pick. The answer was Benedetta, but she really came online later into the game. So the question is, do you want to go for Uranus once more and play it out, try to run it back as they say, and try to change up maybe your approach, maybe not limit test towards the end that hard, because Mr. Dev got caught himself off guard and that led to their downfall.
Yeah, and not just that, right? I feel like Uranus definitely made it really tight for Benedetta to try and pierce through in that game. So it was really difficult indeed, but again, it's still possible with the way that they were playing because they've taken away the Masha, and I feel like this time, if you take away the Masha, you're looking to play more of a basic attack hero, maybe like Moskov. So that could be a slight bit of a difference maker.
Moscow could be the answer actually, since thinking about that draft you had Ixia, whereas she's super strong with that ultimate, but the opposing team really didn't have that many non-moving characters. They had Benedetta, who is quite mobile herself, they had Bruno, who is quite mobile himself. I really didn't like that much, that Ixia pickup. I feel like Ixia shines much more in compositions where Ive would be picked, for example, and whereas your opponents don't move as much, as frequently as it was for that last composition for the side of their opponents. But now we are at that first pick, and I'm asking, will it be Uranus?
It's gotta be, man. It's gotta be. He definitely made it much more smoother for the rest of the team to go through. But hey, looks like they go for the Bruno instead, who's had a better game.
It looks like Q wants to show his opponent that, alright, you had a nice Bruno, but I'm gonna put you down. I'm gonna show you how Bruno is actually played, because I will carry right from the start. I feel that's a statement. I feel that's a statement coming from the side of Team Limit. I think this is something they are saying, they are yelling out into the world. But the answer of their opponents is Farsa, that long-range mage, which can make it hard for Bruno to approach those fights, where he doesn't have that short of a range, but he isn't really he doesn't really have the longest of ranges. He's more so in the middle of those ranges, heroes ranges. So yeah, definitely Farsa a decent pickup. Again, Fredrin looking out this Joy, and it looks like Mr. Dev from that last game respected that. He respected that Fredrin pickup and didn't go for Joy.
Yeah, I feel like in this Fredrin pickup, again, this begs the question, are you gonna go for a high ground hero again, like the form of a Eve? I think Eve would still be great here, but because they've taken away the Farsa, I like the fact that they not only take the Fredrin, but also take away the Farsa. That gives a slight bit of an opening, but Mr. Death hovering over the Yi Sun-shin once again. So I feel like this Yi Sun-shin has been a good pick for Mr. Death. in the current meta.
But again, you are running your composition very squishy. Right now, you need two massive tanks. Might be Uranus locked in for that XP lane. He is still open. The question is, how can he match up against Hylos? Of course, Hylos could be roamer or XP laner, so still the answer is in the air. I believe he will be more played in the roam lane, but of course there can still be a lot happening during the rest of the draft. So let's not lock our picks right away. Let's see what's gonna come next.
The Hylos is being hovered upon. I like the Hylos Farsa combination, and definitely gonna be a lot. Oh, the box was left open.
Of course, he was open the whole time. How did we not see that? Chronos, how did we not? Baxia, of course he is locked in.
Yeah, I think the box, yeah, definitely gonna be a big difference maker here. So, so I think this might be a 2-0 in the hands of Nightfall, if you ask me.
Oh, are you this confident in that draft? I mean, I like it a lot, but the thing is, Baxia, doesn't he specializes a little bit more in the armor department? So I believe Chenji should still destroy him if he shoots her ultimate towards him.
Yes and no, because he has inbuilt he has an inbuilt extra bit of resistance as well, right? He has an inbuilt magic resistance at the same time. So I feel like this Baxia, man, he could be the difference maker for make it or break it for multiple teams, and the flexibility that he provides, that's why he's just banned out all the time. Yes, the Fredrin's picked up, and we know the Fredrin's going to be in the jungle, but still, the Baxia could be in the EXP lane or in the roam position. It's a flex still. And I think it's going to be in the roam position now, just because you want to open up the map a lot more. And if they get another hero that has a little bit of a crowd control on their side of the EXP lane, maybe a Gatot Kacha, sheesh. I'm telling you, this is looking grim for the side of the Grim Reaper.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you still have that squishy composition. Oh. Little bit of a play on the hands of Nightfall. Little bit of a play on casters, trying to hover this Roger. Of course, not able to lock that in. That would result in a remake. And we already had enough remakes today, didn't we, Chronos?
Yes, he did. And I think at this point, Granger has been one of the top heroes in this current meta. It's a top hero here in this tournament, of course. But hey, this Terizla, man, looking to change the face of this game. So is it going to be, this Terizla is looking to make those plays, but is it going to be enough? Because the Baxia is just going to be absolutely annoying to whoever goes up against it, especially against the Yisun Shin, who's looking to get invaded a lot. I'm not liking it, but I like the fact that a Cho is being hovered upon, which is a comfort pick for Kingston indeed. And I feel like that's going to be a slight bit of a difference maker against going against Team Nightfall.
Cho could be the way to approach those fights. I don't really like Lila. I hope this is just a hover. Paquito! Oh, alright. Paquito for XP lane. So, of course, that Baxia will go in hands of the roamer. So, Slate on that Baxia roaming around this whole map. Mr. Death trying to obtain as much gold to himself. Try to carry this game as well as he carried that last one and that one before, but unfortunately in the end of that last game he didn't end up carrying it. So now they have a blade to their necks as they try to turn around this BO3.
Will they be able to turn around this BO3 indeed? Because I was just reading the patch notes and seeing what other differences can it make. But at this point, looking at this Baxia just being introduced, just being able to go in and out, he is going to be such a big difference maker in these games. So, but alongside that, folks, make sure you are participating actively in the chat to get yourselves any sort of diamonds. And you know what? You got to take a guess. What's on top of Warren's head? He's got something on his headphones. I want you guys to know if you can guess it right, so Warren can tell us after the game. So what do you think, Warren?
Yeah, well, They can guess
tell
it
us
right,
no.
but I'm not promising you get diamonds for that. It's just for, you know, for let's play a little game, you know. We can play that little game. I don't promise any diamonds coming your way, unfortunately. But Substancer definitely made minions and gold and XP come his way because he cut this wave perfectly and now already forcing Nyx away from his first jungle camp. Not even letting him cut some time, get some rest, get some camps as Nyx almost gets killed on his first camp.
Yeah, and not just that, they don't give him the purple buff. It's in the hands of Slade. The good news is it's a roamer and not taken away to Creeve, so that means he's still able to get the goal. But you can see, Substance.
I mean, Substance goes down, first blood to Kreve, but in the meantime, Chenji is able to freely push mid lane, and he didn't lose any minions. He cut 2 waves, so he's missing none. And Paquito, under tower.
Yeah, at this point, Paquito is... Paquito has to play the role of an assassin when he's unlocked, but to get him unlocked, you need to make the rotations, and they need to
Slade could be
dominate at
caught.
least 2 turtle fights.
Half HP gone.
Yeah, and so far, Slade has been doing a fantastic job to try and keep his team up in front. Again, after 2 turtle fights, that's when we're going to see VN unlocked and just being the assassin and just trying to take out Mio the entire time.
Oh, Kreve, that poke from Mio. Ooh, that looked like it hurt.
Yeah, I definitely did. I can tell you that. But look at Slade.
Slade trying to play for Substancer, going for him, stunt up. Kreve escaping in the bird form, but now Slade is the target. Paquito joining in, doesn't have his ult quite yet. Kingsta trying to play it out. 4 members running away. Slain is Kingsta, and second kill going for Kreve. The first unlocking her ultimate, trying to push her pressure more. Ooh, engaging from VN, goes for Substancer and kills him right away.
Yeah, and you can see again the pressure
As Slade
being put
continues the
upon.
onslaught and goes for Mio, who tries to run away, and he is able to survive with a flicker of HP.
Man, that sliver of HP just changing the pace of the game, right? Because if that kill would have been in the hands of Nightfall, then that would have been a lot more comfortable position that they are in. Now 500 gold in their favor, knowing that they have a slight bit of an advantage. They want to turn this into a big snowball. Look at Slade, level 4 right now. He is rolling, and Team Limit is just hating.
Oh, he is rolling and they hate in. Substance trying to play it out, but he cannot quite do that. His jungler didn't really try to take that. Oh, Mr. Ref trying to play it out. I don't think that's a fight you want to take. Level 6, running through. Oh, Farsa with that ultimate already locking in Mio. Mio has to run away, but Kingsta is trying to start a fight with 4 members of opposing team. I don't think this is correct, but he is still alive, so who am I to judge? I think I am the correct one to judge because he dies once more, and 3-0 Kreve looking pretty spicy.
Absolutely going insane at this point with a Farsha 3-0-1, just doing so much damage, and then getting the kills means that he'll scale up much faster. Having the lethal ignition as well, gonna dish out a little bit additional damage towards the end of each and every feathered airstrike. So it's looking good. Paired up with that Boxia, you're able to rotate much faster. You have the shield unity, the wings by wings, and by no means is Kingsta going to be able to catch up, because you can see again, now this time he finds a way of the dragon.
Oh, they are getting caught on top side.
Yes, they are indeed. And now Nyx is trying to dive through, but Kingsta, it doesn't have the kick. Oh no, he's not able to do much at this point, and I feel like it's going to be difficult for us to see that come out. But Alicia right now able to get out of harm's way.
Mr. Dev chasing them down in the top side. Nyx has to run away with the rest of the team. Nightfall losing their first death towards Mr. Dev. What a fortunate event.
The Grim Reaper, wherever he walks, there's a death follows, and I feel like Team Limit at this point needs to find an opportunity to make sure Mr. Dead is able to scale up on point. If not, Nightfall are gonna have an easy walkthrough to the grand finals.
I mean, I was just looking at this early game of Nightfall and I was just like, well, yeah, the exactly same thing is happening that happened the first map. And then I realized that Team Limit was actually the ones dominating Nightfall, and Nightfall was only able to turn the game around in the last minutes of the game. So now Nightfall with a renewed vitality in the second game as they go into next fight, stunning up Terizla, Substance already getting low, and VN trying to burst their enemy backline. Doesn't have his flicker to run away, but Slade is able to protect him. Kingsta in 1v1 against Kreve. Kreve. I don't think he can do that. He really cannot. Nyx gets the turtle, and Kreve gets another kill.
Yeah, that's another kill in the hand. I mean, that's a...
Oh,
a
1v1?
hands of Farsa.
Q killed Alicia. That's a statement.
That's the power of the Bruno, right? Q knowing that halves the Haas's claws, able to out-sustain the Granger in the team fight in the 1v1 situation, and knowing that Granger has to use his Rhapsody in one single direction, able to move around and maneuver around, just be giving the advantage. Oh, Q. Oh.
Q forces Flicker out, but Kreve is now in trouble and shut down. Goes, fortunately for Nightfall, in hands of Kingsta.
Yeah, I think that's good news for Nightfall indeed. But that only means Kingsta has been very active in and around the map, able to make those plays. It's going to be super crucial. Without the Way of the Dragon, will they be able to defend, or will they be able to siege here?
But Baksha is so tanky. He was getting hit by 4 members of Team Limit and he didn't even flinch.
Telling you, this Baxia is just absolutely insane. That's why he's always been banned out. 0-0-5 in the roam position nonetheless. And now they take away the tier 1 on the top side. Team Limit have opened up the map slowly, but look at V, and he's looking to assassinate somebody down. And that's why Mr. Death is being very careful with his movements in and around the map. Substance was able to scout him out, but here Crave so aggressive on the Farsa.
Grief already starting the fight out on Kingsta. Kingsta needs to jump over the wall. Can he survive though? Vian trying to log him down and he gets him. Almost gets him through Flicker, but now he dies for his actions probably. Oh no, Kreve is here to save his fellow comrade. And he's, oh, Terizla with a crazy engage towards 4 members of Nightfall, and now it goes down as Night falls on all members of Nightfall because their HP bars are completely disappeared. Obliterated by Team Limit.
Yeah, and look at that. They're poking him down slowly and steadily. The turtle is up, and now they get their hands on that. Vian already taken down once. Now they're looking to go in the mid lane tier 1 turret. Conceal already popped up by Kingsta. And now the rest of Team Limit are slowly looking to dominate. Oh, the Lethal Wanderer taken away by Alicia by that Sonata. Mio clearing up the waves using the Meteor Shower. Finally, Mr. Death gets his hands on 1 turtle before it evolves into a Lord. So that means he's not doing terrible. But again, you want to be doing slightly better. But look at the EXP difference, though. He's still level 11 compared to Nyx's 10.
He is once more ahead. I believe if we look at the gold graph, I think he's the richest man on his team. Slate now trying to play another fight, going for Substance. Saravu gets pushed into everyone, but he's still alive since it's Terizla, and he is so tanky. Kreve didn't even have chance to flicker out. Kingsta trying to play it once more, but that cannot go deeper, cannot really proceed as Q pushes down on bottom side.
Yeah, and I feel like this is going to be a slight bit of a difference maker when it comes to the momentum that Team Limit have stolen away from Nightfall. And it's all thanks to the movement from Kingsta, right? He's been a constant threat to the backline. Yes, he's died 4 times, but look at the combo
he's going
that's being
for it
present.
once more. CC Immune tries to survive a little bit longer, but Alicia gets bursted. He's basically out of the fight, and now the tower can be taken with the next wave.
Yeah, it should be taken with the next wave as well. And again, looking at what Kingsta has been doing, yes, he's been taken out so many times already, but now 1 single Way of the Dragon onto Creve, which was a big shutdown, changed the pace of the game, flipped the script completely because it comboed up with Mio's Meteor Shower, and knowing that they can pull it off just gives a lot more confidence to Team Limit.
And suddenly Team Limit is ahead in their goal towards their opponents with that late game scaling composition. Every minute will be harder for Nightfall as they try to approach another fight. Substance are in the thick of everyone else. Now trying to fight with Kingsta on his side, but Slade goes down as it goes according to the plan of Team Limit.
It definitely does have to go according to the plan of Team Limit at this point, but 5 seconds until the Lord. They have good position. They're taking away all the tier 1s. Tier 2 on the bot side. And the top side tier 2 barely hanging by a thread. Now they focus their attention on the Lord. 2k goal lead in their favor. Team Limit, after being down in the early game, have taken the abuse, have taken the beating, and now got themselves to a point where they can dictate the pace of the game, where they call the shots, where they pick the fights. And I think they're definitely doing well and looking for another pickoff right now.
Oh, and they are looking for another pick of Carrot. Goes down basically immediately. Mr. Dev picks up another kill, and Star is super tanky as he approaches into the face of Nyx. Nyx goes down. Mr. Dev with a double kill, and I believe Mr. Dev will not be doing the same mistake, the same fumble as he did last game. And this game he will do it clean. No mistakes, just pure performance.
It is pure performance indeed, and a hero like Yi Sun-shin. Warren, did I tell you he's my favorite hero in the game?
Yeah, just now. So thanks for knowing. I mean,
he is my favorite hero in the game with the way that you play, the mechanics, the ability to kind of immune yourself out of a fight. Although I don't like the big change that they made to his ultimate, but you can see it's a different style that has to be played
Kings
now.
are trying to play down, instantly kicking Kreve, and Kreve is the immediate target, tries to ult Farsa, but she cannot. She gets her ult cancelled. Unstoppable Mr. Dev as killing spree goes for Q, and Slade is the next target. Kingston goes down, but it's just a roamer. Slade survives, not for long, because Teresa finishes him off, and Alicia can just look and cry as his base collapses.
Base collapses indeed. Again, it is what happened to Nightfall in the previous game. Happened to Team Limit this time. They were down for most of the game. But then again, one mistake, one fight is all it took. Flipped the script completely, and Team Limit took away this game. So now it's happened both to Team Nightfall and Team Limit. We're going to a game number 3. And this is the first game number 3 of the entire day, if you ask me. So this is definitely going to be a treat for our eyes.
Oh, it's going to be a treat for our eyes. If we have to name 2 players to look out for, is definitely Mr. Dev and it's definitely Slate. Those 2 players are shining the most. They are making their plays happen for their team. They are making so much, and they are trying to carry their team to victory. Of course, everyone is trying to do their most, but I feel like those 2 on their respective sides are really shining the most. Slade, super performance even on this Bakshia. Unfortunately for him, it didn't go his way. I feel like if in this third map he gets his hands on something a little bit more mechanical, maybe like a Cho or something, where he can show off those hands as he could have with Ruby, with that flicker, with that crazy flicker that turned the game around. On Bakshia, you don't really have that option. You cannot really flicker and do something crazy. It's much more straightforward hero. So I feel like if you get Slate on something like that, maybe like a Khalid or something like that, he can do wonders.
He definitely can. And with the way that it's going, man, it's all about playmaking, right? It's all about ability to provide and make a play. That's been the slight bit of a big difference maker. Hopefully in game number 3, we get to see a lot more coming out from either one of these teams, because if they don't push themselves to the absolute limit, it's going to be difficult. And Team Limit need to find a way to break the limits. Otherwise, they're not going to reach the grand finals.
And well, as we approach the rest of the tournament, the night fallen around all of us. Well, depends on your time zone, but at least here in Prague, where I'm residing at, we already have darkness and gulf and everything. So, well, the question to be had is if the players can still hold on to their performances, onto those high standards, and still perform even deeper during evening. That's a question to be had, but definitely those 2 games in this BO3 were nothing else than shows of great skill and great performance. So I'm looking forward to the last one, where it will be cracked down by either of those teams as they will approach the finals.
It will indeed, because right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's get into the draft for what could be the final game. What is the final game of the second semifinals? And then we have the grand finals coming up indeed. So is it going to be Nightfall? Is it going to be Limit? We will find out as the draft takes place. The Selena being respected once again, along with the Kalea.
Kalia ban, pretty interesting, as we were speaking about Kalia basically having 0 win ratio, or like 0% win ratio. Selena, respect ban from the side of Limit. It's a classic together with Arlott. Now it's a little bit changed with a G ban from the side of Nightfall as they approach this third map game.
Indeed, they need to find a way to make this happen, otherwise it's going to be super difficult for them. You can see the Yi Sun-shin being respected. Finally, it is an absolute pick that has been taken away now from the hands of Mr. Death.
It's smart move indeed. I am curious why it didn't happen sooner, honestly, because we saw him perform in that game before that was on stream. We saw him perform in that first game against Nightfall. We saw him perform on that second game against Nightfall. So, of course, you should ban it in that third map, in that third game. But the thing is, why didn't you do it sooner? Why didn't you do it quicker? Maybe we would have a different story. Maybe Nightfall would be now 2-0 going into finals.
Would be, coulda, woulda, shoulda. We're not really sure about what's going to go on. But at this point, they need to find a way to take this game away from the side of Team Limit. And that is going to come through with this first pick, Kimmy.
Kimi, super strong mid laner, always having pressure, always pushing in those waves. Super strong frontline damage. The question is, if Limit will come up with a composition that immediately jumps into the backline, Kimi will not be as efficient. Kimi needs those long, drawn-out fights. Whereas Bruno is much more efficient in those quick bursts of damage, dishing out crits on everyone that approaches him and bursting down those important targets.
Yeah, the Bruno is going to be looking good. And again, seems like they want to go back to what took place in game number 1. That Uranus in the EXP lane.
Uranus, super tanky XP laner, he will be there once more, and it looks like the answer into him will be Paquito once more. I think maybe with a different skin, not really sure what skin Alicia used before, but well, that's not really important. What is important is how he matches up into Uranus, because I feel like Paquito isn't really the best fit. I feel like the question, not really a question, but the idea in head of Nightfall should be, well, we already played against Uranus and we had Benedetta and she worked super well, let's do it again.
Yeah, and I feel like this Uranus is definitely going to be a big difference maker and open up the map. But now, picking away the Hayabusa on the other side, looking to dive into the back line, go for the Ogi Shadow kill is going to be a big difference maker again, because you can get to single someone out, and Mr. Death gets his hands on the Fanny. Even though there's a Hayabusa on the other side, this guy just likes to show off, doesn't he?
Oh, he does indeed. He had his hands on Ji Sun-Shin 3 games back to back to back, and now with a Fanny slipped in. That might be the answer, because if you let him play Ji Sun-Shin, he cannot play Fanny, because you can ban her out. Now when she's open, Mr. Death almost immediately, no thinking, went for this super mobile carry, which could be pretty little, if you ask me, towards composition of Nightfall. Because looking at it now, you have 3 squishy heroes. Of course, Rafaela can bring someone back, but he's back at the base. Cannot really join in that quickly. So this is going to be an interesting game.
It is going to be slightly interesting indeed, because usually you get to see Fannies banned out, right? I don't think we've seen a single Fanny the entire day today, and we're going to get to see at the first game number 3 that's going to go in the semifinals, the second semifinals, Team Limit, in the hands of Mr. Death nonetheless. And I feel like at this point, if this Fanny is going to create ruckus in the Land of Dawn, along with the Uranus, don't forget that, who is the Hayabusa looking to target down? Because the Hayabusa really needs to target down Q on this Bruno. Otherwise, the Bruno's going to start scaling up. But then again, they need to find a way to keep this Uranus in check. If they don't keep the Uranus checked in the EXP lane, then you're going to have a lot more problems than one to deal with. Because this Fanny is going to be buzzing around the map like a fly that you want to swat, but you just won't be able to do so.
To live.
I feel like the idea of a composition for the side of Nightfall is a little bit lost to me, because you have Kimi who wants those drawn-out fights, but then you have Rafaela and Haya who really want to play out those quicker fights where the revive is much more important and where this burst damage coming from Haya can be more successful. So I feel a little bit of a discord happening for the side of Nightfall, and they need to really lock in their idea of a composition later in those 2 last picks.
Yeah, I think at this point it's just we got to find out if they're able to try and bring it back to their side, because the Kadira, again, another buffed hero. If you take a look, these are all heroes that were slight bit of changes in their kit, right? So they go for the Fanny. Yes, it's been a slight bit of a nerf, but you have more damage coming through and a little more less usage of the energy when you're using the ultimate. Kadira has a better force swing and backswing time when it comes to using any of her skills. Mobility being added to the fray as well. So Limit are just cooking with their draft. A lot of single target, a lot of burst damage. And on the other side, they need to find answers. And that's coming in the form of course, Warren's favorite hero, the Phoveus. And still going to go with this Irithel in the goal lane. I like the Irithel being picked up if it does get locked in.
Irithel could be decent into Fanny since she's super mobile, so she can make it a little bit harder for Fanny to approach her. She has also a very decent range. You have Phoebus who can jump on Fanny, but you don't really have any lock-in. If that Fanny gets ahead, and we saw Mr. Def get ahead in every game, that didn't matter if he won, if he lost that game, he was always ahead of his team, always ahead of his opponents, always the highest XP on the map. And if he does that once more, which I see no reason for him to not to do on this Fanny, it's game over. It's GG.
Yeah, man, because look at the amount of problems that they're creating. They have Kadira, who's looking to pick someone off with the Petrify as well, the Rough Waves. Then you have the Cho on the hands of Kingsta, who's looking to lock someone down with the Way of the Dragon. Then you have the Fanny, another single target hero. Ooh, this is looking like it is a fiesta of kills between both these teams, especially Team Limit looking to take them down one at a time. And if it's done right, then I feel like Nightfall just might not have a chance unless Nyx has a really good early game and is able to convert that into a massive snowball. That could be a problem for Limit to deal with.
Could be that Hayabusa could prove lethal. Of course, if looking at the other side of those compositions, you of course have Uranus and you have Cho, who can tank out some of this damage. Of course, Cho being built on the throne position will be much more tanky than the classical Cho. And Uranus, we already saw him soak up so much damage. So those two can tank out Haya. But if Fanny gets targeted, if she gets singled out by Haya, if she gets that Yugi Shadow kill on her head, she cannot really play the game. So it's on both sides. You have said it very well. If Fanny gets ahead, it's bad news for the side of Nightfall, but if Hayabusa gets ahead, it's super bad news for the side of Team Limit. So it's basically up to those two junglers, and where we were praising Slade and how he's super where he has super high performance. Now I think you should peep your eyes on the back of Mr. Def and on back of Nyx, because those two will dictate and either win or lose this game.
Yeah, and it's just going to come down to the junglers, right, at this point, because they're the ones who are going to make the big difference, as you mentioned. And Mr. Death on the Fanny is, again, a comfort hero in his hands. And Fanny has been so good, has always been good whenever she's available. That's why I've always been banned out throughout the entire day. But now, again, it all comes down to who's going to be able to rotate the map faster, who's going to be able to make those cross-map plays, and who's going to be the first one in the team fight.
I mean, if you look at jungle camps, you can see pretty visibly that Mr. Def is already ahead in jungle farm. He's basically 2 camps in front of Nyx, just as he will be finishing his last one towards, moving towards his level 4, where he of course unlocks his ultimate Van. He's trying to stop Substance from invading his jungle, but I think this could be a great delivery. Thank you very much. Because I take this kill. Oh, Van could be looking for his own death in hands of Mr. Death, but not really happening. Van able to flicker out.
Yeah, and at this point, feels like Nightfall, yes, they've gotten 1 kill, but then
Slide
again...
going down by Mio, he gets absolutely blasted, and now Kingsta pays for his crimes, though. Nyx with 2 kills already, compared to Mr. Death's 0-0-0. Oh, this game, it's looking in favor of Nightfall, but... as was the last one, and how did it end?
I feel like this is gonna be super.
What?
Oh my god!
What just happened? Krive got obliterated. He got deleted from the map. If you would tell me right now that Krive was somewhere on mid lane, I wouldn't trust you. I would call cap.
Yeah, at this point, it feels like it's going to be difficult for Nightfall to try and take this game away, because when we think Nightfall are doing well, Team Limit are just able to find openings. And look at that, they even steal away a jungle creep. And now Vian.
Substancer is just freely roaming through enemy jungle. He doesn't care. He doesn't look like he cares. He doesn't mind. He's running through. He's punishing creep on mid lane, bursting him down. Oh, Q goes down. Alicia with a 2v1 with Nyx. Actually 3v1 together with Slate. And just as we say, look for Nyx, Slate with a play.
Yeah. At this point, I feel like Team Limit are able to slowly open up the map, but Nightfall just have the better of them because they're able to single targets out and able to get the kills. And this is what I was talking about. Nyx needs to find the
just as
opening.
we speak about it, Kriva gets singled out once more, but he survives. He survives for a bit, but gets pushed down by Mr. Death as he makes his escape. Substancer could be the next target, but I don't think you have enough damage. Leviathan, Vian going for that jump in for backline. Substance actually going down to Slate, and Kingsta and Mio needs to run for their lives.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, I know the gameplay is so good, you forget what you're talking about as well, because the way that Nyx has been positioning himself, making sure he's there at the right place at the right time. 2-0-2, the snowball is in effect. Mr. Dead gets his hands on the Blade of the Heptaseason. Now he's going to start dishing out a lot more damage, but he needs to find the right target, because if he's not able to catch Creep because of the mobility. But here, look at Kingsta, looking to make a play.
He's trying to make a play happen, but this might be too deep. Kingsta is trying to make a kick happen, but Vian bursts him down, and there's Mr. Death trying to chain his damage, goes for Alicia and actually able to finish her off, but Vian connects on him with a crazy ultimate coming from the hands of Phoebus.
Yeah, Vian has just been absolutely annoying, right? With the Infernal Pursuit, able to catch up to Mr. Death, who should have gotten that kill. That was a triple kill right there if it wasn't for Vian, who was able to single him out and just infernally pursued him. Like the name of the ultimate says, it just created a problem for Team Limit to deal with. If they're able to slow down this Phobius, if they're able to slow down the Hayabusa, they might have a slight bit of an opening, but that itself on its own is asking for a lot.
Also, if you look at that Rafaela pickup, she has proven herself so useful, because as Mr. Death tries to look for those one-on-one solo kills, and as he's roaming through the map, Rafaela can immediately revive that target just as he gets picked off. So you never have those scenarios where you try to pick off one target and make it 4v5, because he's always back on the map. As Kreve approaches mid lane, he doesn't have to get real booster. He forces Substancer and Mio under their own tower as he approaches mid lane.
Yeah, I think at this moment, oh, look at go for
Mr.
the
Death
knockup.
trying to play it out. He's dishing out so much damage. Goes for Alicia, and Vian cannot really Infernal Pursuit him this one time. And Substancer could be the next target, but he really is not. Great kick from Kingsta. Perfect flicker. And just as we speak of Nightfall, how are they performing? They unfortunately fumbled the bag, and Team Limit coming back into the game.
Yeah, it's been a back and forth, like a tennis match, right? It's going like a clock, like a pendulum, swinging in and out. But here, rough waves.
As you speak about it, Vian might be coming up with an arrow kill. Kingsta getting bursted together with Mr. Death, as Mr. Death gets punished by Alicia for his illegal movements over the borders of mid lane.
Yeah, I think at that point it was just a heavy
He was trying to play it out, bursting everyone down with this Infernal Pursuit. Substancer goes down with Mio, and just as you spoke about it, it's like tennis. It goes one way, then the other. What are we even trying to speak about? Nightfall, then Team Limit. Who is even winning right now? I cannot really tell.
Yeah, goal lead is definitely in the favor of Nightfall, but again, Team Limit already have the damage that's there on their side. Mr. Death needs to build in a Sea Halberd, and they'll be doing a lot more, but you can see he's already making trades across the map. He's taking away the orange buff, and now looking to take away the bot side at the same time. And that's going to be enough for Nightfall to respond. And now Team Limit can make that top fight happen in their favor. Otherwise, they just go for the mid lane because nobody's there defending it.
You're absolutely right. They have free mid lane for their taking, but just as you say, Slade is here together with Kreve, Vian and Alicia. They try to fight it out, and Mr. Def is nowhere to be seen. I think this will be going in favor of Nightfall as Vian approaches the rest of their opponents with an Inferno Pursuit. Kreve finishes this kill. Kingsta going down once more.
Yeah, and I think the Bruno's Q is yet to hit his power spike, right? I want to take a look at the items because I feel like he definitely doesn't have the Malefic Gun. If he did have the Malefic Gun, he'd be dishing out a lot more. He still hasn't built to the Berserker's Fury. That is why they're struggling so much. Bruno does not have his damage yet, and that is the sole reason why Team Limit are struggling in these team fights. If Q is able to get that Berserker's Fury build to the Malefic Gun, it would be a different story. Unfortunate that they haven't reached that point yet.
Also, if you look at how those fights are being played, immobilized on Kingsta, he could be the target, trying to play it out, going for Fivos, but Fivos is super tanky, Kreve pushing everyone away as they take another tower. But in the meantime, Yugi Shadow Kill, going for that killing spree for Kreve as Haya makes his escape. Mr. Def, unfortunately, popping that aura on top side, which he should be able to do.
Yeah, and right now they look in Substance, trying to get something down, but you can see,
Oh, he's getting caught. Substance mega kill for Kreve. And as we were speaking about how this first pick doesn't really like, how Kimi doesn't really like those quick fights, Kreve is here to show us that he loves quick fights. All these fights where Kreve was in the last 2 minutes was super quick. Damn, bab, everyone dead.
yeah, and that's what's been happening right now. Alicia has already scaled up, level 10 at this point, looking to get to the third item if I'm not wrong. And Q has barely hit a second item. He needs that Malefic Gun to do any sort of damage, to create any sort of openings, because Mio has been dishing out the damage, but it's just not enough. They need at least one more item for Team Limit to start hitting the power spike. And just when you say that, Nightfall have already taken up and, you know, mustered up a 5k gold lead.
Oh, they are going for another play. VNB, this is for Pulsar, going for the front line, going for Substance. So Kreve pushes everyone away and survives the onslaught coming from Mr. F. Unstoppable Kreve. Nyx takes Lord as Team Limit makes their escape. And I must say, for the first time, Mr. Def doesn't lead the XP. It's Nyx.
Man, it's looking difficult for Team Limit at this point. Already 6k goal lead in the favor of Nightfall, and now with VN.
Or there's another fight happening in mid lane. Kingsta getting pushed away. Monster kill for Kreve. And Mr. Def tries to split push right now. Or what is he really doing? As his base gets taken before he can even recall. Base half HP. Mr. Def has to pull something out of a, I don't know, Wizard's bag.
He's got to pull a rabbit out of the hat for sure. He's looking to go for the cutthroat as well. Kreve able to survive. Lord is marching on the mid lane. Nightfall might take it all.
Mr. Def tries to defend his base, but he cannot really. He doesn't have enough cables. He needs like 20 more. Can he do it? I don't think he can. His base is getting super low as they try to defend. Lord getting low as well. Immobilized. Double kill going for Kreve. Mr. Def trying to defend. VN getting super low. Shutdown. Going double kill for Mr. Def. He goes down now. Substance only with Kingsta. These two tanks, can they defend the base for the sake of Mr. Def, who had incredible performance trying to defend their base? Kingsta trying to cut the wave. Can he do it? Substance trying to go for minions. I don't think he can. Base is getting hit. Now it's Mio back in action. Substance is still alive. How can Uranus take so much? He's trying to play it out. Mio is still alive. He's trying to defend the base. The hope is gone though, because Nightfall take the game number 3.
That was a clean defense coming through right from Team Limit. It was such clean until Alicia just destroyed Mr. Death with that Irithel, do the heavy crossbow, using it at the right time as well. He was able to go in and go out with those steel cables, getting that energy back up because you're the fountain. But then again, after a while, it just looked so bleak for Team Limit to do anything because he wasn't able to catch the Irithel. And every time he went for Irithel, Vian was there to provide the knockups and then just go Infernal Pursuit. And there was no possible way for Mr. Death to do anything. He went for a War Axe in the build as well. Maybe opting for a Sea Halberd would have been slightly better in that scenario. But unfortunate that they did not go down that route. And Q wasn't able to scale up to the point, just being shut down completely from the very beginning of the game. Just goes to show that Nightfall came with a game plan, stuck to it, and it showed that they pulled through.
I mean, Nightfall in this third map, starting into the second map, they looked like a different team. Then they got beaten over. But into this third map, they were completely different team. If you would show me the first game and then you would show me this third, I wouldn't believe you. If you would hide the names, I would think the teams were opposite. I would think this third game was won by Team Limit, but it wasn't. It was in the hands of Nightfall. And Vien, Alicia, Slate, Nyx, Kreve, all of them performing to their max. I cannot really tell who did the best, because I feel like this was five-man job as they approach finals.
I agree. It was definitely a five-man job indeed as they approach the finals. And you're right. That is the next finalist, of course, is going to be the Rift versus Nightfall in the finals. And one of these two teams will make it to the EMC as a slot from the top team in one of these qualifiers. And of course, at the same time, the third place will be Special Cases versus Team Limit. And that's a game that I definitely want to watch as well. I call that as a finals game, but hey, looks like the semifinalists made their way through, and it's going to be an exciting one. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break, bringing you the grand finals. Stay tuned.
Cracky.
It's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen. It is a summer solstice indeed. It's called the longest day of the year because the sun's out for such a long time. And to be honest, even though it's 9:30 for me, the sun is still out, 9:30 p.m. But one thing that's still out is, of course, the giveaways that are taking place tonight. And we are watching Surge Europe's EOMS European mid-season qualifiers. Of course, it is the grand finals, the time that we've been waiting for. It is going to be a best of 3 indeed. This finals is going to be between the Rift versus Nightfall. And I feel like these teams have made their way through finally, and they're ready to rock and roll. To bring you the action, myself, Kronos, alongside me, Warren. They're already in the draft.
I mean, we should already be going into draft looking at what time it is and what time we started. We are here already together 5.5 hours, and it looks like it should be maybe an hour and a half more. Depends on how long the games will be, and depends if we go into field BO3, which I feel like is a necessity. After that last semifinals BO3, I feel like we have to. It needs to be legally needed to go into full BO3. I feel like if one team is too strong, we need to cut their Wi-Fi, so we go in three games.
Yeah, I feel like this game, if you ask me, man, I think it's going to be a 2-0. I don't think it's going to be a 2-1. The team that takes the first game will definitely have the momentum to take the second one. So this first game is going to be absolutely crucial. And we've seen a battle of the roamers, we've seen a battle of the junglers, and this one, again, you know, attention will be on Wicked, but Pagu versus Slade will be something to watch out for. And at the same time, for Nightfall, it'll be Vian who's be looking to make the plays against Orange Bob. Will Orange Bob be able to keep up?
That's a question to be had. Orange Bob looked decent, especially in that last game that brought them into finals, and he definitely wasn't lacking. He definitely wasn't like the weakest link or something to be said towards those lines. So he should be going into this game with his head up front, standing up straight. But Vian, that's something else. Vian, that performance in that last game that pushed them into finals in that full BO3 on that Phoebus, jumping around, going for Fanny, destroying her momentum, that was sight to behold.
It definitely was, and I think getting the best of Mr. Death as well, not something that we're used to seeing, but the fact that they were able to pull it off means that Vian definitely has a lot of respect on his name at this point. And I feel like Nightfall versus the Rift, it's going to be, again, a battle of a lot of pressure. Who's going to be able to crack under pressure first is going to be the one that might bite the dust. And Wicked over here in the gold lane, if he gets his hands on the Granger, you already know what's going on. But hey, look at that. Your favorite hero, Warren, taken off the map. Uranus is not something that we're going to see in this game.
That's truly unfortunate. We cannot behold his magnificence and how tanky he is. Unfortunately, that will be a story for next game. Maybe the third one. We will see. But the thing is, what will Krevel lock in for his team? What will be the first pickup? And I am thinking Kimi is out of the draft. Fanny gone as well. Baksha, Uranus gone. What's it gonna be? I'm thinking some roamer. Could it be Matilda? Could it be something like that? Matilda still open. Pretty decent pickup for the side of Nightfall. What do you think?
Man, I'm just scared we're not going to see the magnificence of Uranus in this game. But I feel like Arlott is definitely one that needs to be picked up. And Arlott's going to be the one rocked in the EXP lane in the hands of Vian. So looking to make plays while Pagu is hovering over this floor. And don't tell me they're going to go for the floor and Lucas combo. They cannot because Lucas is already banned out.
I mean, Arlott completely slipped through my radar. When there was the Uranus ban, I completely flopped in my head. And I totally forgot about Arlott. And of course, Arlott makes so much sense being picked up. He's finally free for the taking, and I am hoping that Vian will make it work and that he will make some crazy plays through usage of his ultimate.
Yeah, I feel like the ultimate's definitely going to be something that they need to watch out for. But knowing that Orange Bob got his hands on the Phoveus, again, it's going to be difficult to see if they'll be able to keep up. The Bruno's already picked up on their side. They have the Jushin. So And also another thing I wanted to tell you, Warren, you know, Bruno Rafaela is like such an old combo. It's such an old, like, it's one of the most OG combos in the entire game. You put Bruno next to Rafaela, Bruno is unkillable. Like, that's
Well,
how
we-
strong Bruno is.
Well, we saw in last game how proficient and efficient Rafaela was, and now when she's paired up with Bruno, where you have this late game super strong carry able to bring him back into the fold right as he gets killed, it's going to be super tough. Of course, Hayabusa can make those kills happen, but I feel like already when you see Rafaela being picked up, I don't think Hayabusa is the play. I don't think Hayabusa is the hero, because the value of that one kill is significantly worse, significantly lessened by the value of Rafaela bringing that hero back.
Yeah, I feel like this that resurrection, right? That's what it's called. It could be it's again a big difference maker in this one, but in this finals, in this best of 3, looking at the first phase of the draft, who do you think is going to be the better one?
In this draft, I feel like right now Nightfall needs to have my favor, because their draft looks so much better. I love the Arlott pickup. I don't think Phoebus and Zuxin are so strong answers. Of course, depending on what's left for the mid lane, Kimi is out, so what else can try to outperform Zuxin through pushing that mid lane? But I feel like we already saw Chang. With a pretty solid push being played in this last BO3, so I feel like this could be the option, this could be the answer for the side of Nightfall.
I'm just looking at options now. Farsa, Minotaur,
When you
Kalea is
gaze
still
into
left
the abyss,
open. You think Kalea is gonna be in the hands of the Rift, especially in the hands of Pagu? I don't know
mean,
if they
Rift-
wanted that.
I mean, Rift could go for Kalia, they could go for her. She could work especially well into Rafaela, because if I'm not wrong, she cannot revive herself, right? She can only revive everyone else.
Yes, I mean Rafaela can revive, of course, but I'm just looking at, like, don't you think Nightfall need to ban out Kalea here?
Nightfall should be thinking about that. If they already established a Minotaur ban, Kalia should be in their heads right now. The thing is, do they know it? Do they see it? Oh, they
Yeah,
do.
they have to.
Now the options are a little bit limited for the side of Rift, because now, right, Granger being locked in. I don't like this Granger lock-in, because I feel like you could have left your AD carry or your gold laner as a last pick, put him into a perfect scenario, and just lock in something to take away from your opponents, because I feel like there's something to be taken away.
The Granger again in the hands of Wicked, man. This guy, you cannot give him these comfort picks. You cannot keep giving him these comfort picks. He's gonna start destroying people one at a time. But here, Kreve hovering over a Novaria. I'm not really sure if Novaria is gonna be great here,
The beat of the flag.
but definitely has the range. And you're gonna give too many things for Hayabusa to deal with.
I mean, that's one way to look at that. Of course, if Hayabusa has too many targets to lock in and you position properly, Hayabusa cannot work that effectively. Of course, Hayabusa is the strongest when there is 1-2 carries that if he singles out and focuses on them, he wins the fights. Now, when you have Bruno, when you have Joy, when you have Novaria, there is 3 targets, and Khalid locked in for Pagu. Let's go. I'm already hyped.
I'm definitely hyped indeed, because, like, but not locked in yet. Not locked in yet, because if he's looking to lock down Khalid, yeah, I was going to say he's going to have a hard time catching this Novaria. The Matilda looks like the best option here, because you want to make sure you have an escape route for this Phoveus, and giving him that escape route is going to be very crucial. That's when he's going to be able to play more aggressive and, as you know, diving as deep as possible. It's a similar style to Uranus, but it's just that Phoveus has a lot more damage. So at this point, I feel like Phoveus looking to try and change the course of the game. But again, in this finals, it's looking like it's gonna be a different story. Like again, I'm gonna say it: the team that takes the first game will have momentum to take the second one as well.
Also, don't you find it interesting that Phoebus in the European competitive scene tends to pick up Flicker instead of Vengeance? Because when we go towards Asian leagues, I feel like there is much more Vengeance being picked up on Phoebus. They see much higher value in that Vengeance, and whereas here we value that Flicker, that extra mobility a little bit more. It's so interesting how differently the regions approach.
Yeah, I think even though the Vengeance is being chosen, I still think Phoveus has been played with a Flicker a lot in Southeast Asia as well. Not just Southeast Asia, but the rest of the globe. Is just because you get the ability to make an outplay in the opponent, not just for repositioning, not just for extra bit of mobility, is the potential to use the skill tool along with the Flicker that provides the, surprise factor to the opposition. So I feel like that's what the Phoveus brings. The Vengeance, again, yes, it's good in certain compositions. Revitalize is another spell that Phoveus can use, but again, in certain compositions, but off late, Flicker has been the spell for the Phoveus.
And well, as we roll into our first game of the finals, we can see that nobody has been killed yet. So not really that bombastic as the last game that we saw from that semifinals BO3.
Yes, indeed, and I think the game is underway already. You can see the pressure being applied by Sensei on a Kriv. Kriv is going to have a hard time early on to try and clear the waves, but once you hit that level 2 with the Astral Echo, the Meteor, is going to be easier. And now Nyx...
Oh, Nyx already going in, trying to dish out some damage. Orange Bob could be in trouble through VN, but there's Macaron already saving the rest of his team, and Kraven needs to run away. Didn't even flicker out, didn't have chance. Orange Bob with the rest pick up this kill, but Rafaela with that respawn for Krivi.
Yeah, and at this point, making sure that Kriv comes back online as fast as possible. I think in the early game, you shouldn't really be using that skill quite a lot because it doesn't make much of a difference. The early game kill cooldowns, the spawn timers are not quite a lot. So I feel like that definitely could have been saved for later. But here, Nyx tries to dive on an Orange Bob and not being able to get the better of him.
Oh, Orange Bob could be in trouble. He's super low, but fortunately for him, it looks like Nightfall will be moving from this position towards the turtle.
Yeah, I think towards the turtle is going to be...
Oh, Yugi, Shadow Kill going for Kraven, needs to flicker out. Wu survives just by sliver of his health, but VN trying to play it out, doesn't have his ultimate yet, and now Kraven is in trouble, getting airborne and pushed away, survives through Matilda, and Nyx, meanwhile in the backline, killing one after the other, going for Pagusik now. Oh, getting stunned, Macaron needs to run away.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point, it's looking a little difficult for the Nightfall to find any sort of advantage in and around the map, just because of the fact that the Rift can make the plays and dive into the back line with this Hayabusa and able to single someone out. But look at Kriv.
Oh, Kriv could have been in big trouble, but fortunately for him, he survives, and Slade doesn't need to revive him once more.
Yeah, so the turtle definitely in the hands of the Rift at the moment, and I feel like VN is looking to make a play. Does have the flicker, does have the final slash, but there's no opportunity for them to create anything. But look at Macaron using the Guiding Wind to rotate much faster around the map, and now Quad Shadow.
And immediately going for Krivi, forcing him away from that mid-wave, and Krivi cannot even farm. Fortunately for him, there is nothing to be farmed.
Yeah, and at this point, the opening that they need for themselves, if the Rift is able to dish out the damage, if the Rift is able to do something for
Slade could be the target. He's getting dove by Pagushek, and he gets down. Slade is off the board. Second kill going for the Rift.
Yeah, and at this point, looking at Orange Bob, oh, he's going to be the target.
Orange Bob could be the target. He's trying to play it out with Macaron. Macaron is here going for Krevek. Krevek goes down. Orange Bob is trying to dish out as most damage as he can, as VN needs to make a run for his life. Respawn. Krivi can run back to his map, but VN trying to play it out. I don't think he can. Flickers out, survives. Doesn't make a kill in return, though.
Man, it's looking grim for the side of Nightfall. The Rift have found their opening, and Wicked hasn't even been online yet. He only has 1 kill and 1 assist. Now he gets his hands on the Sky Piercer, and you know what that means. That means he's looking for a lot more kills and to get those stacks up. And once he has those stacks, it's gonna be difficult to stop him.
And Sensei is already making so much threats in opposing jungle, already canceling that camp so they cannot even farm it properly. Nyx has so much pressure on his head. First kill on that, the only kill of his team on that Joy.
Yeah, they need to find a way to make it happen. As you can see, VN is trying to get the clear out. And yes, the Arlot is in the meta for, creeping his way back into the meta. But again, it all comes down to the setups that's there in the team fight, right? The setups that's there in the neutral objective. And if they're able to set it up right, he's going to be a big difference maker. But again, it's going to show if they're going to be able to position themselves rightly.
And also, this Arlot is basically in this alone. He doesn't have anyone else to peel for him, to set those situations up for him. He has to find them alone through flicker usage, through right angles. There's no one else who can kind of prepare those plays for him.
There is no one else to kind of set it up for the team as well. So will they find? Because look at Wicked. He's now double laning at this point. He's able to farm up so much faster. Now looking to take down the mid lane tier 1.
They force Creeper out of this mid line through usage of Flicker V and try to play it out. This big ultimate could change the outcome of this game. He collapses on 2, but I think this is just too deep. Gets pushed away. Airborne survives for a little bit longer, trying to dash away, trying to dash around, but gets Airborne once more. Wicked with another kill.
Yeah, that's 1 kill in his pocket. That's 10 stacks on a Sky Piercer. They respawn Arlot indeed, but now look at it. Wicked is looking to do a lot more.
Macaron level 10, he's trying to play it out. Probably could go for Nyx, and he goes with Yugi Shadow Kill. Tries to burst him down and make space for the mid lane tower. Oh, great usage from Arlot. Goes for those 2.
No.
But it's just not enough killing spree for Wicked.
Man, Wicked survived at the slightest bit of HP. He was so close to being taken down. And then, he just used the Rondo, used the Flicker. And then he came in the guiding wind, still able to survive. That was a good set provided by VN, but the follow-up is just not present because Kriv is not the one to dish out a lot of damage. They don't have instant burst. They don't have someone to follow up when a big play is made. They don't have the kind of mage that could do really well in the setup. They have the poke for Nyx to come and clean up. But to follow up on VN's final slash, there is no damage being dished out. There's no sort of a wombo combo.
There is not indeed, and as the Rift approaches into the 7th minute mark, they are dominating the map. 22,000 gold in their pocket and 3 towers already taken compared to 0 as they approach next turtle.
The turtle's already up. They're taking it down. This is the last turtle of the game. They already have 2 in their hands. Rift are looking to take this one away and call itself a 3 clean turtle take. 6k, 7k gold lead rather in their favor. And now they're looking to take away the tier 2 on the bot side. Maybe pick a fight if the opportunity presents itself.
I mean, who can really save you on the side of Nightfall? It has to be that Joy probably. She is the only one that's playing decently, or not like playing decently, but has a decent game on her hands because everyone else got punished so hard. I think Alicia would be alright, but compared to Wicked, who has 3 kills and level 11, is just tough for that Bruno.
Definitely is going to be super tough for their side because if you look at it, Alicia is definitely not having the 3rd item. You need that Malefic gun to try and dish out a lot more damage. Have the extra bit of range, that penetration. Only then will the Bruno starts hurting quite a lot, especially if you're losing out on the early game. Already mid lane inhibitors, Holy Shield is procced. Now they're looking to take away at least the top side tier 2, which they got on their side. If they're able to proc the Holy Shield on the top side, it's going to be looking difficult for Nightfall to do anything.
They cannot do it just now. Nightfall already be able to defend that. Ooh, Wicked going deeper. Arlot with that ultimate, locking them out, but no one for that follow-up. You were just talking about it. There is no one to follow through on those plays, and Arlot is basically playing it alone.
It's looking difficult for their side. I think at this point, Nightfall are trying to find a way to defend. Less than 9 minutes in, they've already procced in the Holy Shield on the top side and the mid lane. And if Hayabusa is able to proc in the yes, they have.
It has been.
Less than 9 minutes in, all the Holy Shields have been procced. And now, with 15 seconds for the Lord, they'll be looking to march down to the base crystal around 10 minutes, 55 seconds, if I'm not wrong. If the Rift move according to plan, that's gonna be all she wrote for Nightfall. Because looking at the items, Phoveus already has the Radiant Armor, Dreadnought Armor, building to the Blade Armor as well. That's a lot of armor in his hands. While you have the Glowing Wand, and then you have the first item, Sea Halberd on Macaron as well. So that's a lot of damage, and Wicked, 2 stacks on the Sky Piercer.
And Macaron will be hitting level 15 just now. Malefic Gun finished up for Wicked. This is a tough spot to be in when you are Nightfall. This Novaria, which was questionable right in the draft, and we were talking about it, didn't really prove that useful. Zuxin was much more able to do anything in this game, and Slade has it so tough with the rest of the team to try and defend. And fortunately for Nyx, Macaron picks him off, mega kill, going for Macaron. I think those fries are already in the bag. I think the Rift are already moving towards the second game and thinking already what the second draft will be. As they approach this last fight, Matilda pulls out Orange Bob, as we were talking about this crazy aggression which can be happening from Orange Bob, as he can get pulled away. Nyx trying to play it out, kill those minions, but he cannot. Wicked goes mega kill, Pagusha goes down, but it's traded for an enemy jungle. This doesn't really mean anything for you. It's super good, unstoppable. Macaron shut down Wicked. I don't think you can finish though, can you? You'll try to, and you will.
My goodness, the Rift that have found a way with a 12k goal lead in less than 10 minutes, 40 seconds nonetheless. They've taken this game number 1 in a dominating fashion, right? The Rift have done that against Nightfall, and I feel like it might just continue with the fact that they have the momentum on their side, knowing how good Wicked is on the Granger, and his confidence has been soaring high this entire day alongside Pagu, who's just been doing and creating ruckus, wreaking havoc in the map. And of course, let's not forget Macaron looking to take them down one at a time. You and I can both agree it came down to the draft slightly, but it could have been done a different way in terms of gameplay as well, because that wasn't just about the draft. The execution coming in from the Rift, absolutely utter domination.
I feel, except this Novaria, I quite liked what Nightfall have cooked up. I was speaking highly about their draft during the draft fans coming into the game. I liked that Rafaela pickup since she got a little bit of a rework on herself. I liked this Joy, I like this Bruno, I like this Arlott. But then locking it up with that Novaria, it really didn't work that much. Matilda was able to dish out so much pressure, uncomparable to Rafaela. She wasn't really online at all. Zhuxin always pressuring that mid lane. Novaria couldn't play at all. And those 1v1s on top lane were strictly in favor of Phoebus. Arlott had no say in this. He was getting dominated. He couldn't do anything in those 1v1s. And that could be the thing. Even though Arlott got a little bit of a buff, he could be going back into meta. There is still Phoebus. There are still those strong powerhouses on XP lane, which he cannot really deal with.
I agree, and those powerhouses are going to make it difficult for everyone else to try and come back into the meta. They're going to find their way, of course, but again, the setup has to be right? Arlott's really good. You could see what the ultimate can do. A final slash to sweep everybody up under their feet. But then again, the setup has to be present for that to work out. And that just wasn't present in this game for them. Unfortunate that Nightfall were not able to take game number 1, but by God, do the Rift look confident and as confident as ever. Because now we'll be moving soon into game number 2. And I feel like, I'm not sure if he'll get a break, but hey, I think the players want to rock and roll.
Well, as the players will be ready, we will be going into the next game. And well, you have already established, you have made yourself be heard, that you think that Wu takes the first game, will take the whole finals. I mean, I'm still hoping for a draft to be cooked up for the side of Nightfall. I think it can still be collected from draft. I feel they had strong heroes on their hands, but their heroes didn't have much interaction happening between them. It didn't really work well together. It's like if you have 5 5 different puzzles, and you are trying to build a fish, a starship, a car, a train, right at the same time, and you try to fit them together. It doesn't really work that much, even though all those pieces alone are beautiful, they are great. And this is what I feel happened. You were like, all right, we need Arlott, he's super strong, all right, we got that. All right, we need Rafaela, she's super strong, all right, we got that. We need Bruno, he's super strong, all right, we got that. And then you fill up this whole composition, you make it like a grocery list, you check everyone off, and then suddenly you have a composition that's really not making a lot of sense together. And I feel like that's what happened. Bruno couldn't approach those fights, only tank was Arlott. I don't think Arlott can tank alone. That would be better fitted for the likes of Baxia or Uranus, or someone in those similar with a durability similar to those champions. So I feel like it was already a little bit fumbled in the draft, and I am hoping that Nightfall will will take themselves from the ground and come up with a stronger draft into second game.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point, this second game, they need to find momentum. It is going to be blue side. I think they're going to stick to the same size nonetheless. Red side, you're going to have the Rift. Blue side, you're going to have Nightfall. Again, the drafts are looking, the bans are looking similar, but are they going to give Wicked the Granger once again? That's going to be the big key, right? If they're able to give, if they're going to give Wicked the Granger again, it's going to be really difficult. And also looking at Baxia being picked up, being banned out on the other side, just goes to show how much his versatility is respected. It's going to be respected in the Land of Dawn, of course. But here they're looking to take away any sort of early game pressure that could come in for both sides. If the Rift are able to create an opening, if the Rift are able to find opportunities to punish in and around the map, they are able to do so every single time. And they're really good at it also. So if maybe they find the opening when it comes to giving space to Wicked, it might just work out, because on the other side, Alicia is just not able to keep up with the pace that Wicked is putting through. But of course, Slade is doing a brilliant job and trying to mirror Pagu, as we saw the entirety of game number 1. But just the draft coming out with Krieve going with a Novaria just didn't work out, man. So here they look at the Phoveus, who's been a complete problem, take it off the Land of Dawn completely, do not want to deal with it whatsoever. And now on the other side, they take away Uranus, Warren's favorite pick, of course, in the game, and 2 of Warren's favorite heroes. And I think with Phoveus and Uranus being taken off, it leaves open the Arlott once again. Maybe even a Badang if possible.
Oh, or Kimi, for example, as she has been left wide open for the taking. As you have been saying, Uranus gone off the board together with Phoebus. So yeah, 2 of my favorite heroes gone just right off the bat. So unfortunately, we will not be seen then. And if this is the last game, this means that we will see none of Uranus in the finals. Pretty unfortunate. I was looking forward to him tanking some more. But, well, now it's in hands of Pagushek and Wicked to pick themselves up something strong and answer towards Kimi. And there is still Zuxin on the board. I don't think there is anything else really who can match the push of Kimi in the lane.
Yeah, they need to find something to give an extra bit of oomph, right? At this point, without the Uranus being present, the Kimi being picked up at the first pick, but on the other side, they go for 2 Fisters, the Badang as well as the Kalea. And I feel like the Kalea is looking to make those plays along with Badang here in the EXP lane. Although this is slightly flexible, I feel like you're kind of forcing the equation. You want to put them on a Flicker as well as a Purify. So both these Fisters are definitely going to do the job, and look at picking one off, or at least creating an AoE in terms of the Fist Break and the Fist Crack. But now on the other side, you can see they pick up the Fredrin, hovering over the Arlott still. I still feel like it's a great pick, but my god, if it's a Mincitar, it's just going to destroy the Rift at the moment.
Do you think Mincitar is that strong of a pick?
Hey, he got buffed. He got buffed quite a lot right now recently.
Nah, Nightfall doubling down on it, Rafaela. It has won their semifinals. They think, they believe they will win those finals with Rafaela once more. as Rift lock in that Forza. So of course now their composition is making a lot more sense. But right now, if you look at their comp, they don't really have that much damage. There's gonna be so much load on the back of Forza, and she will need to be paired up with a super strong hyper carry to have enough damage in your comp.
Yeah, and it could slightly make a bit of a change given the fact that
When the body
you know the
suffers,
Farsa has
the
a good
spirit
front line,
roams.
but then again with Fredrin who's just looking to dash in, they need to make sure this Badang is able to create the space. And also let's not forget that you know that maximum charge from the Kimmy could be all the difference maker entirely when it comes to these team fights.
All right, Masha getting off the board. I don't know what they are trying to cook up. Is it purely because of their gold laner? Is it they feel like he could be the target of Masha being picked up for XP lane? What's really the idea behind that?
Masha Rome is also good. Masha Rome is good. You can flex the
Masha
Rafaela.
Rome. All right, never saw those. Thanks a lot, Kronos, for bringing that up. I need to see that then. It must be pretty interesting.
It's damage Rome, bro. You just don't let the jungler breathe early on in the game. You steal away jungle creeps from the opposition. You put the Rafaela in the mid lane to help out the Fredrin. You put the Kimmy in the gold lane. It works out. I feel like the Masha is kind of slept on, but then again, it's a very niche pick that could just work on distracting the backline completely, and you can just destroy someone with just 2 basic attacks, especially if they're squishy.
All right, but we will not be seeing those, and as well we will not be seeing Hayabusa being picked up for either of the sides. And now you need to think, will you lock in the jungle? Of course you are thinking Fredrin will probably be the jungler, so you don't really need to worry about someone getting taken away right at this moment. But a carry could be taken away from you. So I think like the carry should be locked in. And Brody, ooh, it's always lovely to see that guy. Because first time I saw him on competitive scene, he was absolutely crazy, but he won't be crazy today because Irritel is the actual lock-in.
Irritel, top goal laner, has a lot of mobility, can move in and around the map, of course, and I feel like the Irritel is gonna be it's gonna be much more mobile, and especially in the hands of Wicked. Now it's like, okay, are you going to put Granger in the hands of Alicia? Because if you're going to put Granger in the hands of Alicia, you already have a counter with the Irritel. Same thing, if you want to go with a Bruno, again, straight counter with the Irritel. So the Irritel is just such a big brain pick at this point coming in from the Rift. And who are you really looking to use the Irritel? Who are you going to look at picking up against the Irritel? Because Arlott needs to make the sets once again, but with a lot of mobility present on their side, I feel like the Rift just have a better game at this point.
I mean, already the Arlott looks so much better since he is being paired up with Fredrin. So he isn't alone in those plays. He has that setup coming from Fredrin, who can line up with those stones for that final slash, and it can come up. It can come together very well. I can already imagine that. Of course, there's the trouble of that lane counterpick happening. Oh, Jisun Shin actually locked in for the jungle position. All right, someone has been taking notes from Mr. Dev.
Yeah, I feel like Isun Shin is a great pick in the jungle right now. It's especially for this tournament. He has been showing up quite a lot. And I feel like the Isun Shin has been working wonders. Only a matter of time to see if this will work out, because hey, the draft is set. I like the draft of the Rift so far, but looking at the draft of Nightfall, all it could take is just one slight mistake from the Rift and Nightfall could turn it around.
I feel like definitely going into this second game, which could be the last, Nightfall have brought themselves with stronger guns. They have brought themselves stronger, better guns. Those last guns were kind of that moment where you really think it will fire something and it will save your life, but the balloons come out. It was something like that. So this time they truly have the actual guns, not props, and it should work out much better for them. At least I am believing that, right, based from the draft. We will of course see how will it go, how both of those teams will approach this second game, and the momentum could be deadly, as you have said. If the first team takes the win, they could be probably taking the second map. And if the momentum shows too strong, well, then we have a Rift 2-0.
Well, if we find out, of course, it all comes down to who's going to keep up with the pace of the early game. And only then we'll be able to tell, because you can see early game already, Pagu doing so much
Pagu
damage.
already playing it super strong, super aggressive, slide super low, forcing into revitalize. Oh, nice immobilize. Kreve already pushing them away and making that mid lane priority. Pagu in that bush still lurking around, getting chunked up himself.
Definitely getting chunked up himself indeed, but look at that, he has the ability to regen back up.
Great immobilize, by the way, coming from the side of Kriv. It looked like a decent play. Sensei already half HP.
Man, with the way that it's going through, I feel like the Rift, it's like a chess match in it right now.
It's a chess match indeed, but now Macaron is playing rugby with the rest of his team because immobilized. Pagusek, Kreve survives. No, he does not. First blood, double kill for Pagusek, and he is showing us why Kalia was banned, why Kalia is strong, and he will be the first Kalia probably of today's tournament who will win their game.
Yeah, because at this point, it feels like with the 2 kills given away, it's and an assist in the hands of Sensei also at the same time. Yes, it's slightly better for Nightfall since Kriv got the kill, but you can tell that the Rift are not afraid to punish if out of position. They're willing to dive, and that could be either a good thing or a bad thing coming in from both these teams.
And it's pretty interesting dynamic, because usually when you see those melee supports, melee roamers, usually they themselves don't have so much pressure as those ranged ones in the hands of Slade, where he has that Rafaela. But right now with Pagusek's aggressivity, he cannot really deal with it. Oh, great taunt coming their way, and Orange Bob gets obliterated. He couldn't move a muscle before he got destroyed, but now the same could be said for Kreve, who goes down for his second death. Pagusek getting taunted up, and Nyx playing with a wrong focus, trying to go for Macaron when he was where he was supposed to go for Sensei or Pagu. That was a great fumble from the side of Nightfall.
It was a big fumble indeed, but here, Tidal Strike, Tsunami Slam.
Nyx finishes the turtle, now Tsunami Slam going in, now the taunt connecting on Pagu. Will Pagu be able to survive? There is next knock-up coming his way. Nyx goes with that kill, and he goes for more. He tries to go kill Orange Bob, who just came from base, and immediately dies himself as they try to chase Sensei. And I think Sensei goes down as well. Double kill for Creevy.
Yeah, double kill in the hands of Kriv. He's already having the Sky Piercer. That's a stack on it already. And I feel like with the way things are going, seems like a Rift need to go back to the drawing board. A little too aggressive coming in from Pagu and Orange Bob at the same time in that turtle pit. Knowing that Macaron's playing Yi Sun-shin, usually when you're playing Yi Sun-shin, you do not want to commit for the neutral objectives early on. You want him to farm up as fast as possible and then be a problem.
And so far, it doesn't look like Macaron will be much of a problem, because he is 0-0-1 and Nyx is able to keep up his levels. Farsa in opposing jungle Creevy gets destroyed as Sensei takes us live.
And Buddy's using the respawn to make sure he makes it back up, especially for Kriv. And that's some good news coming in for Nightfall. That's the power of this Rafaela that's been brought to the table, right? But here, again, take a look at the position of Sensei along with Pagu.
They are fishing those bushes.
Gets spotted out, though, by Slade. And now Nyx just being a problem onto Wicked. Wicked feels like he has to compensate for the slight bit of an early game mishap that's come through. But again, he's been doing so well in this entire tournament so far, this entire day. He just needs a slight bit of an opening to get that goal lead in his favor. And once he has that goal lead, you know what he can do.
Absolutely, as the next turtle will be spawning, there's a fight happening. Pagu getting taunted up, but kidnaps Nyx, even though Nyx is Fredrin, so he doesn't really mind. He's still alive. Orange Bob tries to wall them up, catches 2 off guard, but Alicia is able to jump away. Nyx will be the one taking the fall, but there is VN ready with that final slash, ready to make it count.
Yeah, he's looking to make a count indeed. He does have the flicker as well, looking to make the play. Macron's going to be the target, but look at Sensei with the feather airstrike.
Sensei,
Alicia.
great further airstrike going for Alicia, and now they cannot really play it because it's 3v5. Can they do it though? Immobilize going for Pagu. Macron finishes the turtle. Pagu tries to play it out. CC immunity coming from the side of Slide. Finished. Kreve able to finish Pagu, and they are able to take 1 kill and retreat.
They are able to take that kill indeed, and I feel like at this point, the Rift are slowly changing the momentum of the game. Slowly bringing the pendulum to their side, because it feels like, you know, it feels like Nightfall are looking to make the trades at the same time, but if Macron's able to scale up much better, it's going to be difficult. Again, it's going to come down to this Rafaela with a combination of this Fredrin, but look at Alicia. He might get just burst down.
It will be so tough for your late game when you compare your composition to the side of Rift. They have Forza, they have Irritel. Oh, and there's another fight happening. Kreven needs to jump over the wall to survive, and he is able to. Kimi, quite slippery of a hero.
Indeed, Kimi is able to make it out of harm's way, but has 4 kills. Right, 4-3-2 on the KD. Not looking so good for the Rift. If Kimi is able to snowball even harder, and gets their hands on the concentrated energy, but you can see War Axe in the hands of Macron as well. So this game might just go down to the wire, just because of the fact that Easton's not able to scale as much as he'd like.
Getting caught, CC immune for a bit, and she survives. Crazy damage coming from Irritel. Wicked is able to run under his tower, and as Pagu and Orange Bob make their way here and try to push their way onwards. Pagu with a great engage, maybe with a kidnap, getting stand up. There's a wall going for Slade. Slade goes down, and there's Macron. It's 5v4. They cannot really play it out. SBN goes down. The final slash tries to play it out. He cannot really do.
Yeah, but Creve here is going to be the target. Orange Bob has the damage. Wicked moves forward with a heavy cross.
Crazy Town going for Wicked. Wicked goes down. Orange Bob tries to run for his life, and he will be out of harm's way.
Yeah, he is. And I thought Wicked was a little too aggressive with that play, right? And I think just bit the dust there. Unfortunate. That slight bit of a mistake costed their change in momentum. It could have been on their side. That one death of Wicked just made it difficult for them to take this neutral objective. And now, again, they need to look at splitting the map. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for them to make a comeback. Nightfall, however, moving together like a unit just because of the fact that Rafaela provides so much more when they're grouped up together.
But that could be a detriment to their plays because Rift are able to rotate on the map much more efficiently. They can split up into little teams and they can achieve much more. They can be playing 2 sides of the map as we see they are doing right now as they take the top tower and defend mid lane.
They have to indeed at this point. You can see they're trying to protect their own purple buff, knowing that Orange Bob could make a play. But again, VN is looking for the counter set at the same time. I feel like if VN makes the counter set, it could be difficult for the Rift to make any sort of possible comeback.
To poke them out. Kreve jumping over wall to survive.
Yeah, the traction pulse not being used yet, but at this point you can see Macron's doing a lot of damage. That was a lot coming through from his side. So the Rift now waiting for a Wicked to hit his power spike, and once he does, once he gets that 3rd item, sheesh. Nightfall is going to have a difficult time, but you can see top side, Macaron's going to be the target, looking to make a sandwich.
Macaron could be having difficult time if he gets caught, and he does get caught indeed. Depends who gets the kill, but it's Alicia. But unfortunately for them, mid lane is being taken right as they pick up that kill.
Yeah, they're making the trade, right? One at a time, but look at Nyx getting pushed back. He's trying to go on to Wicked, but nice play from Orange Bob with a fist wind. And now Lord is up in 25 seconds. They're looking to siege in the mid lane tier 1. The good news is for the Rift is Nightfall do not have a single tier 1 tower on their side. That opens up the map a lot more. Makes Nightfall think twice before making a play. But again, if Wien is able to connect with a final slash, it's going to be difficult.
Bien, final slash connecting on Sensei, who gets pushed away, but now there's Kalia with a disengage going for Nyx, who is getting bursted down. He has still his gray health shield. He survives for a little bit longer. Macaron getting stunned up from his arrow. Bien trying to play it out, but there's engage from Pagushek. He can still kidnap someone. Forever trying to play it out with the rest of the team, trying to dish out as most damage as he can. Pagu goes down together with Sensei, and now it's 5v3. Can they play it out as Lord spawns?
So low. They were all so low. All thanks to the heal coming in from Slade. That healing for everyone being a big difference maker. Orange Bob!
Orange Bob had to flicker over the wall, but I don't think it's enough. He will go down. Final slash finishes him off, and there's Wicked. He has been found. Can they go for him, or will they go for Lord? Kreve
Oh,
is coming from a recall. Wicked bursting him down. Kreve almost going down. Wicked. Can he finish him off? He can.
he's
And he
surviving.
might go for more. He's trying to go for Slade. He roars mightily, but he is just not enough. Killing spree. Oh, the steal isn't happening. Nyx and respawn for Kreve.
Yeah, I feel like this respawn that's there on the side of Nightfall with this Rafaela is proving to be a big difference maker. I think this is the first time throughout the day we've seen what this Rafaela can do to the best of her abilities. Wicked was almost able to outplay them 1v3, if not for the Holy Healing. And at this point, it's looking like the game is even Steven with the gold. But momentum again, tempo on the side of Nightfall as the Lord is marching down the top side.
But the Rift are able to support and defend their mid lane tower, at least for now, as the Lord marches towards the top lane, as he will be pushing that outer tower. Tier 2 getting destroyed. Oh, Macaron looking in the bush. Oh, final slash, crazy catch. Now disengaged from Pagu, who's forcing everyone else to run away. Orange Bob goes down as Nyx finishes him off. Shut down. Going in the hands of Macaron, though.
Yeah, now they get their hands on the tier 1 in the mid lane. Actually, not even. They're able to defend that.
Oh, and now there is Kreve who's caught. Is he really, though? Didn't he just catch them, actually? Because based on damage, it looks like.
Yeah, the traction pulse able to pull back Sensei. And I thought Sensei was looking for a position to dish out the feather airstrike. But so far, it's looking good for both teams. The Rift, yes, they're losing out on these team fights just because of the fact that Rafaela just brings a lot more compared to what Pagu does with the Kalea. But if they're able to get the right opening at the right time, it could be all she wrote. Because look at Kreve, no Purified. This is the opening that they need. And Pagu needs to go make a play. He's rather forced to make a play. If Kreve gets caught out now, this could be the opening that Rift would need.
Almost definitely that could be the opening they need. They are looking in the shadows. They are waiting in those bushes. Wicked with Pagu trying to find an angle as the Lord will be spawning in 50 seconds on the map. And that could decide a lot in this game. Kreve approaching those late game positions will be super strong, super scary, together with Alicia, who wasn't able to really prove himself yet. But he is still there. He's that scaling Bruno. He can still be a lot stronger.
Yeah, at this point, looking like the Rift need to find answers. Look at Macaron trying to find Nyx, but Nyx is going to be a tank, not something they should look to take down. It should all come down to Pagu, who's going to be able to take or make an opening for themselves, make a play. But you can see now they're looking to play on the long side of the map, opposite to the Lord, try to get some map pressure in their favor, and then maybe go into the team fight. Because if they're not able to have any sort of map pressure, it's going to be difficult for the Rift to try and contest the Lord. Now they have a set of waves pushing on the top side. But here,
Slash going for Orange Bob, forces a flicker. Now Farsa needs to use her ultimate defensively. Vian going in. CC immune. Farsa needs to run away. She cannot deal damage now. Oh, Vian got kidnapped by Kalia as he goes down right as Lord spawns.
yeah, this is going to be difficult.
He's back.
Oh.
He's back. He's back in the fray. He's back on the map.
Yeah, it's all thanks to that new skill that is there on the Rafaela's kit. And now look at that, they have the Lord already 15,000 HP.
Who has the better retribution? Will it be Macaron or Nyx? It comes down to this. Who gets the Lord? Oh, it's Macaron, but can they win the fight? CC immune killing spree on Nyx. Pagu goes down. Slay trying to play it out with Nyx. Kreve does he have enough damage? Double kill for Irita. Wicked chasing them down. Nyx, can he survive? Can he survive for long enough as Vian tries to approach him? I think final slice should be off cooldown pretty soon, so maybe they can play it out. They go for Wicked. Wicked gets stunned up and he goes down. Kreve picks him up as they kill Lord. I don't think Sensei and Orange Bob can play much more.
Yeah, this is the problem, right?
Will Sensei get found? Will Sensei get found in this bush? Oh my, it's so close. Oh my god, can he find him? He found! He did not!
Yeah, that's the problem. He was so close, man. He was so close for getting found out. I think he even used his second skill as well. He was able to use it, but just in the nick of time. The mechanics is just that the Sensei recalled.
This would make so much difference. This would make so much free time for Nightfall to push in their opponents. But this is not the story that we will be looking at. This is a different story. This is a parallel universe. And in 100 seconds, we will see another Lord.
Another Lord indeed. That's gonna be difficult now for the Rift to contest because of the double marksman composition that Nightfall have to offer. And you can see Macaron using the Mountain Chakra to real position.
But shouldn't you really count Macaron?
Oh, Orange Bob.
Oh, Orange Bob. True, true. Orange Bob lurking in the shadows together with Sensei. Can he catch someone off guard? It doesn't look like. Slate could be the one, actually. Raphael, huh? Oh, this bush looks scary. Nick's going for Macaron, actually forcing his CC immunity right away from him. Orange Bob still waiting in the shadows.
Wicked.
Oh,
Wicked, they're gonna jump on
now. Getting airborne, getting chased down, and Orange Bob with his deadly bush. And oh, he goes back. He's playing it out. It's almost 1 minute when they are sitting in this one bush.
But look at Wicked though. He's baiting them out so well. And now they're trying to go for the backside.
Oh, the backline engaged from Orange Bob. He's right there, but he retreats. He gives up this position. That
I think
has been fighting and holding for so long.
Kree was charging up the traction pulse and Sensei was visible on the map, so instantly used it. Try to pull back Sensei. Sensei had to use the Purify, and that created the opening.
Oh, an engage happening from Orange Ball going for the VN, and VN will need to use his final slash very soon.
Oh.
He couldn't do it in time. Now he gets shut down together with him. Slate goes down as well. Slate, can he play it? I don't think so. Alicia needs to run together with Slate. Can they survive long enough? So the rest of the team's response. Alicia is trying to run away. Purify.
Oh my god.
Save his life for a bit. Alicia is trying to play it out. He kills one. Can he get more? I don't think he can. He goes down as Slate tries to play it out. CC going for Sensei. He goes back in place. Can he revive someone? Can he revive someone?
No, he doesn't.
Can he do it?
No. This is it. Everyone's down now. Only the Rafaela left standing. And now Sensei...
There's one minion. Is that the minion? Is that they cannot end?
No. They didn't know what... They went onto Slade. They didn't use their... They didn't try to force the end. It could have been the opening that they needed. But instead got distracted by Slade. This is a mistake made by the Rift.
Slate is a genius. He saved the game from the grasp of his opponents. Alicia can respawn, and now they can take another fight where VN will use his final slash. The last one was so unfortunate.
Again, it was a messy fight, but that's where the Rift wanted. They need to separate them to get them. In order to get them, the moment the Nightfall are grouped up together, it's going to be more difficult for the Rift to do anything. And now you can see Macaron going straight for the Lord, understanding that's going to be the target because Kareev is visible on the top side of the map. This is going to be a 5v4, and I don't think Nightfall want to contest.
I think you are giving it. You just gave it and you try to defend. It's late game. Creevy can destroy the Lord very quickly if you give him enough time, enough space. I think that's what you take. And now it comes down. It will come down to a fight. If we look at the CDs on both sides, Orange Bob is missing his flicker for 20 more seconds, which I think will be irrelevant pretty soon because he will have it in time.
He definitely will. The Lord is going to be marching down right about now, down the mid lane. The Rift, after a long, long day, it is the finals. It is game number 2, 18 minutes in. The Lord is going to be the final one to try and create the difference. Bot side, Sensei is there, using the wings by wings to make it out in the mid lane. They're holding their own. Will this be the final
going
push?
for Kreve. Kreve half HP getting stun up. Can he survive? He has Purified. He is still alive. He's trying to defend. We can go for the top tower. Destroy. Nyx is getting super chunked. He is still alive. Oh, he goes down. Kreve killing spree, going for Wicked. And as they try to defend their base, Kreve is still alive. He's shooting the Lord. Oh, they are getting stunned up by Pagu. Pagu is trying to play it out, but he goes down. Wicked is still alive. He's trying to go for Kreve. He's trying to go for base, but he cannot. Wicked will go down. He's the target to go down next as they go for more. They go for Macaron. Can Macaron do 1v3? I don't think he can. As Nightfall defend their base once more.
Oh my god, this has been going back and forth, and I think the Rift have made another mistake. Wicked could have gone for the base crystal, instead got distracted. Seems like this is personal for both these teams. Rift wants to pick up kills. They want to wipe them out. Nightfall are hanging on barely by a thread. This is 2 times now that they made a mistake. Sensei they're trying to cast them off guard, but it's the wrong shot call, not once but twice. Will this be the problem? Will this be the way it goes out?
As they finally destroy the mid lane tower in the 20-minute mark.
Man, this mid lane tier 1 tower, it could have been defended as well if Macaron was able to show himself, but not making sure he doesn't. Look at the position that Sensei is in. They have the map control. They need to find a way to take down Creeve. He's the only one that's dishing out so much damage. He is the sole target that has been being a problem. Alicia, yes, but I think he's someone that they're willing to take down.
He gets found. Cannot really do much.
Traction pulse. Oof. Using the fist crack to make sure that he doesn't get caught out. That's an ultimate gone already. Creeve has been on point with his traction pulse. Orange Bob gets the immortality. They're trying to shove in the waves. But is this the right play? They could go for a backdoor, but they're not doing so.
You don't have Macaron as the Lord spawns if they take the fight. If Nightfall notices it... Oh, he is going for backdoor. It looks like Macaron will go for backdoor. He's on the bottom side.
They're trying to poke down Nyx as well at the same time. You can see they use the Mount Shark.
Oh, there's a fight happening. Kalia already kidnapping Vianney. I don't think he can finish his final slash. He needs to run away with his life. He gets regenerated a little bit. And now Lord has been started by the Rift.
Oh, bot side.
Can Nightfall do something about it? Bot side getting pushed. Nyx needed to recall. You don't have retribution on the Lord. Can you play it 4v5? I don't think you can. Defense. Oh, you are playing it! You are playing it like crazy! You don't even care Vian in the backline with a final slash, but he goes down as Alicia and Creevy and Slay try to push them away. They go for more. Oh, they need to run away with their life or the base will be gone. Alicia trying to life steal up. Macaron not going for the snipe. Going for Kreve. Kreve is still alive. Orange Bob doesn't connect. Kreve is alive. And the hope is still alive. Nightfall. Can they defend?
This is another Lord. 21 minutes in. They use the respawn. They use the resurrection from Slate to bring back Vian with a long death timer even. Now Macaron has sold his boots, got himself the immortality. They have enough gold to go for the item swaps at this point. They need to find a way, and that's the Mountain Shocker. They're looking to make a play, and this is the Lord that could end it all.
Nyx getting a decent down, but Orange Bob gets a crazy engage. They go for them. Creven needs to dish out as most damage as he can. Nyx goes down. First target of the blue side is dead. Now Slide tries to play it out. VM goes down as well, and the base is getting super low. I don't think they can defend. It's gone.
Wicked, wicked, wicked. He is the name on everyone's mouth because he is the one that's dishing out the damage. My goodness, this is a back and forth game. It's absolute cinema indeed. The way this went on about, it took so many Lords. It would have been over 5 minutes ago. But they made the mistake of wanting to wipe them out and then again did the same thing. And finally, the third time, they said, you know what? We want to get the kills, and there was no possible way for Nightfall to defend that. The Lord itself took the base crystal, and then we have your champions, the Rift, who will be the team that will get a slot in the EMC, along with the fact that Nightfall have put up such a good fight.
It's crazy now looking at those stats, now looking at those badges. I don't know if you noticed, but all of them have almost the same badge score except those MVPs. All they have is around 7 or 8 points of those scores. It's crazy to see a game where it has been so equalized, where there is not really anyone that's slacking off. For maybe you could say that Alicia could have dished out a little bit more damage if you compare it to a Retail, but he had really tough game. Bruno wasn't the best pick right here. It came down to what's left of those strong carries, and Alicia was kind of forced to Bruno, so he didn't really have a choice. But Nightfall, great defense. Unfortunately for them, it was just not enough.
It definitely wasn't enough this time. They had a double marksman composition. Everything worked, right? Everything was working at a certain point, but after a while, they were just losing out on the macro game. The Rift realized they're not going to be able to win these team fights, so Macaron started split pushing, and that's what they did really well. They started splitting the map one after another, took down towers, and then it became difficult for Nightfall to try and keep up because they were grouped up together. They didn't want to let anyone apart, and that kind of was used against them with that ube composition that we like to call it was used against them itself. So I feel like the Rift definitely deserved champions for this qualifier and will be moving into the EMC, and of course get their hands on the big prize, about 300 euros as well. 300 400 euros, I'm not really sure. Make sure you check that, don't quote me on it. So that was an absolute interesting game, and by God, Warren, it was an interesting day as well.
It was spicy. Today was spicy. My voice is lost. I think I even lost some hair during today's performances. It was crazy. It was crazy. Today was just wild. We saw some of tankiest Uranuses I ever saw. We saw some crazy Arlot final slashes. I mean, Vian was the reason that they were still in this fight. He had crazy final slashes. But unfortunately for him, Wicked was just Wicked, doing Wicked things and pushing his team to victory once more.
Yeah, just amazing gameplays, amazing shift in the meta as well. As you mentioned, you get to see the Arlot come back, you get to see the Rafaela come back, you get to see Uranus just dominating every single person in the EXP lane, in and around the map, opening it up and making sure that the presence has to be respected at a certain point. So with the shifting meta, you know, we'd like to see how this game's going about. So make sure, if you want to keep up with more such tournaments, folks, follow, like, subscribe, do all that good stuff, description, join the Discord, and make sure you stay updated for any tournaments and any giveaways that are going around. We've given away 10,000 diamonds today. So look forward to more because, hey, we've got plenty to spare. And on that note, make sure to follow Warren1x as well. He streams quite a lot. So that's his YouTube, if I'm not wrong. Is that right now? Warren1x?
Yeah, you are absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. Lovely of you to shout me out. Thank you very much. And
bro,
yeah,
only love. Make sure to go check him out, folks. And also at the same time for me as well, G_Chronos. If you haven't yet, we put up some good content about MLBB for Surge, for Europe, and of course ourselves as well at the same time. So on that note, Warren, I think it's time to call it a night, isn't it?
Oh, it definitely is. I'm looking forward to my dinner when I will be thinking about how crazy Wicked has played and what can I take from his performance. It was lovely today, and thanks for having me. Thanks for having me today.
Thank you as well. Thank you everyone for having us today here. I hope you enjoyed our commentary. I hope you enjoyed our casting to bring you the utmost peak MLBB action from Europe. And thank you for Surge to make it all happen. Mobile Legends Bang Bang E-Project as well. So, folks, we'll see you next time. Until then, make sure you follow us, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe. See you soon.